Hello, hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the biggest tournament ever hosted on Board Game Arena. Pretty
Horror
sure.
movie, like Blue said.
we, I am Kohlrabi. This is Gus the Bus.
Hello.
We are 14 minutes away from the kickoff. We're at 1,220 players. What are you wanting to see today, Gus?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be a little bit biased here because I have a tumult coming up today, and I might be meaning Kojo. So I kind of want to see a little bit Kojo versus Siggy because it will help me personally. But I'm hoping to see some interesting stuff. Obviously, we're gonna see some meta stuff most of the entire time, but I'm hoping to see like little out of character decks here and there.
That will be exciting for me. I like non-meta. I like things that change it up. I can't disagree with Kojo though. I think there was a really good performance in Dallas, which resulted in more people picking up Kojo. But I think he is also just very well suited against Sigismar and some other decks. So you want to see Kojo? You have a tumult later today. Does that mean you're playing Kojo later
I
today?
am 100% playing Kojo. I don't remember if I was listening to Rinku talking or an article I was reading. He was pretty much saying like if you could play Kojo, even if you don't have the best uniques, you don't need any crazy uniques for Kojo. Anything could do. So I have the very bare minimum of stuff to boost. I was like, you know what? Kojo is easy to run. It's just got to get familiarized with the play style a little bit. Yeah, more
Yeah.
of a Ysmir main type of person.
So I have been I can't say that I've played a lot of Kojo, but I have a Kojo deck that I have been using to help other people train against Kojo. And there's just so many tools in the deck and so many options, and I think there's not a ton right now that counters it, especially if you're not playing the mess Kojo, because the Grims kind of eat the mess, hunger. But what do you think makes Kojo so strong?
I think it's just basically cheap cards. Kojo has a little bit of everything. You got a little bit of ramp, you got a little bit of removal, you got strong characters, you got the Buddha coming in every other day. I think it's a combination of just keeping up pressure to your opponent to make them use more resources, what makes Kojo pretty strong. But I do agree with you. Tris is definitely a problem when removing the landmarks of like the Bravo Fashion and the mess. So that could be a little bit of issue when it comes to going against them. There's also Siggy. Also, Siggy could keep up the pressure pretty well if they are able to draw the resources efficiently, effectively.
I'm keeping up with some of the tournament chat here, and you guys are already wild and out here in the tournament chat.
That's a good thing, Cole. Listen, there's what's it, 1,300 people.
Yeah, we're at,
Good.
let's see, let's refresh because some people like to sign up last minute. We're at
Eh,
1,221 now.
okay, we're almost at 1,300 people. Everyone's excited for the first online tournament this big, right? This is crazy. I'm hoping the website doesn't crash. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
I think someone mentioned it, but I forgot who it was.
I was very impressed with how it held up during the signups, and I know that the at least someone on the team at Board Game Arena has knowledge of this tournament and should hopefully be on standby to help out. We're 10 minutes out here. The round pairing might take a minute with this many people and sorting people into groups. So while we have that time, what are you guys in chat looking for? We know Kojo is going to be a favorite going into this event. but throw out some other heroes you think are going to take it down. And the first responses, I'll go ahead and throw into a poll because I think we're limited to like 4 or 5 or something.
Yeah, I think YouTube doesn't have that many, gives you that many options, right? Did people get banned or why 100 people are missing since yesterday? I think some people just drop out sometimes. It's possible they couldn't just not make it. I mean, 100 people dipping out is not the biggest margin ever you could see, especially for like last minute, like, oh, I'm sick or I gotta go to work
Yeah, I think things
or
came
that
up.
too. Or multi
Yeah.
accounts. Yeah,
Yeah.
DJ Payne. All my 500 bots were deleted.
All right. So we have a faunus fallout here. Let me start the poll. So who wins this day? So Kojo and a faunus. What else? Do you want to add someone to the mix? I mean, Gus, you already
I,
added Kojo, right?
yeah, I guess I can't. You have to add something then. 'Cause I already said Kojo.
I am wanting a. I'm gonna go Navenka.
Mega's always an oddball out. You never expect it, but then you see performing pretty well, and I'm like, what is going on here?
Yep. DJ Payne. We're just gonna put DJ Payne as a hero option. For taking it down.
That's next to your set, DJ Payne.
Yeah. I think we have to put Siggy in here as well. This is a
I
very
100% agree. I think Siggy and Trish will definitely need to be on that list. If you could add that on the list.
nope.
Nope,
we
nope.
ran out. We ran out when we got to Siggy.
Ooh,
It's okay. It
yeah.
makes the poll more interesting.
I think Afana is gonna be make it or break it today. We're gonna definitely see. We saw a small sample size in the A.W.O.L Monday and A.W.O.L Wednesday, how Alfonso performed, and then they some of them were positive, some of them weren't. I think people were still messing around, especially the band or not the band. Dorado happened on Monday, like an hour before the tournament started. So I'm not sure how many people got a chance to test it beforehand. So it'll be interesting to see how Alfonso does in today. I'm hoping to do. I hope Afana does well, but I don't think Afana is going to make it to the top. But I can be wrong. You guys can prove me wrong. You know, maybe Arjon makes it to the top. As like I always assume, Arjon always makes it to the top.
Yeah, I would love to see Amuna Hero take it down. There are a couple players that might give us a surprise and then perform really well and take it down with Muna. We will have to see. Going into it, I'm just hoping that there's at least one Muna hero in the top 31.
I definitely think there will be. I definitely seen a resurgence of Muna after Dorada from Afanis. I have seen like a small resurgence, which is good. I'm not sure they're just doing that because Afanis got errata or they're just like, I just want to play something else at the moment. I definitely see a small resurgence of Muna coming in, especially those uniques that have like kind of like a quote unquote infinite anchor situation
Yeah.
uniques.
Yeah, the if anyone has 3 very specific anchor uniques and some corgis, we might see some very strong Muna hijinks there. Um maybe some festival players will make it out. I think Afanis's errata actually doesn't benefit Muna or Tasia at all. If an Afanis player just pivots to more of the exhaust archetype, anything that you would use against Asia that works well would still work well. You're off you go. The Nilum, the what else? Just a bunch of control options. I mean, your worst thing that's hit is the Rhyme Frost and the magical training. Time Frost is still playable though, even if it's only, getting the benefit one time.
I agree, Kilon guy. I just hear Cole just blabbing about, and I'm like, what is he talking about?
I have the most unhinged takes because I'm a visionary. I am not binded by the chains of the supposed meta. Afanis is still good, and if I was not here in this chair, I would be playing Afanis just to show it off.
I don't think you will. I don't think you would. I think I don't know. I don't know about that call, but I would say the European players do love Sigmar. Sigmar, not Sigmar. Sigmar is something else. That's a different game. Sigmar. And there's also Gorang. They love Gorang for some reason. And as you know, this is the best of one. And we have seen a lot of Gorang players take the sweetest time possible in these a lot of what 15 minutes, right? So I'm kind of concerned, especially the European players, that the European players would taking too much time because remember, whoever if you're running out of time, whoever's remaining time wins in this type of tournament. So if you're European listening right now, please play a little bit faster. And not just Europeans, American players, any player, you're gonna play something like Goalrang, do speed it up a little bit because time is not on your side.
Yeah, I if you are hearing my voice right now and you are playing, don't hide your clock. I have a feeling that maybe sometimes players do that. Maybe they hit the full screen and it, shoves their clock off to the side. I actually recommend not doing that. Um, if you can do that while still also not running out of time, then that's fine. But very easy way to run out of time and a very unfortunate way to lose, and people really don't like it. So, pro tip.
Yeah.
As for me being unhinged and a faunus, I only said it's still very strong against Muna, and I have a lot of credibility to back that up because I lose a ton of games playing Muna. So uh, I think you're right, though. You said a lot of the Europeans love Sigismar, and that is what is currently winning the poll. Um, I think Sigismar, though, is overrated. I think he's old news. Uh,
As another unhinged tape by my lovely co-host Korabi here. I'm sorry guys, I know it's like what's 8 a.m. for him. He's still waking up. Eating on cam, unbelievable. but what makes Six Mars so Six Mars? Oh my goodness, Six Mars. You know what? What makes Siggy so strong is they have so many different types of removal, resource abilities, low cost characters, able to keep under pressure where they're simple little one token that happens every day. It's hard for some players to combat that for the first like couple days. Next thing you know, they have to really like get up before they lose the battle. I guess I'm not even sure what we call it. Is it called battle? Is it called? I know it's not called duel. So the game before they lose the game.
yeah, I just call it the adventure most often.
You know what? That sounds nice. Before they lose the adventure, that sounds nice.
Yeah, I think the adventure or the expedition would be lore correct. We're probably like 30 seconds out from the pairing starting. Hopefully, Simon tells us what groups we're going to be paying attention to. Um, if you also speak French, there will be a French stream. Have both up, just have English and French in your ears at the same time. Or more realistically, maybe listen to the French commentary if you prefer French and just have us up but muted. That's probably the best way to do things. But we just hit the 8 a.m. mark here in Texas. Doesn't really matter where Gus is, but
Wow.
let me refresh. It looks like Siggy took this poll here. I'm gonna end it.
All these Siggy believers are they're all gonna lose to Tasia.
Yeah, while we're having the pairing start working through BGA, I so there's kind of I don't know what would be the best word to use, but certain people who were looking at the Dallas qualifier, seeing that Siggy didn't make it to top 8, were thinking that he just was not there, but he absolutely was, and just did not make it to top cut. There were some that were on the bubble, but I'm telling you, just if there's enough Kojo, there will be no Siggy in the top 8 once again.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that Siki did not make it to the top for Dallas, and the Europeans did not like that result whatsoever. I heard some say that the Dallas doesn't even count.
Yep, that's what I'm referring to. So,
But I'll tell you right now, it's legitimate. Siki did not make it a top cut whatsoever. Looks like rounds are up based on
yeah.
our lovely director here, Simon.
Yep, so I think we'll be following specific groups at some point, but we can just go ahead
Looks like
and
DJ Payne say BJ just crashed for them.
oh boy. I'm gonna go into group 1. Let's see if we can find a table. BGA is still working fine for me.
Yeah, BJ is still working fine for me. Guys, I would recommend if you do have a computer to play this on your computer. It is much more simpler to use, much more smoother, and you could probably handle it versus your phone. Unless your
Uh,
computer is very mediocre and your phone's a lot better, then I guess you could.
Yeah. You have a total of like 5 minutes to join, so don't freak out too much. Refresh, try to get into your table,
Yeah,
and
you got time. Don't stress out.
we're going to group 1, table 33. How does that sound?
That sounds good. I know these people.
Yeah.
I actually don't know these people, but I like to pretend I do.
All right, I am loading into the game. Of course, the moment that I go to click into the game is when it decides to slow down.
Yeah, I think everything's just loading in for people, and BJ just crashed on me. That's okay. You know, we expected. I mean, we never done 1,000 players before. I don't think BJ has ever done 1,000 players before. So like,
Nope.
it is gonna take. Um, Europeans are gonna die for us, so we can succeed later on in the future.
Yep. So you can see the screen because I am just superior and able to go ahead and get into the match here. From what I see, Thibru is not online, but Thor Altered is. That may be a connection issue. It may be, yeah, they had to have connected to the table because it showed both were. So I'm gonna update our time and everything. I was just patient and I got in.
Yeah, I
Hopefully,
just got in now too.
yeah, hopefully you can do the same thing.
Don't worry,
Uh,
guys. You guys got like what 4 more minutes, 4 more
yeah.
minutes.
If you
So
can connect to the table, it'll also kind of give you like a little bit of a leeway. As we wait for the game to load in here, I'm gonna spruce up our little timer section here so you can see the players. I'll fix it up more as we go along. Looks like both of these players are connected. It's just taking a
it's loading.
second to
Yeah.
load things in. This
Bas
is like you mentioned it, but this is absolutely, as far as we know, the biggest tournament BGA has ever hosted.
Yep.
When we did the demo deck tournament, we were trying to find out if there was another tournament that had reached the max before, and technically there was one other. I don't even think it was Catan. I can't remember what game it was.
Really, because Catan is super popular, but the game has started,
Yep.
and we have something very interesting at the first round here.
Yeah, we have a Basira versus a Traced. I'm just checking in with everything here, seeing what's going on. Okay. Well, we'll figure out groups later, but we are in Swiss round 1. It looks like things are catching up.
Yeah,
Um
people are coming in slowly but surely.
I would suggest not spamming the tournament chat with forward slash mute. You'll probably load a little faster if you if you aren't trying to send chat messages.
Looks like the receiver is ready going in hard with the key on the cylinder here. And we got frozen delivery in play. And Amelia Earhart coming in and top decking that. That's very beautiful for them.
Yeah, that is a very nice grab from the frozen delivery. And Basira answers here with a Haven Serengar. Maybe we have a 1-for-1 here, unless Trace gets really lucky.
Yeah, I'm assuming this trace might have the Axiom Salvager. Most likely they're gonna compete for the expensive position. Oh, never mind. They're gonna go for 2-for-1 here.
Nice. That is
'Cause
very good for Traced, although Sierra has the Kellen cylinder out. That is a very sneaky permanent that I have forgotten a time or two, which equated in me losing.
I will say, Cole, what I am most excited about this tournament is seeing the amount of uniques that I have not seen ever. We're gonna see so many different types of uniques that we might have never seen before, and we're like, "Wow, this card could do this now. Okay, that's cool. This card could do that. All right, well, sure." They have in their deck.
Yep. Do you have on your third monitor the marketplace up in case you see something really interesting that does really well so you can hurry and snipe them?
No, but now that you say that, let me grab my phone real quick.
All right. Thank you for being with us here in chat. We are off. We have a game. And look at that.
The
The first
first
unique.
unique, a Nasi, which is very common for Triss to obtain here. You may put a card from your reserve. If it's a permanent, I gain 1 boost for each card in player reserve. Okay. That's a good Nasi right there. I mean, there are some permanents that Triss do play, like Bastion. Some of them do play the Icebound Tundra. I think it's Icebound Tundra, correct? That's what it is.
I haven't seen that for a while, but you never know what you're going to see. This one is not like incredibly overpowered or anything. The fact that it has to be a permanent is a bit of a interesting. Oh man, if they only would have known that they could have played the Anansi
Drop it
and
down. Yeah.
put the Bastion in there, and then would have got the Foundry mechanic. I think that maths, but as Gus
Yeah.
mentioned, it's 8 AM, so I don't have to be correct in math.
You certainly don't, but I will try to be correct in math here, Cole. Looks like we're waiting for Basira. Is you going to add more counters? No, they decided to boost up the next character being played here. Which I always forget that the Keylon Cylinder out of factory is the next character being played, not compared to the Action one where you could just choose willy nilly.
Yeah, the next character you play this turn gains 1 boost. I think the Axiom one is the one that, catches me by surprise a little more often,
Yeah.
but
Looks like we've got Ozma Unique being played by Vasira here. When I leave Expedition Zone, if I have one or more boosts, draw a card. I play from reserve, you control one or more landmark. You may discard target permanent, which is very good, especially against this Triss player, which people easily remove the Bastion or if they play Keylon Cylinder. You could know they might play this might be a more permanent heavy Triss based on your one unique. Who knows? I guess we'll find out when the as the game goes on here.
yeah, I think uniques like this are very good in the current meta. There's just so much landmark usage, and if you can't play the hunger, might as well play an Ozma like this. I have a what is it? I think it's the Kellen Elemental, but basically It's 2 or 3 mana, and all you have to do is have a token, and then from anywhere, it destroys a permanent. So very, very good Axiom unique.
I have a Axiom unique. What is it? I think is a junior chef. When the card goes from reserve to the expedition, you can target another character to gain a boost. For $30, guys. You want to buy that from the marketplace? Go right ahead. I have that for $30 as a steal. But so I have certain usually uniques like that too to help like boost characters, but I can never get these Anassis. But I'm not much of an accent player neither. So we actually got another
Interesting.
Anasi just came in
Yeah.
actually.
It's basically the exact same as the other one, but it's from reserve, and it's a little less mana cost. And we saw it used for the support ability here to give that Ozma fleeting. Don't want Basira drawing 2 cards. Very interesting that both of the Anansis have that permanent requirement. A little harder than not having a permanent requirement. Thor is a very good altered player that we don't get to spectate too often. So I'm glad we're seeing this game here. Currently in a 1 expedition lead.
Yeah, like I said before, I mean, this Triss player might be just running more permanent heavies in their deck. Probably maybe some like what's that one permanent? The bug out bag. Some Triss players do run that sometimes if they're playing more of a permanent heavy deck.
Yeah, very good choice as well. If you're also running the Grems, it gives you that second option of destroying it to create another brass bug, or if you have a opposing landmark, you can get rid of that as well. So not a bad option at all.
I will say this Brazier player has just been playing cards to just draw. Got Harizin Sengar, they got the Ozma unique. I'm also glad things are running up. It's good because I was very worried that 5 minutes would be like ending and there will be no one playing the
Yeah.
games.
Yep, yep. From what I'm seeing, most people are able to get in their game. If you are, like, connected to the table and it's taking a moment to load your decks, don't worry, because as long as you're connected to the table, you'll have your full chess clock. Obviously, if it takes too long, you'll have a little time eaten out of that chess clock, but at least you won't get a loss.
Yeah. And you should expect people dropping down probably by like round 4, 3 or 4 at that point. So there should be less players as we continue throughout the day here.
Yeah. All right. I think we're all good as we can be in the chat and everything, so I will focus my attentions in on here. Simon is putting out the fire, calming people very nicely with his smooth, wonderful voice, as you imagine it over text. And we have a nice big Frankenstein here.
Oh yeah. I think the chess player might be running out of resources here. Interesting that they've decided to play the milk after the Saren Guard, not to get the additional boost and fleeting to draw another card, but I'm assuming they just want to keep that just for the next day here.
Yeah, and what else would Basira want? I guess the third Sarengar to get fleeting right off the bat to continue
Yeah.
this card draw.
I'm assuming they're just trying to dig out the little orca dog occult? Occult? I can never figure out the name for the thing.
A clue?
A clue? There we go. I mean, clue is very common in Basira decks, so I would expect to see at least one being played.
Yeah, this could be a very good move right here. Traced is going to get to play first, and they're Reserve currently isn't that exciting to get exhausted down, but we'll see if they opt to use the traceability right off the bat and add some more to it, or I mean, you could just play out the Haven and get another card put in and have 3 Havens for this turn, but we'll see what they do.
Yeah, I mean, be honest with you, I have faced plenty of trace players to the point where like I'm draining their resources. Like they had nothing in reserve and nothing in hand, but they had their ability activated, and it is just enough for them to like win them a lane if they choose to draw. Well, not choose if they able to get characters on the board. Their bashes are already played, or the Keylon cylinder. So it's to me when Triss doesn't have any resources on the board does not mean they're gonna lose. It just means it's just harder for them to play more cards.
They go for the really, really big sap sniffer. I mean,
Oh,
bigger
there's a
than
third
normal.
Saren guard. You called it. I was
All
like,
of
why
the
of them? Saren
Serengars.
guards. Yep. I'm sure the Trez is like, what the heck is going on here? Why did this person got three Saren guards? It's gonna be very tough for the Trez player to compete on the companion expedition because they're on forest only.
All right, you called this trace deck here having the bug out bag.
Yeah, I feel like bug out bag is definitely gonna be more mandatory if you are playing more of a permanent heavy deck, especially based on what the unique they showed.
Yeah, we haven't seen another unique come out for Basira yet. I know that they were trying to generate a lot of resources early on, it seems, but they're falling more and more behind here on the tumult, and Priest is only going to get access to more things now that his ability is online.
And the Basiri here must be thinking what to do here. I would not sure what they have in their hand here, but interesting seeing that there's no Orca dogs being played out yet.
We're
Also,
on the right mana
yeah, yeah,
if
that's
it
true.
happens here. I just think that it wasn't that exciting of a reserve to put down a clue, and there's still notably that card in hand. We don't know what it is, but they're not out
Oh,
yet.
hooked.
Does it does it give
Yeah,
you the option to add the milk? It does. That's
yeah,
great.
yeah.
He'll eat another boost. He'll drink his milk.
I think the Basira player might be trying to compete on the hero expedition and Bobby used Chiron to boost it up and try to gain the right expedition here, but with hooked in play, it might have just ruined their plans here. It is interesting to see being hooked being played. I have some people in my locals that play only the common one because they don't have enough rare slots just to have the draw one. But then I see some of them do have the rare slots just for the drawing ability. I personally think that the drawing is more beneficial than the common one, even though it does take a rare slot. So if anyone is listening and want to play tricks, I do recommend. I personally recommend just having a rare hook. But I also understand that rare slots are super hard now to pick for certain decks.
Yeah, I'm all above or all above all aboard the hooked train. It's
It's okay.
that
You could be
card
you could
is
be above. You could be above the hooks. It's all right.
I'm on top of the freaking train because hooked is insane. I honestly don't know how you couldn't or wouldn't or decide not to run the rare. It's just it's too good. It's good even against Axiom.
That's true. That's 1% true. Looks like we're on day 5 here. Looks like got a couple more days left. I mean, Chris could potentially end it here if they have the right cards. I'm not sure this Basira player really has anything. Oh, we got an interesting unique here, man. That was resupplied from the Basira, the Bravos Pendekar, which I have not seen any uniques for these cards yet. Did this from the newest set. When my expedition moves forward, if I have one more boost, sabotage after rest, which is pretty good. And then from hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. You do up to two card characters in play or reserve gain one boost. Unfortunate that they resupplied it, but the have one more boost, sabotage after rest, but your expedition does have to move forward.
Yeah, and then we see a Ada come out, which kind of has a similar theme to the other two. This one, it does not have the permanent requirement, so we see the boosts come from it pretty well. On the Pendikar side, I gotta think this is perfect with Haven Sarengars, but as you said, unfortunately, it was resupplied.
Yeah. I mean, the ability to sabotage after rest is amazing against Triss. That's something you definitely want. Problem is they also need to win the expedition to make it activated. So, I mean, it's doable because they do have two Bravos bashing out. They have the Keelan cylinder do at a moment's notice. But I mean, we still have Triss with one card in hand. You got the Axiom Salvager. You got another Bravos bashing to resupply into. So anything is possible here. I'm assuming they might play the Pendikar here.
All right.
Yeah.
Gus will continue to carry this first commentary here on this game. I am going to just be checking things here on the side. First round, there's a lot going on.
It's all
Let's
right. A
see
lot of things going
here.
on. All will be being busy trying to help other people. We do see the Pendikar being played in the Hero Expedition, gaining the boots from all the Bravos Basher, the Keelan cylinder, the Brasira. So essentially it got 4 boosts just being played just from reserve here. Oh, they decided to throw the Basira to their Serengar in the companion expedition, trying to do their best and block the Ada Lovelace. Ada Lovelace? Yeah, Ada Lovelace in the companion expedition here.
All right.
It's
So
possible they could just use Hooked to move the Serengar, which make them easier for them to move up one.
yeah, I'm wondering.
I would imagine if they I would imagine if they were going to do it, they would probably use Hooked this day because I could see that the Pendicard could possibly sabotage it if they were going to win this expedition here.
Yeah, the problem with that is either way, wherever the hooked goes, still going to progress its expedition. So,
Well, not necessarily call because one
oh,
thing we
because
always forgetting here.
you have to look at the the
No,
terrain and where you're at.
not only that, it's also the Keelan cylinder as well that's coming into play here.
Yeah.
They're tied in both expeditions, so only the Triss player gonna be able to move up in one. And now I'm assuming they're gonna move up in the companion expedition here. Just based on actually I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure what would they move up to. I would assume they would move up to a companion expedition because I'm not well I mean the Saren
No.
guards yeah, yeah.
Is there another boost they have? No.
No, they don't. Wait.
Interesting.
Why didn't you move on the left? Oh yeah, you're right. I'm
Oh.
sorry. I mean, if they were listening to me, I was completely wrong. I'm so sorry. I
Yeah, no, I was gonna yeah, Thor Altered says, "Oops." I was gonna
I thought it
say
was
they did a very good job of blocking that
yeah.
Pendikar from advancing, but then if they would have put the boost on the hero side anywhere, they would have advanced there.
That is true.
So that
That
that was
is
an oops.
that was an oops on me. That was an oops on them. It's okay. It's first round mistakes. Gotta wipe it off and just continue on playing. That is definitely is a misplay.
All right. I think we
Eh,
have I have a cat hair in my mouth. That's great. My cat is laying next to me. If anyone wants to see my cat, just let me know. I think we have some commands in chat. Let's see if they work. What
Let
did
me
blue
see.
set them as?
Actually, never mind. I was gonna do a command, but I didn't have one in mind. I was gonna
uh,
do something. We got the Amelia Earhart coming in. Do groups start out the new rounds independently, or do they have to wait for each other? Everyone has to wait before the next round starts.
no, why isn't it working?
Oh, we got the hunger coming out in play. Probably should have seen that with the milk standing there. You got one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, wait, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 10 boost. Got 10 boost coming in for the hunger.
Yeah, this this is like a beautiful matchup for the hunger. It has
Yeah.
so many things to eat here. To answer a question real quick, groups start out the new rounds independently, or do they have to wait for each other? From
Oh,
my
12 boosts.
understanding, each group should be its own little tournament.
Ah,
So
okay. I thought everyone had to wait for each other.
I'm not 100% sure yet. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this. It's the first time anyone has ever done anything to this side on BGA, as far as I know. But my from my understanding, each group is its own little tournament. So I would assume if that group is all done with their round one, it will move on. But not 100% sure.
That is true. I guess. I mean, we're all new to doing the groups here, guys. So please bear with us as we continue in this lovely journey here. You got a tiny Jin, one mana after you going on.
All right, I'm gonna cast with cat on shoulder now.
All right, bring
Good.
on the cat. No more call.
Yep. Do you wanna commentate? What do you see? What do you think of Tiny Jin? You guys kind of look similar.
Yeah, you guys. What's your cat's name?
Brevin.
Well, Revan and Tiny Jin do sound the same. So
Yeah, very close. Very close.
I hope you guys enjoying the A.W.O.L stream here with Revan the cat. Interesting that they played the hooked here.
It does take it out of contention on that hero side.
It does do that.
And draws a card, because Hooked is so good.
That's why I tell people like you gotta play the rare hook. Playing the common hook is not it's not gonna do you any good. I understand it's one mana, but ability not to draw a card is just so important. So important to just draw cards. We are also getting close on time here as well.
Yep,
So this trans
Thor has to be very careful here, but also, Thibru is getting down in
yeah,
time if they don't, act fast.
that is true. But like I said before, the very beginning, people were probably loading in still, so some of the time rate probably got chunked up a little bit.
True and unfortunate. I wish we could, go in and, add a minute to each timer. Hopefully, this event, I know if there's, an error here or there, it's unfortunate, but hopefully the demand, how big it is, it being more successful puts some more pressure on BGA as a platform to look at some of the tournament settings. I believe we do have some requests in on improvements. It just kind of takes, them taking the time to implement them. So if there are things you want to see on BGA, there is a suggestion option when you go to submit bugs, and Thor, you gotta hurry.
Yeah, guys, if you do have any suggestions, please submit them. Well, any suggestions for BGA that are out of control, please suggest it on their website. I said to the bug report.
Yeah.
I'm sure I saw something. I saw someone listed on a Discord. I'm not sure the official Ultra Discord or the A.W.O.L Discord. I saw someone linked the website a couple days ago.
Yep. The easiest way that I always get to it is if you're at a table and you click the little, we call it the hamburger button pretty often in the top right. There's a report a bug. Can't really see it because of the overlay, but it's there. And then there's an option to submit a suggestion instead of a bug.
That's
And
true.
if you see an actual legitimate bug, support that bug or report that bug, because if no one else sees it and no one else reports it, does it even exist? Can it be fixed?
Unfortunately, I would have to agree with Breadstick here. The misplay was caused their downfall right here. It is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, they would have had one more progression, which I guess would have also opened up a water terrain, and some of these cards are a little stronger in water
Oh,
than just solo mountain. But it would have been close.
yeah, it would have been close. Then it would Hunger would have been
Mm.
played. I think it would have been either a tiebreaker at that point or they would have won the game. But Breadstick, I would say that's all on the player's ability right there. And they chose to do the math wrong, like I did. So whether that misplay cost them the game, and that's the ability to play right there for that error judgment. But that's okay. Does Just because they got one game lost doesn't mean they're out. They have still plenty of games to go through to make it to the top cut.
Yeah, I believe from here we're going to jump over to group one. There's a couple more games left over there, but they seem basically at that point where once I click into them, they're going to be over. So
Just real quick, Cole. Someone said they're playing this game on mobile. I'm telling you right now, I 100% recommend you do not play BJ tournaments on mobile. It
yeah.
is a very bad idea. If you have a computer that's decent enough, I mean, it's just a website, right? If you have a computer, I would recommend you play this on your PC. I highly recommend it.
I believe that might be Thor, and I can see how when you're playing on mobile, misclicking becomes a lot easier,
Oh yeah,
as well
especially
as
my fast
not
thumbs.
as well as not being able to see the numbers as well. But we still believe one loss is not an overall loss. You can come back, you can hit that top cut, and then you can win in top cut.
Yeah, tablet will work too. Sure. Actually,
um
I think I would like playing this game on tablet.
Yeah, as long it's actually really good on Steam Deck.
Ah.
I like playing it on my Steam Deck. So if anyone has a Steam Deck and needs some help getting set up on playing on that and you don't know how, feel free to reach out and I'll help you out. Let me refresh here.
We're still waiting a couple more tables here. I'm not sure you want to join them or you just want to just chit chat here till the next round here.
All right, let's see if this table that I saw earlier is
Is it
still.
table 35 you're looking at?
Oh, I'm
Oh,
way
you're way
down
down.
lower. Yeah. See, but the thing is I refreshed and now the table's over.
Yeah.
So you said table 35?
Yeah, I just got I think my fingers are gonna be working out today from scrolling so much.
Right? All right. We got an after you player. I think it just ended.
Oh, it just ended.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like uh
I think that
I'm
was
not
time
sure.
in the round.
Coming around, yeah. Magon X got the game. I saw Nevenka versus Gorang, so I'm not sure who won that one.
All
Was
right.
who?
We are going into round 2 in group 1 of the tournament here. So we are going to go to table 4 because I see it right there. It is available to me.
Ah, this is all bias right here. I see why you pay table for. Oh my
Listen,
goodness.
I refreshed. It was right there. It's an easy click instead of, having to scroll a bunch.
Listen, we just gotta get back to the basics here, right?
We do. Yes, that was I don't can I show this? Let's see. If you yeah, so you can enjoy Gus's very wonderful little pun here.
My dad
We
punts on par, dude.
we do need to get back to the basics to the table so that the game can start.
I'm wondering if people are still having issues loading in for this round here,
Yeah, it
but
might take a second. Like I said, if you connect to the game and it's just taking a second to load, patience, you know, clicking too many buttons, things like that will slow it down. So
that is true. Game should be starting any second now. I'm hoping when they start the next online tournament, which should be September 6th, if I'm correct. I think
yeah,
September
I
oh,
know it's in
September 6th?
September. That's
Yeah, I think the
about
first week or 2 of September that the issues we're having today will hopefully be fixed for the next online tournament. I'm hoping to see an influx of more people.
yeah, it's very hard because if you know anything about like servers or any infrastructure, you can't really always prepare for like a huge increase in traffic. Everyone complains like when the new Call of Duty or the new Battlefield comes out, the servers are like down and they're just like, "Oh, why don't they just buy more servers?" And it's because like if you buy enough servers to account for 1,400 people, where it will only be that for like 30 minutes, and then it'll half that after. You'll just have a ton of wasted tech just chilling there the rest of the time. So it's a very hard balance to keep.
That's true. Looks like we got Fen, which is not surprising. LVB is playing Fen here, one of your favorite players here, and back to basics with Siggy.
Yeah, we have LWE. I'm gonna while they're selecting mana, I'm gonna check something for our organizational purposes. So we went into group 1. And I think while hypothetically, um, the tournaments are their own little the groups are their own little tournament, I think they can be just a few little bit off, but the total round time is still the same. So it just depends. If every single person in a group finishes before another group, I'm not sure if BGA holds the group or lets them move into round 2, but they should all basically be on the same general 30 minutes per
We
game.
got First CD coming in on day one here, which is a 1/1 Orders Cadet, which is has very powerful ability for 1 cost. Whenever a non-token when another non-token character joins your expedition, your control token create a Orders token in your companion expedition. I have seen these uniques before. Sometimes they're mostly the hand cards around 2. See one that's 1/1? Kidding me, man. Kidding me. You can't make this stuff up. I should know because my the buddy of mine has a 2/1 cost that has the same ability.
Yeah, when we were talking at the start there about the difference between like Sigismar or Kojo taking it and Sigismar not making it into top cut, I literally think the only difference on why Sigismar has a chance at top cut is because of how easy these uniques are. Like you said, this is one cost no matter where you play it, and all you have to do is control a token. What is Sigismar's ability? Free token.
Free token.
Yeah, and then it creates more tokens. I'm wondering if we're gonna see a Monolith Bastion come out for this Sigismar. I feel like we've been kind of 50-50 on yes, landmark Sigismar, no landmark Sigismar. So it'll be very interesting to see what deck this is.
I don't think. I mean, I've seen Sigmar run the typical Bastion and the what's the other 3 cost card? One that
Portis
gives you
Carrier.
Fortis Carrier. I seen those. I see some just run Town Square. It just kind of just I'm not sure. I just see some that don't run permanents because they say permanents just a waste of time, which I can understand that. Looks like they're gaining a lot of advantage here, drawing from an Orders Attorney, able to move up one from the Hero Expedition here. LWE is a little bit behind, but you know the game has just started here. Here we got an LWE fan as a cast member, and we have another LWE fan in the chat here.
Listen, I am totally unbiased. Just kidding. I am biased. I am here out of the goodness of my heart. I'm not a paid employee, so that means I'm okay to have bias, right?
Sure, sure, yeah, 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 yeah. Definitely won't report you to the highest authorities possible.
Yeah, so in regards to El Wee being a little bit behind, I don't think that's too much of an issue with how Fen works and what you're seeing here. There's going to be a lot of generating resources to continue and loop those as much as possible, stacking the reserve, drawing more cards, and just keeping a lot of things in play to kind of snowball as the mana gets higher. One thing I think that would be really harsh for Fen right here would be if there was a Jack Frost or some spies coming out. The Monolith Legat is already in the discard, but there are definitely more options that Sigismar can pull out to get rid of some of those resources. Or
Oh.
LVW will just do it himself.
Yeah, I have not seen this card being played as often. But you since you're a LWE fan, I'm sure you've seen this card plenty of times that they play. So you can go ahead and tell me, um, like, is this card like a typical Fen card? I'm not a big Fen player. I don't observe Fen that much. So a Molly, that's what you say, Molly?
Yep.
A
This
Molly?
is,
Yeah.
in my opinion, not a typical Fen card, but I remember it when it was first played by LWW. He was very excited to show off the new inclusion, and it's kind of stuck around for a lot longer and done some good work. The game is more evening up on the tumult here, and the resources for Fen continue to build.
I would say though, there's a Molly one thing with Lyra, right? There's not a lot of even stat cards. So there's a Molly having 5 all and it
Yeah.
benefiting a 5 all just to draw cards based on how many cards you discard in your in reserve is actually very decent. I would say having a card like this, maybe 1 of or maybe 2 of. I guess 1 of you don't really want that in Fed because it's a possibility of being sent to mana. So maybe like a 2 of this card is actually pretty good to have. Maybe I'll try this out one day when I play Fed. It's hmm, I kinda like the card now. I have seen the card before in my in my binder, and I was like, I don't know about this card. What does this card even exist for? But now I can see clear as day, like why this card exists.
Yep.
And
If you have a bunch of stuff in your reserve that you're not too excited about, you can go ahead and for 5 mana, just dump all of that to bring a bunch in hand. And if we evaluate cards based on, what mana or card advantage or whatever they provide, Amale is mana to stats wise completely even. It's not like it's 5 mana and then a 3/3/3. So it's you get what you get for the mana, and then I believe LWW drew at least 3 cards from that. So that's pretty good value.
yep, and we saw the basket come out like I should called out, but we responded with a cloth cocoon. But you know how six Mars are. They always have something to respond back no matter how much mana they have left.
Yeah, this is let's see. Trying to think. I think we'll see at least one move here from El but I'm not sure the double is in the cards.
They actually play a Mage Dancer unique here. When you roll one more die, you may return a card from reserve to your hand, and then from hand roll a die on 4 plus, return a spell from your reserve to your hand. So they look like they bounce back magical training, and I forgot what other card they bounce back. That was reading.
Yeah. There was no move though. I thought they were going to easily move over that recruit here, but instead opted to pick up some cards and continue the advantage. I'm gonna leave Gus in charge for 2 seconds. I am coming off a little bit of sickness, and my sinuses are bugging me and making it hard to talk. So I will be right back.
Sorry, I got this. Looks like the Siggy decided to play the Orders Cadet here that when another non-token character joins expeditions, you control a token, you could create a token in your companion expedition. So I'm expecting to see a lot of small cost cards coming in from Siggy just to get both sides of the board here. Looks like Awiwi is trying to utilize small cards here, like a little after you to see how many resources will Siggy dump and where will they dump it at? Will they try to even out both sides? Will they try to just compete on one side? Will they play maybe some maybe Conjuring Seal? See how they respond back. Looks like they scouted the Aegis Templar, which puts another token on both sides. It's interesting to see that they have Capella's training into the reserve here, but not really anything you can really target at the moment. Everything has fleeting. Twinkle Twinkle is an optional card, unless they discard it to make a card less. I wonder. I mean, Fen has a lot of cards, and it's very rare to see Fen to have this many cards in my personal experience. So I'm sure they have a lot of things to play here. Maybe another magical training, could be a martingale, maybe another Molly. Possible. Looks like they decided to discard Twinkle Twinkle to reduce the card cost by 1 here. The Maze Dancer could also do the same here if they choose to do so. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream so far. Please like, subscribe. We do online tournaments Monday and Wednesday. I'm not sure what Monday time is because that's more for European Central Time. Well, not Central Time, European centric time. While Wednesday it's 7 p.m. EST or American time here. So they decided to play the Mage Dancer on the Pan Expedition. The Siggy responds with another cheap soldier here coming in, spamming another token on the other expedition here. I can imagine if Bastion was still in play, or we double the stats here, would be kind of overwhelming for the Fen player. Snowball Commando coming in to exhaust the Aegis Templar. Looks like they decided to compete on the Ex-Companion expedition. But with the dice roll here, the Mage Dancer unique are able to pick up a card from the reserve back to their hand here. I can imagine they might just pick up Magical Training, or you could use Capella Training to put fleeting on the last soldier here, or last trooper. I don't know why I call it soldier. I always call it soldier.
Instead of trooper.
Yeah, I don't know why I say soldier or the trooper. Is there even a order soldier card?
Yeah, they're technically all soldiers, so you're
I
not
guess,
wrong.
yeah, I'm not wrong. Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. Every single card that we see on the board right now is soldier.
That's true.
All right. I don't think anything too important was missed outside of the game.
Ooh,
Ooh,
teamwork training.
yeah.
Just get rid of the
Uh
mage dancer there.
this Ortis Cadet mixed with just one cost troopers and a Templar
And
maybe
there
for the
we go.
scout.
And just the perfect stats right there, just to not only block the right expedition, but advance as well.
Super Trooper.
Super
There
trooper.
are a bunch of Super Troopers all over here.
I always say Orders Trooper is a super trooper. I can imagine that they didn't want to play that card. I can imagine they wanted to play Capella's training to put the other trooper fleeting, but who knows? Don't worry. I think Penn still has a shot with this many resources.
Yeah, this is a pretty big disadvantage here on the tumult, but that Ortis Cadet unique is gone and the Bastion was taken out, which would have made those recruits so much stronger. Sigismar is only going to have so many options. Ooh, and I love that resupply right there of the
Yep.
Daedalus. That
By
is
hand. Swap it out.
yeah, that is some very good tech. Ooh, and the Hathor going in to pick
Ooh.
back up the commando. This is I'm calling it. Double move day for Fenn. This is double move
I
day.
could definitely see that. They decided to gift to self, draw some resources here, 'cause they were kind of running a little bit low here, which I do agree that probably is the best move.
I really do like Gift of Self in Sigismar. If I were to ever play Sigismar, which I definitely never have, I don't have a Sigismar deck, no matter what anyone says. This is a great card for Sigismar. I like it. 2 mana, you just sacrifice your recruit or one of the many recruits you generate, and then you draw 2 cards. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty much free because you don't need to spend mana to put something down. So it looks like I think they're just anticipating moves at this point to see who does what now. I'm assuming the Siggy might be a little bit afraid the amount of resources that the Fen player has. I don't know if they're going to be able to get both lanes here. I can imagine just getting one lane, probably something on water based on the stats we see on the reserve here. Oh, we got another unique coming in. And Gian here with another non-token. Well, here comes another one of these guys. When another non-token character joins your expedition, create a recruit token in your companion expedition here. So we have a similar situation with the Orders Cadet, but this time with overseer here.
Yeah, I that's what I was worried about is seeing another one of those. Luckily though, there are few resources for Sigismar to continue to use that ability. Also, I'm trying to fix the bot. I'll continue to try and work through it here so you guys have some chat commands
Oh,
available. That is the perfect card to have there in
yeah,
hand though, that
yeah, it is.
Templar.
This Aegis Templar has changed the game quite a bit. Just one single card. that came out in the newest set. I guess scouting has definitely changed the game a little bit for sure.
Alright, I guess I have to quit casting.
Alright.
Alright, I have to retire. I called a
Alright.
double move, but the Templar ruined the day, so I'm cooked. I'm
You're
washed.
donezo, dude. You're
Yep.
donezo. Your career out of here.
Gone. Gone before it even started.
Alright, looks like Siggy is gonna have a double token for the next day here. We're on day 7. So Siggy looks like he's gonna try to win it today here, but do have an Anansi on the board, well, on reserve, but we bid you adieu. I agree. Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
Sayonara. Coming in with the powerful Gian here, just spamming more tokens. Looks like they might just spam everything on the companion expedition. Ooh, the dual grid, which I forgot that was out of faction for Lyra. Knocking out that Gian unique, so they don't have to stress about the spam of tokens here.
Alright. Here is the moment of truth. Does it work now? Let's see. Come on! What are you doing? Why are you sleeping on the job? Alright. Well, I'll look into that as we go along, but now
Yeah,
we have Daedalus, one of my new most favorite of cards, and we just barely get the 4 plus to give both sides a boost.
yeah.
Um,
With the Nasi being on the reserve here, we have the Nasi should be able to take over, but
ooh, picking back up the Daedalus, interesting. Gonna
yeah,
replay it at least once more, and then maybe, yeah, do the Anansi. See how many stats the Sigismar is able to put out. See what you have to overcome. Oh yeah, look at that.
yeah.
Pre-boosting the Anansi. All right, let's go. Let's even it up. We have a match here.
So 3, 4. Well, 4 would be 7 all right there. So unless they play some crazy expensive card that's 4 cost that have crazy stats here, this should be tying up expeditions here. And the Siki is definitely running out of resources at this point. Oh, just getting rid of the Oliveira. Oh no. Well, I'm sure they have something in hand to respawn on the right companion expedition here. Nazi comes into play, winning the hero expedition here does, and I'm assuming they can just play anything on the right expedition here. Ooh, Esmeralda unique. From anywhere you may discard a card from reserve, you do resupply. When the card leaves your reserve during the afternoon, you may target another character other than me to lose fleeting. And then from hand, you may return a spell from your reserve back to your hand here. So I'm assuming there might bounce back magical training. Good bounce back hook, but I'm assuming magical training is coming back. And since the card did leave reserve, Anasi does lose fleeting and will be back for another day.
There we go. That was a hell of a turn, and we'll see if LWW can continue the momentum. I am trying to figure out on the side here why the bot isn't working. It says that it should be working. Of course it says that, but Stream Elements wants to be asleep right now. So I can post the link manually for you here in chat. I'll just pretend to be the bot. There we go.
I can see LWW definitely winning this game here. The Siggy is definitely not be. They had to have some crazy stat unique or something out of their hand here to win because now we got Man Penguin coming in. Bang Pang, what I think it's Bang Hoarder, Bang Pang Hoarder, Bang Pang Hoarder coming in. We got Nancy on the table. The fan player has so many resources in their hand and on the reserve is unable. I don't think the Siki is going to be able to compete from this many stats here. So let's see how they respond back. I'm assuming they might just play little twinkle twinkle, putting more cards to sleep here. Or they're just
This
waiting.
this next Anansi is gonna be pretty strong, and yeah, there's another Twinkle Twinkle just chilling here, unless Sigismar has a way to get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't know what else the fan player has in their hands because they might have just bounced it back and just been holding the entire time. But
All right, who is our way too early pick for winning the tournament? Are we picking players specifically or heroes? And is Revert Waru playing today? I mean, is
oh,
Maddox Faction playing today?
revert revert Waru. Not to be confused with revert fondness.
Definitely not to be confused with Revert Afanis.
We got Snowball Commando coming in, blocking the Hero Expedition. Let's say you have I'm curious to see what they have last card they have in their hand here. It definitely should be playable based on like what Siggy usually plays. I think you're trying to decide, can I compete on the left expedition here? Can I compete on the right expedition here? But I don't think if they have like a sabotage opportunity here, possibly. But if not, then the Fen players should have game just based on what they have on the reserve here alone.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a pretty good one. Besides being the wrong stats for Siggy, but the right stats to block Elwiwi.
yeah. Sadly, I don't think it's gonna be enough to do anything for them. With that Fawn coming in with a four boost.
And then the
Bang
Mag Peng Hoarder will
Penguin.
take it
Yep.
down.
Yep. Mad Pain takes it down here.
Why not both? I am calling for a Nevenka win just because I want. And if it's not Nevenka, it's Elwiwi on Fen. And if it's not that, then it's Maddox Faction if they're playing. So, hello, thank you,
Hello.
Leo.
Hello, hello.
Oh, it's Aran. Or I feel like I say that weirder than I should, but Aaron, I believe is how most people would say it in English.
Oh, I
Anyways,
would've said Ron.
hello. Uh I am going to rotate out here
Okay.
and we're going to have our first new other caster so you don't have to listen to me
Alright, bye,
struggle.
Cole.
And I am going to let a guy trying in for you, Gus, and a guy trying. Just give me a second to rotate into the director chair. That way I can go to which tables you want. We're in group one. If you want to start looking at group one and pick a table, well, I'll be right back for the casters and say hello to a guy trying here in a second.
Alright. Bye, mama man. Take a break. Take it easy. Alright, guys. Don't you worry. Um, we'll figure out something here as I look through the tables. I hope everyone's having a good time in the tournament here. Hopefully not getting any losses by Arjan. If you are, please let me know. I will definitely not make fun of you for losing to Arjan whatsoever. Call will be back. Don't you worry. Me and Guy Try will carry the torch for him in the next round or two. As I look to another table here, and a guy trying it will be coming back shortly. I will tell the whole group here. Go to table 20. or table 18, I mean. I know you guys can't see table 18, but oh, my BGA
Oh,
just crashed on me.
oh no. All right. I
Oh,
should be
hello.
here now.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome. You said table 18?
I don't know what table I said. I was just talking. I'm
Let's
uh I think I said table 18. It is table 18, yes. Table 18 on group 1.
English Goblin versus Goopil.
Yes, Eagle Good Bill. Good morning, my man. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good about yourself. Hold on, let me move my mic
I'm
a
doing
bit
good.
so it's not just fully
Yeah.
in my face.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Ooh, we got a Kesha matchup here.
Oh yeah. Are you a big Kesha fan?
Akesha is probably my conceptually my favorite hero. I love just a simple effect like after you and being able to respond to what my opponent does. I love it. I don't play her that often, mainly because there's a good amount of Izmir players at my locals, so I try to mix it up. But
Fair, fair.
she'll always be the hero I feel like I want to play. I'm like I want Kesha to be good.
Yeah. I'm also under that sentiment. Granted, I'm not the biggest fan of I used to be a big fan of the play style that's being played right now with the Gizmir Bastion, but I'm no longer in that
The
uh
hostage.
yeah. I used to be a big fan of Hostage, but not anymore. Now, so I feel like there's more cards to play for Kesha. I think Hostage is not out of date, but
Yeah, I never really play hostage Akesha myself. Um can go very well. I mean, just look at the card advantage between our Akesha and our Kojo.
yeah,
Uh,
it's huge.
9 cards versus 4 in hand.
9 cards, 4 in hand. We got 15 mana versus 11. The coach did play a unique. When I leave Expedition Zone, sabotage. When I leave Expedition Zone, you may discard a card from your mana orb. You do discard a target permanent.
Wow. 2 Studious Disciples for the win.
Oof. Yeah, just one sleep. Beauty sleep always. I think no matter what I see, is always two beauty sleeps at the end of the day wins the game.
Yeah, if you have 13 mana, why not spend a measly 4 of it to sleep all your opponent's character?
Yeah, yeah. That was a good game right there. Well, quick one we saw here. Anything you look forward to seeing in this tournament today?
Uh, I am very curious to see if we see an uptick in Lindaway after the Afanis nerf. I'm not sure how many people will be bringing Afanis in this uh after the so soon after the nerf. We have table 20 that's still in progress if we want to check that out.
Yeah, yeah, we'll go to table 20.
Um,
Hopefully Cole's listening.
but I think a lot of the Izmir players might be swapping over to Lindaway.
You think so?
Yeah, I oh, and as soon as I joined, table 20 just ended. It was a traced mirror.
Yeah,
So
Trace Mirror looks like one was running literally more permanent heavy, I get based on what I'm looking at here.
yeah.
Looks like round 2 is about to end here. I did ask if we could swap to a different group, but
Yeah,
because
most everything seems finished from what I'm looking at, so we might just be waiting for round 3 to get set up and paired. Um, but I would love to see if there are some Afanis builds that have been made and brought to the tournament. The One of the issues is you couldn't really practice it on BGA because the patch only went live on BGA on Monday, even though we've known about it for 2 weeks.
right,
So
right.
any practice would have had to have been in paper or on tabletop simulator or something like that. Which is why even though Afanis definitely got nerfed. I don't think it's unplayable. I think Afanis can still be a strong meta contender, but people will need time to change play styles.
I agree with that. I think today we're definitely gonna see where Afonis definitely lands. We saw a little bit in the A.W.O.L tournament and other tournaments this week. So today definitely gonna be showing where Afonis is placed in the meta for sure. Looks like we're trying to finish off round 2 here. I think round 3 just started. Do you want to switch groups or you want to stay in group 1?
Uh, I am fine with either. I believe we're supposed to avoid group two because I think that's where the French cast is happening.
Yeah.
Um, but we could try
You
to for
want to do
group three or four if you want to
group 2 and
vary
3
it
is
up.
taken. So we could do 1 or 4. It's up to you.
We could check group four, see how it
All
is.
right. So we're leaving group 1, going
Don't
to group
worry, we'll be back at some point, I'm sure.
yeah. We're going to group 4.
Oh, and group four seems to have already had their matches
Yeah.
for round three paired.
So you got a lucky number? What's your lucky number? Got a lot of numbers today.
I was gonna say table four, which also just so happens to be Symbiosis, who did well last week on Lindaway.
So you want to
Although I
see
believe in the A.W.O.L this week he was on a different hero.
you think he's on Lindaway today? I mean, we could let's go check it out.
I think he might be on Lindaway. He was trying out a traced build, apparently, so it'll be one of those two.
All right. So let's go to table 4 then. Oh, come on.
Yes.
Yes, we can. A call is talking in our ear holes from a whole different world.
Yeah, he after that bet of getting two thinking that Fen would double advance, he is no longer allowed on stream, but his ghosts still walk these halls.
Oh, you were listening to that. Ooh. All right, so we got Kojo versus Triss. Something I am looking forward to seeing because I do plan on playing Kojo today in my tumult.
Oh, you have a tumult later today?
Yes, I wasn't planning on going, but since our schedule got rechanged, I do plan on going now.
Oh, that's awesome. Uh, so it seems like Symbiosis, what is on the traced currently. Um, this, I believe, I might be misremembering. I think there were two Gopelia uniques. Might
Yeah,
have been on three.
this one has the same effect as a regular Capella, but it has an additional one where you can resupply from anywhere.
Yeah,
All right, I gotta get some water real quick, so I'm gonna let you handle this for a second.
sure. And we see on the side of Kojo, we see the mess already established early. There's been a lot of discussion on the mess and the haven and how many you should have in your deck. I've seen some running three havens, one mess, up to three havens, three mess. I personally think that's too many landmarks for Kojo. Three and two seems like a good balance, especially because both of those are part of your card advantage engine. The resupply uh, will help you dig deeper into your deck to find your important cards. One of the issues with Bravos as a whole is their lack of card advantage. Haven Saringar really helps that by allowing it to replace itself if it's fleeting, but you don't really have as much as some other factions. So the mess, I think, has become more and more important, although some people are still willing to brush it off, even after a Kojo versus Kojo mirror in the finals last week
All
in
right.
Dallas. Now, I believe one was on the mess and one wasn't, and I believe the Rinku won with the mess on board. But uh, I think this is going to be a match of just who can create more card advantage. Traced has it much easier once they're online, although an early mess will help Kojo cycle through their deck much more consistently throughout the game.
I am back now, and I was listening. Don't worry, my headphones come with me. So I definitely agree that firstly for me, mess and my culture deck has a 2-2.
Mm,
And only because I just want the extra rare slot just for a character. Actually, no, I want an extra rare slot for mana eruption. Only because I'm a little bit afraid of Immuna Resurgence.
yes, we have been seeing more and more uh Muna Festival in various places, as well as um on top of the traditional Tasia engine builds where you just try and re-anchor everything.
Yeah,
And even with so much removal in the game right now, we've gotten more and more removal as the game goes on. Lyra Festival puts you into a position where they have to have it or you win. It it kind of puts the power away from uh, the game as a whole, and it's just like on this particular turn, you have to have the card. It's why turn three festival wins are not that uncommon. You
yeah,
know,
very not only uncommon, not uncommon, but they're very brutal as well.
yes, yes. So even though one of the most talked about pieces of removal, license withdraw, easily gets rid of Lyra Festival, although it can struggle to target any of the other pieces of Lyra Festival.
Yeah.
Now we see uh currently tied setups getting out an early Frankenstein for Symbiosis to block that Mighty Jin. Although the wasted water stat won't do anything here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what this Kojo player does in terms of their uniques here. Do they have just regular Ozma going on? Do they have some boosting, some weird things going on? I'm curious to see what they have in store for us here today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Kojos recently opt to have the draw uniques, fixing again one of Bravo's main problems, which is card advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. I know Order Spies that can draw and sabotage are a big one because not only are you uh, going up in your own card advantage, you are making your opponent go down in theirs.
Yep.
And I think Amelia Earhart to the Hero Expedition is probably the easiest, just to tie out or just to make it go one for one.
Yeah,
There,
but I could see potential where they could get a tide expedition. Actually, I mean they had the Keylon cylinder as well to help stop them from
y-
both sides.
yeah, they could end up tying both expeditions if they wanted to with the Kellen cylinder. Um, the Kellen cylinder would have to go on the Frankenstein, and then the Amelia Earhart over into the companion expedition.
Yeah,
Oh,
oh,
this
that
is
works
great.
too. Yeah,
That
I
Axiom
think yeah.
Salvager allows Trace to still have two cards in reserve at the end of day.
Yeah,
So
perfect.
that'll go great for a Trace card advantage going
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah, it looks like you just decided to trade lanes this time.
It There is an interesting question with Mighty Jin about whether it's better to draw or use as mana. Um,
I
in there's two ways. In the short end, if you think you won't need that card and you're ramping ahead, it stalls till later where you don't for a later turn where you don't have to put into mana, you can draw two cards. So you're saving the draw till then. So it draws you a card always, kind of. It's just whether the immediate card draw or the is better than the ramping up until that point.
Yeah, I think based how I play it, I think it depends if I had Mighty Djinns ramped in there or not.
Yeah, I think it also Kojo you would normally in that situation draw a card if you were out of cards already. Kojo at the start of this turn has 2 cards in reserve, 3 cards in hand, has a number of plays to be able to do. So that's seventh mana is going to help uh, them be able to get out their hand more efficiently. Whereas drawing a card would give them overall card advantage, but wouldn't impact the immediate turn,
Yeah.
basically.
When they played the Grims out just now or a moment ago, just to get rid of the mess, which does not help Kojo whatsoever. That mess is kind of important to have there for sure.
Yeah, the Grems is one of the MVPs for the new Trace deck. I feel it is able to tack on to opposing Trace bastions, the original Bravos bastion in Bravos, as well as the mess, any Sierra permanent of 3, and you can also discard your own bug out bag that has fleeting to get 3/4/4 for 2.
That's true. I mean, there's times where we see these like gear permanents just staying there for no reason, just kind of just like clogging up the board. But having Grams out there to discard it for another bug is very beneficial for sure.
And I do like that almost every trace list we're seeing now has one upgraded rare Grems, which boosts that 3 hand cost for the permanent destroys up to 5, which hits basically every permanent that's being played in the game right now, except for Katagirin. The Katagir Izmir Bastion.
Yeah, but we don't see a lot of those still. So I mean, there are some people that I have seen play. What's that one card? It's like Banshee Gate, but it's not. It's for Axiom. It's Sap Overflow. I think that's the name,
Oh, Sap
right?
Overflow.
Yeah, I have
Yep.
seen people play one of just those situations where like, oh, I can't pop this one because it's too big for me.
Yeah, the other big permanent that it doesn't hit, well, there's 2 of them, is Grand Endeavor, but we're not really seeing much play since the rules change on that. And then also Brass Bug Hive.
Yep.
Brass Bug Hive is the bigger one, although mainly only Sierra is playing that right now. And we're not seeing as much Sierra as we are these other decks with lower cost permanents.
Yeah, there's very few far between Sierra players, so that's probably nothing to stress about. Probably just focus on the big three: Beatrice, Kojo, and Siggy. Um, I know a lot of people like Gold too, but I have not seen a lot of Gold the past like week or so. But that maybe is just based on me.
Yeah, I think the rare Grems helps against Ghoul Ring because Messick Tech costs 4, helps against Lyra Festival, and also a card that was not seen in all Sigismars, but still fairly common, the Monolith, has pretty much been cut solely because on the backs of 2 cards. Common License Withdrawal, which can get rid of any permanent, and Rare Grems that we're now seeing, both of which are in not only top tier decks, but commonly played top tier decks.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I mean, we actually just saw a 6 smart player play Monolith Bastion against a Fen player.
Oh wow.
Uh, but the Fen player had Call of Cocoon in their hand, so it
Yep.
just popped immediately.
Yeah. Ooh, Hunger.
Oh, you don't want to see that in your resupply.
It doesn't like the hunger wouldn't be as much of a issue currently just because the hunger's great at getting rid of the reserve landmarks and board. So if your opponent has a lot of hand advantage, it doesn't target that. And we see Trace doing very well to only use the amount of resources that they have to into their reserve and advancing through that. So the hunger wouldn't be that devastating currently.
Yeah, I think some Triss players are very wary against going Bravos decks. It's like if they have the hunger or not, they may not put everything on the board. I think one of the games we saw earlier today was a Triss versus Basira, and the Basira played Hunger, and then we pretty much board wiped them completely.
Yeah, the hunger against decks like Gulrang or Fen, cards that play much more face up on the board because of their permanence and their just massive reserves. The hunger can absolutely devastate them and make it so that they can never come back with card advantage. Traced can easily still lose a lane or two once the hunger comes out, but they'll be able to they'll be able to build it back up just because of how much they're drawing each turn.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm assuming they're going to get rid of their Bravos Bastion. Yep. It's
Ah.
like the Triss players say there can only be one, and it's mine, even though it's out of faction.
We have claimed the bastion for ourselves.
You nerfed us down, but we're coming back again.
I do think it's interesting. A lot of the trace decks we've been seeing have been on one rare grams, two commons. Symbiosis prioritizing that landmark removal is on two rares and one common. Also getting that evenly statted character of 2/2/2 instead of a 1/2/2 can help in certain situations, but overall you're upgrading for that increased permanent cost.
Absolutely. They're trying to compete on one expedition here, but the Triss player has so many resources against the Kojo. The Kojo, a typical, a lot of Bravos players are running out of steam here.
Yeah. Oh, and another Haven Bastion.
Oh, Amelia Earhart top decked. Ooh, that's got to be brutal.
Yeah, the Trace player still having options to delay the day with cards like Frozen Delivery. The Amelia Earhart also one cost, although you'd probably want to do Frozen Delivery before
Ooh,
Amelia Earhart just to see where your opponent's playing. What
you
is
got
this?
a unique Kitsune. Yeah. Doesn't do
Oh,
anything from hand, or it only does stuff from reserve. Where play from reserve, each player draws a card, and if you control a landmark, draw another card.
yeah, which is great. That along with the Mess and Haven, you're hoping to resupply into that if you can. Draws you two cards, although it does draw your opponent one. Uh, yeah, so it does seem like this Kojo is going more for the draw heavy uniques than other options.
Good game for Symbiosis here with the Trist. Trist coming out on top. Not surprising to see them performing pretty well. Uh, I wonder if the Kojo player just didn't get enough draw. Yeah, they didn't get enough draw power coming in.
I think the Grems getting rid of the Mess fairly early on
Yeah,
did sort of make it harder uh for the Kojo player to keep their game plan up.
absolutely, absolutely. I think you got to be wary when going against Trist. Um,
Ooh, we have a very interesting matchup at table 17.
Table 17. Sorry, I was replying back to call here. Um, when you're going against Trish, you definitely gotta be wary of what the grams for sure.
So at table 17, we have uh
A mirror
I'm
match
never
here.
sure how to pronounce this name. I believe it's Cladius,
Cladius,
uh,
Cladius.
of Altered Aces and Trickster on
Ah,
the
yes.
Exalts and of you know English speaking YouTube
Yeah,
notoriety.
and you can see a lot of spectators are watching this one.
And Sigismar versus Sigismar. Cladius, well known for having incredibly strong Sigismar uniques.
What about Tricksters though? I'm not. I seen Tricksters videos here and there, but I'm not sure I ever seen them play live.
Trickster was playing Waru a lot in set one before the errata, moved more to Sikismar during set two and now set three. I also believe looked into Aphanis a bit.
Mhm.
Um, but Ortis has always seemed to be a sweet spot for Trickster.
Yeah, but looks like they're a kind of disadvantage at the moment here, being behind expeditions, lacking in resources here,
And also, like,
behind mana too.
the fact that Cladius only needs one expedition to win and has that spike stat of the Aegis Templar and water in their hero
Yeah,
expedition will make it a lot harder for Trickster. Yeah, that's going to be
yeah. The Orders unique
game.
that here when another non-token character joins your expedition, you control one token. Create more token in your companion expedition. If you control a token, draw a card. Okay, well that's a
Yep.
pretty good unique right
This is one of Cladius's famous token generators. Quite good.
Oh, that he actually has a a Templar to respawn back in his own.
Okay, so that does help stall a bit, but it won't be enough
Yeah,
because
with that unique in play, it's
yeah,
yeah,
we see Templar going on the companion, and the best Trickster can do right now is try to advance uh on the companion expedition through water, but it wouldn't be enough to not
yeah,
stop Cladius from double advancing.
yeah. It is game over for there. Good job, Cladius. Good job, Trickster.
This is round three.
Yes, this is
I
round
don't,
three.
and I don't know the ranks of the players currently going into this. Uh, I believe X and ones will still be able to
Yeah,
pretty reasonably get in, and then a few X and twos.
yeah. I think maybe yes, one or two executes. I'm not sure. I looked at it before and then kind of just forgot.
Yeah. So just because we see any player take a loss early, that does mean that they will be fighting
Yeah,
for placement still. Um, they won't have to drop, but it will definitely be a uphill battle for
yeah. Just because they lost one game doesn't mean it's over yet, guys. So don't you worry. If your favorite players lost, they can still have a chance to make it to the top here.
And if your least favorite player lost, you might still have to deal with them.
All right. Do we have any more tables still going on? And
We have a number of
you want to
tables. Oh,
do
we have one at
22,
29%.
29, 20%?
That makes me think I'm gonna table 76
That's probably
makes me think
bug.
it's like a Ghoulrang mirror or something. What is cause it's Ghoulrang versus Sierra.
Yeah. So this is the interesting to see the Sierra player has very negative. It doesn't even have that much time. It's negative on time here.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. If you lost two games, it is not a 100% GG. You still have a shot. So I insist you keep on playing. I mean, if it was with me, I would be playing no matter how many losses I had. I just like the game, right?
Yeah. Two losses is definitely you're on the like you're on the line. So you'll definitely be fighting others for placement, but you still have an opportunity to make it to because we're cutting to top 32.
Top 31.
Uh,
I'm pretty sure it's top 31.
interesting.
I Simon said the reasoning why you had to I had to like scroll back and look why it's top 31. Uh
Right.
if you read the news article, there'll be info why top 31.
But in this matchup, we see both players in like
Oh,
strong
yeah.
positions. Oh, that third
It's interesting
hive.
to see three highs on the board. Not something often you see here.
Yeah, that will be very They'll definitely get the double advance this turn, but we see both players with their permanents out,
Yeah,
the
these are the
Messick
key
Tets and the Brass
permanents.
Bug Hives.
Yeah,
Uh, Although there isn't uh,
yeah,
the Brass Bug Hive gives value regardless of situation. The Messick Tet you have to be playing from behind or
yeah,
tied.
yeah.
So it puts you on this weird axis of where you have to uh be if if Overloss advances in the hero expedition, then the next day his hero expedition will be the weaker side
Right.
because there will be no soldier spawning there.
But if you think about it, like the brass bug hive just counteracts the musketeers. Yeah, gold rank does boost the token by one, but the brass bugs are two stats all with the boost of both the hives. So it's gonna be if they split it in halves here, four on each side versus two on each side. It's kind of like what's the point of musketeer at that point?
Yeah, and you know, Brassbug Hive should have better value than Messick Tet. It does cost 50% as much as Messick Tet in mana, but you get the same amount of stats, but you get more versatility with what you want to
Yeah.
do. And then also any robot that you play. We have been seeing a couple more robots being added to lists occasionally, like the drones from the latest set.
Oh yeah.
They're not a core of the deck, but occasionally we've seen a couple of them.
Oh, license
License
withdrawal.
draw is going to help, especially because one Brassbug Hive we just saw last turn was sacrificed
That's
during
true.
cleanup.
That was true. We're down one brass bug hive. I will see a miss respond back.
Yeah, 12 cards still in deck for Sierra, so not like they'll be able to cycle through. There have been some versions of Sierra that were all about cycling through your deck to regain whatever you need.
Yeah.
Um, Seems like that will be unlikely in this situation.
I believe if I'm correct, I think there's only one more minute left before the end of the game here.
Yeah,
Someone had to quote me on that, but I think there's only one more minute left before the tournament time is called here. But we got a unique atlas. Gigantic. When you create token, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, draw a card.
and our Sierra player is heavily behind on time, over 10 minutes used compared to our Goalrang player. So if
Yep.
this does go to time, they will be it will be a win for Goalrang.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Goran player still has a lot of time. I mean, I guess technically you just spam Conjuring Seal and spam all mobile armory until you get the cards you need and field reinforcement.
Yeah, in this is where I think one of the disconnects between BGA and paper is. BGA, you have the chess timer, sorry, of uh, that tracks both of your time. In paper play, you don't. Uh, I feel like a lot of Ghoul Ring players are learning that they have to play faster in person, or else they will get slow call plays, slow play calls against them. And if we go into best 2 out of 3 in in Top Cut, like some tournaments have been doing, then you might not get to game 3, and therefore uh, any win earlier on might not count as much. So
Absolutely.
I think Goring players are starting to learn that they need to play faster.
Yeah. Just don't think less, throw more cards on board.
Exactly. Just spam tokens.
Yeah, it's funny because I made fun of a finance player, even though I am a finance player myself, where like a lot of finance players take too much time thinking about math here. Like, dude, just play the card. You're running out of time. You're like 5 minutes behind your opponent here on BGA.
Now, important to note that this unique atlas that we see in the Hero Expedition does not give tokens gigantic. only Atlas itself has gigantic. Um, there is a about seems 50-50 shot for Atlas in Ortis to have tokens or just giving itself gigantic.
Hmm.
The one that was discarded for its supportability did give tokens gigantic and is often better in Goran given the amount of tokens that you spawn. Uh, so this Atlas would not be as overwhelming as it could have been had it had that one changed line of text.
Yeah, sadly, they tried to compete on the companion expedition with Neelam, and it was just one stat short. Just one stat short, sadly. But at least I don't have to worry about two Musketeers activating here.
Yep.
They just got to worry about like the one on the companion expedition here.
And that was a lot of card advantage used by our Ghoul Ring. Now,
Yeah,
Ghoul Ring's still up in card advantage. They had 3 cards in their hand at end of turn compared to Sierra's 1. And we'll be going into this day with 3 for Sierra. It seems like they might be. Oh, they're still deciding whether they want a mana.
yeah,
At this point, I would assume they won't mana, and they don't. And then the uh, fourth. So we have 3 cards in hand versus 4 for the Ghoul Ring.
yeah. Don't forget this Alice still be able to play here, and it's very deadly,
Yep.
very deadly.
The
Actually,
the Atlas
insane.
says when you create a token, you may put a card from your hand into reserve if you do draw a card. So that'll keep the engine going.
Yeah, looks like they drew their license withdrawal. Looks like what the bottom of their deck looks like, and then it actually got rid of the brass bug hive here.
And very interesting how this player has built around that unique. They've included more support abilities, including Isa Talk, that have draw a card. Rare monolith legates that have create an order to recruit and target expedition. So looking to get as much value out of every card that they can. You put a token is generated, you put a card with a support ability into your reserve and draw a card. You get the advantage of that support ability while still getting the card advantage from the card that you just drew. So this is much more of a cycling deck, it seems, than other Ghoul Rings, which just a mass card draw.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
looks
still
like
amassing a lot of card draw with Conjuring Seals. Don't get me
yeah,
wrong.
yeah. I mean, they just refreshed their discard to their deck now, and they also played a Orders Gatekeeper unique. From reserve, create a token in each expedition, and the other one is when another non-token character joins expedition that we always see like order players have. Put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, create 2 tokens in my expedition.
Wow. So yeah,
Yeah,
we are seeing that as an effect Overloss our Ghoul Ring seems to have searched out so that they can put because they have 2 uniques with the put a card from hand into reserve as a cost
yeah.
and just hoping to get additional value off of any support abilities. That is such an interesting way
Oh, they
to
decided
design your deck.
to pass here.
Now, it doesn't seem like I'd be surprised if Overloss was able to win this day.
I think they'll be able to. They should be able to get 2 token and get boosted up
Oh, it's
here.
because
Yeah,
because of
yeah, and that's it.
yep. And then they play the mobile armory. I
Yeah,
forgot about the we were just talking about it, the Order Gatekeeper's ability creating 2.
yeah. The grades
Woo!
2, go rank 2 boosted. It is just enough. That is game for going rank. I'm glad this game actually ended before time was called here.
Yeah. It does always feel a bit bad when a game is called on time instead of on, you know, the actual gameplay.
I have an Orchestra Crew stuck on my screen.
I also had that bug. I don't know what happened.
What's going on? To get this thing away from me. All right, we should be almost done with round 3 here. I don't know what else is there going on here. We got like 2
Yeah,
tables left,
it
3
seems
tables.
yeah, I see 2 currently Yep, looks like 3 tables left, you're right.
Yeah, let's just go to table 28, I guess, since that's the first one I see. Never mind, that's over. I think it was just time just called. Yeah, time was called.
Okay.
So round four is pairing up right now. So I guess we'll just wait a little bit. Um,
I
Guy, how do you feel about the new set, man? Like, I heard you talking a little bit about the new set.
uh,
What's your
Skybound
top
or do
three?
you mean Whispers?
Whispers.
Whispers, I think, was an amazing set for the game. I think Trial by Frost felt more like an expansion set to Beyond the Gates, where uh where it complemented well, but didn't have enough of its own identity. I still love Trial by Frost. I still think it has some very cool cards and mechanics in it, but it didn't have the same sort of. But it didn't. It wasn't standalone, and
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's why
I feel that. I feel that.
when people play Draft, Trial by Frost Draft is normally the one people are less likely to play. Whispers from the Maze introduced so many different like mechanics, even just the passive support ability in general, and how
Yeah,
the little ones change. We have like the main ones for each faction, but then also we have like Flore, Simmerg, Hestia that have these uniquer versions. They really seem to flush out the game while keeping their own identity.
yeah. I
Uh,
1% agree
yeah.
with that. I think Whispers is definitely a lot better than the last set. Not to talk trash for the last set. I like the last set too. I like the theme of it as well. But I definitely think this set definitely broke into a lot of newer types for decks here. Especially for like Gold Rank when Gold Rank was dead last next to Arjon and now it's up and Arjon just left behind.
Yeah, I think um it's the same thing with like Atsadi. Atsadi had been uh creeping up in usage, and then cards like just scout cards in general, and most importantly the hunger sort of rewarded his end game card advantage game play style.
Yep.
Um that is one of the things of like as these games go on, as we get more sets, they can flush out card pools of specific heroes. Now,
Right.
any card can be used in any hero, but they're designed more to be used in specific heroes.
Yeah. Let's go to table two here because I don't feel like scrolling down. No, I'm good for table run here. Sorry, Cole's talking to me in my ear hole.
Yeah,
Saying I need to
Paul's
head out.
trying to
No,
get back in here.
this is a perfect game to watch. Actually, we have Rada Afanas here versus a deadly Siggy. And
Ooh.
it is a matchup I do want to see how this goes. Finally see Afanas being played here.
Now, Afanas already struggled into Siggy beforehand,
That's true.
just because of the lack of characters Afanas normally is able to produce. Sigismar was able to very easily combat the weaker expedition of the Afanas. So I want to hesitantly say, don't base Afanas' power solely off of this game,
Yeah,
because they might be coming from it might be an uphill battle. Uh that said, if Afanas wins, Afanas never died. Greatest deck ever needs to be nerfed again. That's the
exactly. This game will decide if Afanas nerf it was justified or not. We do see a unique in the discard from from the Segi. The order spy from hand. You may pay one if you do sabotage. From anywhere, draw a card.
interesting. I Most of the time I don't like the pay one uniques. It just feels a bit bad to
Does
me. But the fact that you're drawing a card on from anywhere is incredibly strong.
Yeah.
That I'm okay with it on this sort of spy.
All right, we got the classic mage that should be played in here. Curious to see what Afanas players are putting in now. Do we
Yes,
get rid of Rhine Frost? Do we add in common sap infusion? Do we get rid of Nilam? Nilam? Is Nilam viable now or is it not?
I I'm of the opinion the Nilum Wither Tree is out in the Faunus. You lost three of your main ways to activate it, which were Sleight of Hand, Rime Frost, and Joyride. S Rime Frost still activates it, but you only get 1 use instead of 2. Because and we see one of the big changes right here, common magical training over rare.
Yeah,
You have no real reason to run the rare over the common just because you're normally playing it from hand. I guess if you were on like a heavy resupply of Faunus, which I have heard some people talking about, you would maybe want to continue on the um rare just because it costs 2 from reserve. But I'm not even sure if then it's really worth the rare slot.
yeah. I also seen some Siggy players play the new Bumblebee card, which is interesting card to have because you don't really see anchor cards in orders at all. So having an anchor card and a token not only is annoying, but is good as well.
I'm I'm very curious to see if the Afanis player has increased the number of characters that they've been playing. We've seen more often in the lines of like 16 characters at max.
That's funny. Oh, at max. Okay, I do say minimum. I'm going to say minimum because I know my finance deck ran like 10 or 12
Yeah,
characters.
yeah. It's normally between like 12 and 16. You're always going to want to have three because those are
Yeah,
your uniques.
right.
Until they create unique spells, Afanis will always have three characters.
Oh, geez. Don't give them.
um,
Don't give them ideas, buddy. All right.
uh, but I I think that with the I wouldn't be surprised if some started including scribbling starfish, which is the rare,
The rare one. Okay, yeah, I can
just
see
to get
that
a little
too.
more card draw back in the game. I also am curious to see if we saw some decks running it a while ago. Nilum Spires, which is
That's true. I Dylan Spires was kind of controversial a little bit to see if people want to play it or not, and I
yeah,
was always against it.
yeah, because I would say in the past meta, Nilum Spires was definitely the weaker of the versions uh, between that and the Nilum Withered Tree. But the fact that you can't as reliably activate the Withered Tree, you might want to have Nilum Spires just as a better opportunity to create tokens when you only have spells.
No, I agree. Definitely agree here. We got Condry Seal coming in. I was very worried that they were going to run out of resources here because it's kind of running dry for them a little bit.
Yeah, but that Conjuring Seal is definitely going to help. Unfortunately, is in the grass water region, which can be perfectly blocked by
Yeah,
that frog prince. Previously had a little leeway to get through because they were on Water Mountain.
that's true. I would also. I'm curious to see if there's going to be any good two cost spells for the next set for Faunus here because we have certain cost spells like Off You Go and Evanescence, but not anything crazy besides those two.
All right, we see you called it off you go,
Off You
just
Go comes in.
gearing up
Yeah.
that expedition for Bumblebee, and we'll be able to use it for a double advance.
Well, advance and a draw from Major Dancer as well, which is definitely beneficial for them because they are a little bit dry here.
Yeah, yeah, forgoes that one boost that would stay over to this turn on the Spindle Harvester in order to advance on the hero side and draw a card. Although they would have drawn a card either way because the Mage Dancer had the necessary boost, but still get that advancement, trying to speed up the game rather than slow it down.
Yeah.
I uh, I think Well, you were saying what you were hoping to see from
The Sky set. Yeah.
Skybound Odyssey. What I think would be
Yeah.
really interesting, um, is if we started to see Izmir spells that had text like Haven Sarengar that says, "If I am fleeting, do something."
Hmm.
So basically, we see a common thing of Izmir spell costs cheaper from hand and then more expensive from reserve. It could get just a little added boost from when played from reserve,
Right.
and any one cost spells, Afanis would only get one use out of them, but they would get the
Extra
powered up
benefit.
version
Yeah.
from the one cost, complementing their ability.
Yeah, that
I'm not
sounds like a great
sure.
idea.
I'm not sure if that will be in the next set because the Afanis nerf happened fairly recently. Although they would have had this in the design pipeline for a bit before they pushed it live. Um, so it's, but I'm not sure if they would have had it as early
Yeah, this is
as Skybound
actually
Odyssey to actually put
interesting
cards
to
in for it.
see because you don't often see playing Conjuring Seal from reserve.
Yeah.
That's not the greatest sign for any Afonis player.
You will occasionally see it used from reserve in Gulrang, just because they have so
Yeah,
much mana at a certain point.
that's
But
true.
in Afanis, you're either hoping to recur it or discard it to something like Joyride.
Yeah. It's gonna be uphill battle here. I mean, they could possibly do Joyride, get rid of the off you go here. Ooh, Pass the Fate rare, which you don't often see.
Yeah, this might be one of the, a lot of the spells that we were using uh in Afanis were rares, the one cost spells. Beauty Sleep, Joyride, Sleight of Hand, Magical Training, those were all taking up rare slots.
Yeah, that's
Now
true.
that we don't use them in the same way, we have a bunch of rare slots opened up.
That's
And
true.
Pasiphae is one of the ones I've heard floated around just because of how bad your Afanis matchup is, or not your Sigismar matchup is. Um, so that once your opponent is token spamming, you can try and use Pasiphae at the end uh, to take whatever expedition you want. So I do think that's an interesting development. You know,
Yeah.
and
Um, I this fight is pretty good on resources here against the Siggy, but I'm curious to see if they have any strong other characters they're gonna play besides Pasiphae. Because I was also thinking just adding back Alchemist, rare form Alchemist back in.
yeah,
It's a lot of toss up what to add in and what not to add in. It's also just waiting to see what's gonna be the new set as well.
yeah, I uh thought most people might abandon Afanis for the remainder of the Whisper season, and then just pick him back up in the next set once we have more. Uh, Once we're not as close to the nerf and have had more time to think about it. In
Yeah.
terms of this game, I also want to point out that Ordish Trooper and the Jack Frost perfectly slotted into the expeditions that our Sigismar is currently contesting
Yeah, they
in
threw in a two very
Water
unique
Mountain and
here,
Water Forest. So
which
that is going to be hard to overcome.
yeah, this two very unique here. It's not something you see a lot because it has from anywhere sabotage and from anywhere I gain two boosts. It is a
Oh wow!
crazy ability to have.
Magical training as an after you draw replaces itself and give a boost to someone. Yeah, I was going to say probably the Spindle Harvester. We're looking. Altered is a game where you're trying to win by one stat. Anything after that is wasted.
That is
And that's
true
one of the reasons Afanis does well is because he can choose where to put his one stats most of the time.
most of the time. I'm curious to see what how the license withdraw.
Ooh,
I'd have had feeling it was gonna be that. Probably the arch nemesis for Faunus.
and that is gonna be rough. If they have another Pasiphae,
Yeah,
They
they have another
can
passive fade. They could definitely,
they can pause on the hero expedition and then play another magical training to
yeah,
boost the spindle harvester. But this is definitely the fact that they have to contest both expeditions is what's so difficult right
yeah,
now, and it's what makes playing against uh Sigismar so
difficult. Yeah,
difficult because they always are giving pressure on one expedition, and then they'll just play their first card to the other expedition most likely.
yeah. And then all the cheap cards, characters to play, then license withdraw. Oh, it's actually
Matu
my
Flame will be able to get 3 stats, but it won't be enough.
yeah,
Our Aphanis can block the hero expedition
yeah.
or block an advance on the companion expedition, but will not be able to stop both blocks.
Sadly, it is just not enough. Sorry, but I finally sucks now. This is the game calls it.
Yeah,
Nah, this game was close. This game was genuinely was
Aphanis
close.
unplayable
Yeah.
confirmed. You have it here.
30 years, all for your folks, unplayable, bad as Waru. No, but this game was genuinely was kind of close. I think
Yeah,
it just depends on what Afanas drew. I'm not sure what else they had in their hand, but it was actually a genuinely close game here. It could have been both sides could have taken in from that day.
and as I said earlier, that was more often than not an unfavored matchup for Aphanis, anyways.
That's true. That is true. I'm not sure if
Um,
Call wants to take over here for me or not because I do gotta leave in like in 7 minutes. All right, goodbye, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed the A.W.O.L stream. Make sure you subscribe, like, slap the notification button with that booty. Whatever you do, enjoy the stream, enjoy Altered. Everyone have a good day. Wish me luck with my tumult.
yeah,
I'll be
let's
going.
know how it goes.
All right, goodbye, everybody. Bye, guys.
Peace. All by my. I don't think I can say any more than that, just for copyright reasons. But just a little bit of all by myself. I'm gonna try and check out and see what other games we currently still have running. Since that was a fairly quick game overall.
Look at me. I'm back.
Uh, hooray!
Uh,
Um,
let's see here.
ooh,
Gonna,
a- at
uh,
at table. What was it? Uh, at table 6. If we want to check it out, it's Atsadi versus Trace, I believe.
ooh, let's see.
Yep. And the Atsadi is in a very, very commanding position.
All righty. We are at this table in Swiss round 4. We're also in group 4. Blue fixed the commands, so they should be good to go. Yeah, this is me, not Gus. I was gonna say
Well,
while I'm moving everything over on the stream,
you are
what
not Gus, to be fair.
true?
That's accurate.
Yep. What do you see so far in this game? A guy trying.
We see an interesting uh position. The Atsadi had overwritten their own Eat Me energy bars in order because they did uh that because they wanted to contest the companion side where their Eat Me energy bars was. The Traced boomed the Mighty Jin, therefore allowing the Atsadi to win the Hero Expedition because that made Sakara Brew gigantic, and then uh, have the stats affect the other side. So it kind of put the Traced into this lose lose situation where they were going to be losing an expedition either way, but this way they were able to get rid of the Mighty Jin that would have gone to reserve, but they also keep the Eat Me energy bars on the field. So that's 3 mana that doesn't have to be spent to make characters gigantic. And when you only need to win 1 expedition left for the Ansati, that's a very scary proposition. Although we do see the Grems that can eat it.
Yeah, the Grems love chocolate from what I have heard. That is the perfect card to put down for Traced while being the first player. Um, Trace has a lot of ground to make up here, though, after that. And notably, there's a milk right there, and we have not seen a hunger yet.
That's what I was just about to say. We have not seen any hungers yet. So we could easily Trace has already used their ability this turn. So playing the hunger would leave them with just their 3 cards in hand. Uh I do think it's important right now to fully play out your reserve as much as possible. Um as traced because hunger is still a threat here, especially after the Scholar's Vault as well. It'll cost 1 less. And you don't want to have the hunger eat any more of your card advantage than it already is.
Yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. The chocolate bar was actually just a bait for the Grems to go after when they okay.
Oh,
No hunger, but what do we see here? Uh if my expedition is behind, which it's not, 2 characters gain a boost, and a character you control gains 1 or more boosts. If you control a landmark, draw a card.
all right.
Still
So,
very good though.
yeah, so gaining a boost from the Arcolano Milk, allowing our Atati player to draw a card, and this is pretty much going to. We're already getting GGs from the traced. Yep, that will be our game. Ansati able to. We didn't see the early game, but the Ansati just able to stonewall traced. It seems early on, and then close it out in the end.
Yeah, there's not too much in the discard. There was some ramping going on, some Sarengar for card draw, and then notably the chocolate bar with the Sakurabru and this very big Kaibara, which also lets you draw cards. So card advantage strong.
Yeah. Uh, we should still have. Oh, we see a lot of finished matches for our players. Our it seems like our table 13 might be our um least progressed matchup. I'll take a look at it right now.
Yep, they are also calling GG's. Looks like
Great.
in this game, a Fen was able to take it down against a Traced. Traced, from what we've seen so far, not having the best of days. Looks like there was a game from Exalts. Do you say Aaron or Aran?
I say Aaron, but
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm just being ignorant.
Shouldn't you know? It's a fellow team member.
Yeah, I've always a lot of our chats have been over message.
Yeah.
We've talked we've talked a couple of times. I'm pretty sure every time I've said Aaron, and he might have just been not he might have just never corrected me.
Nice. Let's see. Do we have a game here? I mean, we
Uh,
we might have a little bit of life left in table 29, and we haven't seen a Rin yet. Looks like the player on Kojo is currently using some of that extra thinking time that they have to figure out if they have a way out. Because otherwise, this Rin looks like they have a chance to take it, especially with a daughter sitting here, which is just perfect stats to contest this hero side. And
yeah,
then also
and
the Persephone.
yeah, I was gonna say the Persephone being able to add forest to any region. I think the Persephone might have been a good play into the companion expedition because that would beat the Kojo that's currently there. But I don't know the other two cards in the Rin's hand. It seems like they might just be going all in on the hero expedition, especially because that hero expedition is fighting in forest. So even if they aren't able to advance on forest, they're hoping to at least be able to block the opponent on forest. So basically, just giving up the companion side, saying, "You can have that expedition. I'm one away. You're two away. Let's battle it out in the hero." And they'll be able to get to 11-11, yeah, 11, which is what matters. Five more
Yeah.
stats. Ooh, mana
Oh,
eruption.
yeah, I think
But that is only going to tie.
there's a chance where you could have been right in needing to contest the companion side, though. Um, Even just putting like the daughter over there or something would have contested a move and also blocked. But now this mana eruption and Rin having no more options uh, is very interesting. So they're going to be down one mountain, and since they removed the Persephone, there's no more forest.
Although we will see Kocha going into their weak turn. No Buddha. They will have to discard a card from their reserve, and they had to get rid of their mana advantage for that. They will still have a resupply off of the mess. Interesting that they're getting rid of the Haven Bravos Bastion. In a match where you are one expedition away, having double Haven Bravos Bastion and the mess for one turn seems incredibly powerful. But, I don't know what's in their hands.
Yeah, no,
Hopefully, it's powerful enough to combat that decision.
yeah. Notably, the Isunboshi does give itself boosts. Oh, hey, look, they just got one
There's
back.
another one. Never punished. That's
So
why that's why Kojo threw it away. Was like, I don't need that one because I know I have another one on top.
yep. So I would think they're going to discard. I mean,
I think they're probably gonna discard the Haven just because if they're not playing it, although the Lady of the Lake, uh,
yeah,
yep,
this just also has if you discard something, I gain boosts. So unless Rin has something to stop the reserve here from Kojo, that last afternoon we saw might have sealed the deal for Kojo.
yeah, I I think you're pretty heavily showing that you have a magic bean or a Persephone in hand with the placement of the burrowing noosh. Um, so we see our yep, there's the magic bean. So we see our Kojo just say, well, you're gonna have to contest both sides. Although currently double advance for Kojo, single advance for Rin, because we've seen Persephone and uh Magic Bean both be common, it'll be hard to get rid of this water stat, and Rin will need 3 more water stat in one card, although, okay, Might of Yggdrasil might get him there.
Yeah, it is a block, but not a progression yet. Uh
Yeah,
the one card there, some good options you could have would be another skater. I don't see any beans in the discard, but maybe oh, there's one that yeah, that was already played out here, as you mentioned. So maybe this last card is also another boost. And this Lady of the Lake does not have anything to discard
yeah,
uh
the
for
boost at
boosts.
this point wouldn't really even matter. What you'd be hoping for is a bean, to put on the hero side to get the Daughter of Yggdrasil's forest stat to matter. Because currently a boost on Daughter of Yggdrasil will still tie in mountain, and it won't stop them in forest. Uh, and I am not sure if there will be three forest. I mean, Haven Saringar would be great. Oh, Bravo Tracer that will get three. So now this has to be a boost. No. So that'll be two advances for the Kojo, one advancement for the Rin, for Kojo sealing it up.
Yep, looks like not enough in hand or not anything playable. That Tracer, very good card to have. And I mean, oh, there was a bean maybe, but maybe that was the bean that was just drawn. But
Yeah, that
bean
had to have
not
just
strong
been
enough.
drawn. It wouldn't have really mattered anyways. Uh, at least in terms of it wouldn't have caused Rain to win, but it could have brought them to arena.
Rain to
Uh,
win.
Rin it to win it.
Rain it to win it. All right. Let's see. We should be basically going into round 5. Wait, what? Table 38? What are you doing over here? This game literally has like 3 minutes left in it. All right. Well, we can go see what's going on here. It is
Uh,
a Gulring versus a Sigismar. The Siggy
yeah,
has so much mana.
Cool Ring stall. Gotta love it. I mean, I actually do love Cool Ring stall.
That Jack Frost hitting the Atlas, which is one of the Atlas that makes tokens gigantic and creates a token if
Oh,
you had a landmark.
yeah. Could have played the Messictet and then play the Atlas. Everything's gigantic, and create a Ordis recruit in each expedition. Will not matter because it's exhausted, but still would have been great to see. That will be a Sigismar. How are you feeling about Sigismar going into this tournament? It seems like a lot of people have been down on him recently. I still think
Uh,
he's one of the strongest decks in the meta, but people, I've seen some people saying, "Is the reign of Sigismar over?"
I sure hope so because he can go to heck for all I care.
Only monsters play Sigismar.
Yeah, I don't know why someone would go to a convention and play Sigismar. They'd have to be
Truly villainous.
truly villainous, especially someone who otherwise would go to a Dallas World Qualifier event and randomly decide to play Sigismar instead of some other decks they were considering. Those two very different people make poor decisions. But
Wow.
in a more serious note, since this is a very big cast, we have a lot of people watching here that may not know my personal opinions. I think from what we have seen, Sigismar really is down and out right now. I'm not sure if it's just the fact that Kojo is a little easier to be good because of the whole, what everyone says, your uniques don't have to be super wild. And Kojo is just low to the ground and super fast. Or if people are just not building Sigismar in an interesting way. I think what we very often see is a reliance on those token spammer uniques. And maybe since Cordis does have, teamwork training, license withdrawal, all of those, maybe it's just a little bit of a pivot, but I don't know. I'm glad to see if Sigismar does not make it into the top 8. So,
I think it's also a uh there's the factor of it being the a meta centralizing deck, and so people are prepared to play against a Sigismar. You've as a player, you've probably played it against it a bunch of times. Sigismar doesn't do that much unique stuff. He's kind of just good cards in a deck. There's not as much synergy as other heroes have that you can play around with. You're kind of just playing the good cards when you can. Um, so if it's people adapting to Sigismar specifically, because he was so prevalent, and therefore him now having lower stakes into those matchups.
Well said, well said. We are in Swiss round 5. We are currently still in group 4 because I see a table to watch, which is table 8. Shout out to the Italian players in Altered. We have ANT Vittorio, who is a pretty notable Italian player and YouTuber and cool guy up against a name that I don't recognize, but is also in the upper tables. 5 Flow 3, which I guess if you did Leet speak would be slow, right?
Well, I guess it would be
Yeah, it
flow.
would be flow. So I don't know if it's flow or 5 flow 3, but I am just waiting for that table to load. We'll get
Yeah.
in here.
Also, five flow three has a strong elo at 470. So still, very uh even if they may not be a known name, still a great player it seems.
Yeah, it is very awesome to see a bunch of names that I haven't seen before. Maybe it's just a case of they don't really play in a lot of the tournaments, but they're, busting it out on Arena. And now I'm in, so I can stop delaying. All right, Swiss round 5. We are here, and it is Traced versus Kojo. All right, are we going to see Traced win a game for the first time on stream?
Um I well, I believe Gus and I saw a traced win.
I
Uh
I, I didn't see it, so it doesn't count.
okay. Yeah, that's right. We've actually struck it from the records. So that person's score will be changed. I think that the um I think it's going to be a pretty good game so far for the Traced because Kojo has tried to set up the mess already. And if we look in the top left, we saw that Grems eat that thing up. So already one of the pieces that Kojo would like to have around for most of the game gone.
Yep, that is very sad. There is someone out there. I don't know if they're watching this stream or another, but that someone is very happy to see the mess already destroyed, as they do not like that card. I believe Keelan Guy is playing in today's event, but maybe keeping it secret, keeping it safe. Cannot confirm nor deny, but maybe he can in the chat. Also, thank you everyone who's watching. I appreciate it. And yeah, if you're not subscribed to the A.W.O.L YouTube yet, very easy to do. And you'll get all of the A.W.O.L tournaments and you'll be ready for the other 2 BGA qualifiers that will be hosted on this stream as well. And hopefully for the next one, which I honestly don't remember if it's NA or Asia, which one comes first, we'll have also a Spanish team
Oh wow.
onboarded. So the event will be streamed in French, English, and Spanish. And I'm sure someone out there will be streaming it in Italian. If they are doing a full cast of it in Italian, other languages, feel free to reach out to myself or Blue, and we'll work out however you want to work that out. So make sure everyone is covered and everything.
Seems like NA might be next. And we see another Grems in the reserve for Traced. We might not see that get played for a bit if they can avoid it, just to keep it as a threat for any Havens or Mess. That can really keep your opponent's the coach's card advantage down because they're hoping to play those cards early and get as much value out of them as they can. Uh, Although there is also the risk of overflowing our reserve this turn if we don't play it. But we wouldn't be getting any benefit off of it. I would assume the Trace would be playing the Axiom Salvager, hoping to resupply into a one drop to keep both the Grems and the Foundry Engineer in reserve for the following turn.
Yeah,
Oh, and this
no,
is an Anansi.
yeah, notably as well, if you look at the from hand ability, the next permanent you play costs 2 less. Okay, well, Vittorio, you just kind of, proved me wrong in thinking that maybe there would be a permanent coming out, but you do the salvager, so could have at least let me finish my sentence before proving me wrong.
It still can be played uh later on. There's a difference between the support abilities that say uh the next card you play this turn and the next card you play this afternoon. So you can play characters and spells in between and still have the Foundry Engineers uh discount online. Although it didn't go to use that time. And getting
Yes.
rid of the Grems.
Don't need them. The mess is already eaten. Kojo is already behind on uh advantage with the permanent in that regard. As for what event, there will be 2 more online BGA qualifiers. We refer to them as like this is the EU event. The next one is North America, and then the one after that is Asia. But they are open to everyone. We just refer to them that way because we scheduled them in a way that is beneficial to people in those time zones.
I think if I was Kojo, I'd be playing the Fire Rabbit first here in the Hero Expedition. It has good offensive stats in the Companion Expedition, and it also reduces the benefits and boosts the Foundry Engineer can get from 3 to 2. Uh, while still leaving up 5 mana to play the other 3 cards in hand. Although there could also just be Sabotage in hand to nullify that as well. I do think I've said this before, but I think it's very interesting that Traced have become less interactive in their gameplay, cutting a lot of removal. Like we've seen some booms, a couple Kellen bursts, but they're less consistent. I think uh, Pompote really popularized only running hooks. So you're just this offensive strategy where you are looking to play out as much stats as you can, and then disrupt your opponent's placement on the board.
Yeah,
And
the occlute though is going to be very harsh for Traced. Stops the reserve without getting something out of the reserve, which would result in Traced getting a counter.
yeah, importantly, this is Kojo, not Basiro, so wasn't able to double exhaust, only able to single exhaust. Uh, they chose the hooked over the engineer. Oh wow! All right, we're getting more. Another Anansi, same text. Put a card from hand in reserve. Oh, if it's a permanent.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Anansis that they have this requirement of it being a permanent. And I'm wondering if it's just these are more accessible in, how often you can find them and maybe the cost
Cost.
on getting them. Because notably, it seems like in Traced, this would not be a very good Anansi to have. In Sierra, it sounds amazing, because the requirement is not as hard. Obviously, you want no requirement, but those are probably a lot more expensive.
It it is it is fortunate that the card says permanent. There's a lot of cards in set 1 that say landmark because expedition gears permanents weren't, even though they were being designed for the game, they were not in the game yet, so that word was not there. So you can put things like bug out bag into reserve in addition to Kellen cylinders and your Haven Bravos Bastion, which are most likely running anyways. So basically, just to me, solidifies that you're running the bug out bag as well, in order to just get one more hit off of that and still 2/2/2 from
Yeah.
either hand or reserve, and as a sacrifice target for the Grems.
Yeah, what I really like about this Foundry Engineer or even the Anansi is it plays so well in Traced's ability, where you can use the ability, put something else in reserve, and then play the engineer. So it's kind of like how Fen plays around Anansi, load up the reserve as much as you can, and then play it out for all of those boosts. Very, very cool to see some of these engineers and Anansis in these Axiom decks that we've already seen today.
Now, this that was the third Grems, being the rare Grems, the one of rare Grems we've seen quite often in these decks. That does mean Kojo doesn't have to fear that anymore. At least not until Traced is able to recycle the deck, which I would be pretty surprised if that happened anytime soon. Trace draws a lot of cards, so and resupplies a lot, so still could be able to do it in this game, but not for many turns. So cards like the Mess and the Haven Bravos Bastion are safe to play now.
Do you think there's any world whatsoever where a Kojo plays one copy of the mess and no other landmarks?
I do not. Well, yes, there is a place in the world. Um, if there was, I don't think they'd be at these top tables. I think that I'm I think a good ratio can be running 3 havens and 1 mess. I think that's perfectly valid. Um, I know some people go 3 and 2. That'd probably be the safest, just because you're more likely to get both. 3 and 3 is a bit overkill for me. The mess, while good, is mainly enhanced by the bastion. So you want to make sure you have that. Uh, I believe, as someone who doesn't play as much Bravos, it's one of my lower played factions. Although I still play it occasionally, I would prioritize Haven over the mess, even though the mess can get you more card advantage over the game, as opposed to the Haven's singular card advantage when it's played.
Yeah, well said. I think what is more likely is this is a one-off occlude, which we have seen a couple different times. I think Rinku's deck from Dallas only had one rare occlude. I can take 2 seconds to double check.
Oh, Scotty, this might be heavily inspired by Rinku's deck, because wasn't Rinku also running Scotty?
I don't think Rinku runs Scotty, but I believe Belteshazzar does.
Oh, maybe that's
Um I thought he put one a clue, but maybe not for Dallas. I think there's been a little back and forth. Um Belteshazzar did run only one single a clue, and then no Scotty either. I think we have seen someone running a Scotty though. So many Kojo players, so many decks. I don't know how I personally feel about Scotty in Kojo. I think you choose one or the other. Just feels Scotty is a little rough from reserve, but if you have those bastions we were talking about earlier, it is technically not a rare slot. It is less mana from reserve than the Occlute. But I don't know. I just don't like Scotty. Maybe it's because whenever someone says Scotty, we hear Scotty doesn't know playing on loop.
Now, I find it interesting that uh, the Trace player decided not to play the Kellen Cylinder. Um, yes, you can get a boost with it on play, but you could also get up those Kellen Cylinders, start building them up now. Seems to be prioritizing the ability to one mana after you at some point while giving a boost. So playing priority games with the Kojo, uh, because they had enough mana, and I believe it was also still free because of the Foundry Engineer.
What is really interesting about the Scotty card is this matchup specifically, and it is also very well lined up to win on the hero side with that heavy mountain stat. We just switched first players, so Kojo will be able to put it out if they choose. I mean, I'm taking out Hooked. That card is my nemesis, but we'll see what this Kojo does.
Yeah, we've seen Kojo prioritize exhausting the hook, which I think is correct. Not only one is it a very annoying card to play around because it's the rare, it also draws a card. So giving the traced player less card advantage and forcing them to use their ability to draw instead. The common Ada Lovelace. I feel like we've been seeing a lot less of Ada Lovelace recently, especially the common. Um, I guess that just shows how permanent heavy this version of the deck might be. Ooh, Duel of Grit on the Ada Lovelace. That,
There's
yeah,
there's potential for this to be a pretty decent turn for Traced still. Having those Kellen cylinders both be in reserve, and notably the rare in Axiom has from anywhere target character gains one boost. To advance on the hero side, all Vittorio needs is 3 water. And then hopefully, if it's something like this Anansi, is it a third permanent? Oh my
wow.
gosh.
Oh, Icebound Peak.
All right.
Holy.
Now you just have
This deck
to
is peak.
you just have to react to what Kojo. Oh no.
I was gonna say
No.
the Duel of Grit on the Ada Lovelace read to me as I have a lot of removal right now. I don't have many characters, but I have a lot of removal.
Hmm. Notably, unless this is a fire rabbit or something, it will at least be a 1 for 1. Let's see what we have.
Yeah, I think this is most likely gonna be a pass from Kojo. Yep. We see the Kelon boosting up the Brass Bug, but that is gonna be 4 cards in reserve. That's gonna be discarding 2. Not gonna feel good. Uh what 2 would you discard?
I mean, the peak. I think it's too late in the game for the peak. And then you're gonna be first, so I guess I don't know. I was gonna say it's
I
between Bug Out Bag or Kellen Cylinder, and Kellen Cylinder goes.
The reason I think Kellen Cylinder goes is because Trace is gonna be worried about how many characters they have. Yes, Kellen Cylinder is 1 mana, 1/1/1, and Brass and Bug Out Bag is 2 mana 2/2/2, but the Kellen Cylinder is required to have a body, whereas the Brass Bug bag, the Bug Out bag, creates its own. And oh, I think it's going to be down to whoever has more characters. Trace does have the ability to draw one more card, and then, and I would assume has to use it now. Has the ability to draw two more cards after the hooked as well. Hooking now.
Hooked be hooking.
Ooh, that does put Haven Warrior combating the weaker side, making it so that two. Ooh, Haven is a very good draw right there.
The Isunboshi, though, this was the hero of Dallas. Let's see if it can be the hero here. But yeah, this Kellen cylinder is very sneaky. It is not the one where you have to play a card to give a boost. The Bastion is out, and the Elemental is an option here, which will notably, let's
It really
see.
Trace will get to play around whatever this card is. Because currently, if Kojo passes, Traced wins. Mana
Oh my
Eruption.
gosh.
And what do you get rid of? Like, I guess the Haven?
I don't know.
Oh, no, no, you have to get the getting rid of the Haven would have lost you the game because the Kellen Cylinder and the Companion Expedition, and then or the Kellen Elemental and the Companion Expedition, and the boost from the Kellen Cylinder onto the Brass Bug would have double advanced compared to single advance. But you are still leaving up a traced with a.
Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah, so we're going to tiebreaker.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way for Traced to double move here, but Arena is absolutely happening. It's just going to come down to how Traced wants to go about it. Technically, they could block on the companion side
I
and advance.
Yeah, I think that's the better play. Um, Marginally, you get the boost from Haven Bastion, and then use one of the Kellen Cylinders to go to 4/4/4 to block and advance over the Haven Warrior. The main reason that matters is if you were to somehow get a Grems, it leaves the bug out bag there as a sacrifice target. All three Grems are currently in the uh, discard, and I'm not sure if there's anything else in the deck that cares about sacrificing a permanent, but it is slightly more advantageous overall to do it that way. Even though you are going down from one Kellen cylinder, going down to one Kellen cylinder boost instead of having four. You're only going to be able to use one next turn, anyways, but it isn't a big deal. Plus, you get to see the nice little bug out bag on the field. Just makes you feel good.
Yeah, there could be a very sneaky mechanical training. I'm not sure if it
Oh yeah,
is there,
yeah.
but having the bug out bag left in there for all sorts of options is better than not having it if you're gonna go into arena anyways.
It also means that your opponent has to play around that stuff. They have to keep that in consideration. Hopefully, our Kojo has remembered that all three Grems are gone, but mechanical training, we haven't seen any. Doesn't mean that there's not any. This is a pretty landmark heavy deck, with the Icebound Peak as well. I wonder how many Icebound Peaks are in the deck. I am a full proponent of spicy one ofs. Just
Mhm.
one when you get it, you just uh Kyle or Infinite, who you know competed at Dallas, got top 8 on Afanis at Dallas, always makes fun of me for it. says, "You and your spicy one-ofs."
I'm a fan of it. Why go for just straight up consistency and a higher win rate when you can have fun?
Exactly. Or to spy, very good draw here, getting rid of that Kellen Elemental. Uh, Reducing cards and also forcing. I mean, we only have one Haven Bravos Bastion, but it will force Traced to use their ability to get any value out of the Haven Bravo. Oh, never mind. Second Bravos Bastion.
Ooh, and a Frank pull from it. Oh
This
boy.
is this is gonna be good.
Before I saw that, I was thinking it would be very hard for Trace to come out because you see the Isunboshi here, you discard that, you get a boost. Haven Warrior is already heavily statted. We saw the Spy come out and remove one of the options. I think there's definitely a path for Trace to win out in Arena now.
I think it's interesting that uh our Kojo decided to discard the Isenboshi instead of playing it because there's 1 mana up. That to me is signaling that that last card in hand might be a Fire Rabbit or another Isenboshi. Nope,
Nope.
just valued the 1/1/1 over the 0/0/2. Technically more stats overall.
Oh, and another Frank.
Frank into Frank.
Frankenstein OP.
Uh, and Frankenstein also in this instance is able to
Oh
choose.
my god.
God,
Just the amount of resources that were just perfect right there. My gosh. That was great. Well played by both players. Vittorio taking it down to just the very last possible moment. Love to see it. Let me get back in
I,
here
I
and refresh.
I do want to make a note about um, Dr. Frankenstein during that last turn. Normally, when we see Dr. Frankenstein out and a Haven on the board, you're like, well, they're definitely going to resupply. But with the Kellen Cylinder out, it also allows the traced player to, if they don't need the resupply, you're hoping to end it this day, get an extra boost off of the Kellen Cylinder because the Kellen Cylinder rare says on arrow, give target character you control a boost. So was able to do that instead of the usual mode that we would think of, which is the resupply from the Haven Bravos Bastion.
All right. What do we got going here? We might be very close to the end of round 5.
Yeah, I see most stuff. We have Trickster versus Symbiosis at table 14 that doesn't seem to be finished yet.
The click in there. Notably, here in a moment, I will be rotating out again, and Blue will be hopping on. We'll have a very short intermission when the stream switches over. We can go ahead and look at this final moment with Symbiosis for Trickster. Another traced game in the arena. A lot of it's going to come down to what this last. Oh no, just kidding. Already passes. Oh,
I was
and
gonna
no
say
Frank.
another Frank, another one. Just get him out there.
MVP. You heard it here.
This will be. Oh, and targets the bug out bag for a brass bug. I forgot that that was also possible. Um, Now I believe this is we were watching Trickster a bit earlier for a game as well. I do believe this is his second loss, still in contention for top 32 or 31. Well,
Top,
whatever we're cutting to, but
yeah,
it will be difficult.
top 31. Let's see if I can take a look at the bracket here and give you any information. It's kind of hard right now because it's all broken into groups, but I will whoops, sorry. I will call out some undefeated players for you all watching. There's still a decent amount. I'll just go the top 3 of each group. Garba 8, Parte Prunes, Mbruza, and in group 2, Hozo T, A.A. Valensen, Minato 1046. Group is this 3? Group 3 is HAT Takagi, Oriaz, Captain Coma, and in group 4, Polonius, Crizzy Smack, and Vittorio.
Who we
Vittorio, who
just saw.
we just watched, remaining undefeated. We're going into round 6 now. I am going to rotate into the broadcaster chair or the director chair for a moment. We're going to get Blue in here who will be on screen, and then we'll take a quick intermission when he switches over to the stream host. You can keep talking, a guy trying because you're not going anywhere.
I will
You
be
were,
later, but
yeah.
you're stuck with me for another round.
Yep. You were, I heard, voted the most likely to be trying, and so people love seeing you here. Um, so
I
thanks.
always say it's not about yes, it's great to win. It's everything like that, but the most important thing is that you try. You do your best and no one else can be disappointed in you for that.
True. If only my parents considered the same. But I will rotate into director. You have the stage to
And
talk to the people for a moment.
I do believe, just for everyone watching, you will be back later as a
Yes.
little roundup at
Yep.
the end of the day. So I know you're all hopeful that this would be the last Nicole you'll see today if you're watching the stream, but unfortunately, you will
Unfortunately.
have to see him later.
Yep. I will be back later.
All right. I think so what we've seen a lot of Trace and Kojo. We've seen a lot of Trace and Kojo. That might just be the matches we're clicking on. There's a lot of matches, so it's hard to really like find unique matchups while we're just clicking around because we want to make sure that we're getting games in constantly. Um, I don't have the data overall of the hero usage, but we've seen, I believe we've seen every Bravos player or every Bravos hero used. We've only seen Fen used because we were watching El and who else uh, would El play but Fen? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a good amount of Navanka. I'm not sure if all the marbles is competing, but amazing Navenka player. Just bubbled out in Dallas last weekend. I'd be surprised for any Iraq. I'd be surprised for any Waru, although we've seen both Bullrang and Sigismar already. We've seen Rin, which is a bit surprising in terms of Mooney heroes. Every hero was represented today. Great. With the amount of people playing, I'm not surprised at that. I'm sure that there's definitely heroes that are in the lower percentage of usage. I and we saw an Aphanis as well after the errata. We did see it go up against the Sigismar, which was one of its worst matchups going into it before the errata, and was still able to pretty not easily, but hold their own against Sigismar. Did end up losing, but still showed some strong power. So I don't think Afanis is in as bad of a position as people initially thought after the errata. I do think there is a lot more deck solving that will have to be done because it definitely changes the play style. I think we'll see a good amount of droppage in the hero for the remainder of the season. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, and then pick it up more in Skybound Odyssey once we are in a full new meta and a new place of discovery. Uh, we've seen Sierra, and I would expect in terms of Axiom heroes, the Trace to be the most represented, for Sierra to be somewhat represented, and Sub Ash to be barely represented. And the stat I'd be most curious about is Kojo is going to be the clear favorite in terms of play rate in Bravos, but we have the option to have Atsadi or Basira, both which have strong followings and both which have very different play styles that can be used. I'd be curious to see which one of those is more represented. My initial thought would have been Basira, given how Basira has been stronger throughout more of the seasons. But Atsadi has been showing a great uptick in usage and also viability, getting top four, I believe, at I believe it was top four. Phobia got top four at Dallas, maybe top eight. Um, so if we will see more people switching over to the Atsadi and the Kojo and sort of leaving Basira behind. I would be shocked to see how many players are playing a Rock and Kibble. Probably not very much. Hero I love, but not always the most competitive. We are in round 6 now. Well, round 6 is happening. I believe we will be waiting a bit. Yes. Great. So we are going to take a brief intermission while we swap over uh, to the other host, which is your favorite hashtag ad Blue Oak TV on YouTube. So we're going to cut away for just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello, hello, everyone. We're back. The important people are here. I'm sorry that you had to endure Kohlrabi at this point, but I mean, we got to let him on occasionally for some
Yeah, it
reason.
was rough, but I think we all got through it together.
Yeah, we did indeed. We are going to get right into the action here. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to what my co-commentator here said was a game we needed to see here on table two.
We were
Um,
just talking I was just talking about before, you joined, how we've been seeing every Bravos hero pretty well represented, and we've seen a bunch, mainly Kojo as the top dog of Bravos. We had seen some Matsari, but we had yet to see a Basira, and this is I believe, undefeated Basira playing a very interesting card in their reserve, Common Duel of Grit.
Common Duel of Grit. Been
Duel
seeing a
of
lot of
Grit
rares of those lately, but not so much the commons. But I guess you got to weave them in there, especially when you're trying to run three Occlutes on occasion. I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say the rare discarding is just so powerful. Getting rid of any anchored cards, or any cards that just would have gone to reserve anyways. Against Traced, Common Duel of Grit, pretty good. A lot of the characters are gonna be fleeting anyways, so it's essentially the same thing. I wonder if that is a bit more of a meta call, thinking that they'd see more Kojo and Trace, which are playing from reserve at top tables, and therefore saying, I don't need to be able to discard because most of the characters I'm going to be going up against natively have fleeting because they came from the reserve.
Yeah, it could definitely be a case here. And I mean, honestly, it's just a balance, right? Between your commons and your rares and trying to find different slots in that. I know even myself when it comes to a Basira deck, because I wanted to try Duel of Grits when I was first testing out a deck as far as the rares, I was throwing in common mana eruptions, which I haven't done since Beyond the Gates days because
Yeah.
2 cost mana eruption is just too good sometimes, right? But obviously it's working thus far for this Basira player. Realistically, one of my favorite heroes to play as of late, especially when you have a draw clue. But at the moment, dead even, but we do have all 5 scrap counters on the trace already, and they are starting up that engine with only 1 card in hand here for the Basira player.
Yeah, and we see Gibble in the reserve for Traced. So pointing out that this might be one of the more Ouroboros resupply, go through your deck heavy. Ooh, the Grems is gonna be a strong card to start off with next turn. At priority, get rid of that Haven Bravos Bastion on the other side of the field. Only Axiom's allowed to play Basira. Did you not get the memo? That's ours now. Uh did have the opportunity to Gibble resupply, see if they would rather keep the resupplied card instead. Opts to not do that, save it for this following turn where they can do it, get rid of the frozen delivery. Frozen delivery would pass priority, which is a one man after you. You know,
Yeah.
a novelty to the game. Never seen it before.
Yeah, Frozen Delivery, one of those cards that you feel like you see in all Axiom decks at this point, even whether you're running a Sierra. We haven't seen a Sub Ash yet, but I believe there is one actively playing that we may get a chance to take a look
Yeah,
at some
they're
point.
and I believe at top tables. So I believe they are undefeated currently. They might be X and one.
Mhm.
I didn't get a great look, but I'm pretty sure, I'm like 75% sure they're undefeated. We've moved back to group one since we spent a lot of time in group four. So these will be players that we probably haven't seen since the beginning of the day, if at all.
Yeah. And going back to the Haven setup here, we haven't seen the Grims come out to remove it, and there it is. But I remember recently at Dallas, after the event, I was playing up against Maddox faction. I had just created a trace deck, right? And the idea of not being able to boost every character from reserve was just baffling to me. I got confused there for a second. I'm like, oh, I gotta exhaust it. Jesus,
What?
like what is that? But either way, we got a unique on the board. It's a red if you want to read that one off.
All right, this red says, I have seasoned. When another character joins your expeditions, if I have three or more boosts, target character gains two boosts. And then from hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain two boosts. So that condition is already met, the three boosts. So any character that is played from now on will be able to This red will give 2 boosts to any character. Most likely, 1 on the Basira side, but hey, if they're feeling generous, might target that Grems.
Indeed. Basically a self-fulfilling unique there, especially when you're on the Basira, and especially when you have the Keylon cylinder off to
Yep.
your permanent setup here. But we do see another unique coming out here, this time for the Trace player, the Repotter Otter, 4 from hand, 3 from reserve, 2/5/1 in stats. And from reserve, each player may put a card from their hand in reserve. And when a card goes from your hand or deck to reserve, create a brass bug, robot, and target expedition. So it's one of those repotter otters that just create a lot of brass bugs on occasion.
Yeah, so this is sort of the counterpart to the bug fix deck, the Potter Otter version, where uh, you are essentially trying to do the same thing, except you're not passing priority. This Gibble, when you resupply off the support ability, will create a brass bug at quick speed and resupply. And you're just going to keep trying to resupply, filling up your board with a bunch of tokens and all for free. You know, bug fix does take 1 mana each time you use it, and it passes priority. But at the end of the day, when the other players essentially passed, you can just perfectly beat out any stats they have if you're able to continuously loop into those support abilities.
Right. But at this moment, I doubt we're going to be seeing that Gibble activation. We will see the card from hand to reserve to create a brass bug. It won't be enough to block quite yet on the companion zone because there is 7 in forest, but gives them plenty in the mountain zone, and then they will use the Gibble right afterwards in order to block and advance on the companion setup.
They had an interesting choice. They had the opportunity to put both of those brass bugs. Oh, this is why they didn't do it. Because they're smarter than me. The oh wait, no. The Kellen cylinder has to play it on the next character. They
Right,
could have they could have double advanced, uh, while still allowing the opponent to advance because they could have played both of the um brass bugs created by the Rapotter Otter in the Hero Expedition, which would have been 4, just beating out the Blade Dancer by 1. They
right,
still would have advanced on the companion expedition because they were winning in mountain, I believe, and then the red would advance because they were winning on grass and forest and water.
right. Yeah, you were getting too much in Axiom brain there, thinking that was the, rare version for the Axiom Keylon cylinder when you
Yep, yep.
and but,
That's
yeah,
mainly
they
what we've been seeing today.
yeah, it's, definitely something they could have done. I'm sure there's a reasoning behind it. Maybe they just wanted to keep as much separation as possible for the Basira just in case they get a little bit too tricky here as far as closing out this game. And realistically, the Trace, although if it would have been nice to be adjacent, I think at this point they feel pretty confident with having the card advantage that they could probably just 2-0 here and probably in the game.
Yep, and that for Potter Otter gets to use its from reserve ability, which is you may put any card from your hand into your reserve. Putting Amelia Earhart, which would normally cost 3. Has anyone actually ever played Amelia Earhart for 3? If you
I
have,
it hurts.
we have a support line that'll be coming up on the screen below. Contact us. You don't have to pay 3 for Amelia Earhart. It only costs 1. Um, but not only getting the advantageous reduction in mana for that, but also creating a brass bug because it's putting a card from hand into reserve.
Yeah, be sure to call your local lawyer if you have to play Earhart from hand. It hurts even
Exactly.
more than having to play a common Tooth Fairy from reserve, um,
Oof.
as an Afanis player, but we don't cry for Afanis players anymore. Either way, we do see another unique coming out here for a Muna Druid, and it's from anywhere. You may put a card from your hand in reserve if you do resupply. That means you're seeing a lot more brass bugs. 2/2. And so you're getting a lot of good stuff out of that.
Wow.
And then support ability, it just has the ability of the Muna Caregiver, being able to anchor a card. Looking pretty dire at the moment here for the Basira player, which is quite sad because I am a big Basira stan. But it happens when Trace just gets online and sees a bunch of uniques, right?
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of times when we see the Repoterator deck, we see three unique Repoteratters. We do see a unique Muna Druid, which essentially, when resolved, creates two grass bugs with a Repoterator. I would assume the third unique is also a Repoterator, but I don't know. Otherwise, you're drawing a lot, you're resupplying a lot, so you can find the Repoterator. But being weak to one instance of removal to sort of take down one of your main win conditions would be pretty rough.
Indeed, and we will see another activation of the Gibble here, being able to create another brass bug, trying to get as many stats as possible here on the hero side to be able to knock this game out. And they will just throw out an Axiom Salvager. Ooh, hooked. 1 mana too short this time around, but it doesn't really matter. We see another brass bug. We will see the 2-1 rather, not 2-0, but 2-1's all they need.
Well, they have one more mana, so that
Yeah.
Amelia Earhart will make it a 2-0, and that'll be traced. And that is, you know, say Potter Otter 10 times fast. I don't think I could. Uh, that I do think that the Potter Otter version of the deck has sort of gone under the radar. Everyone talking about the bug fix version, and then um, the newer Anansi version. But Potter Otter showing some great results right there.
Indeed. I'm bringing up this fake mic that I'm not actually talking into. It's actually this one that you can't see right here. Or you can see it, I guess. But I just wanted to look cool, like I'm live on the scene here. We're going to go ahead and go back to the setup here. Look
If
at
we
group
look at
one,
table 4, I believe that was the sub ash.
and it is still live.
Yep, it's at 86%.
We're
So,
going to go look at a sub ash. Hopefully, they're not losing at
oh
the
no, this
moment.
is at Saudi. Never mind. I led you astray.
Bummer.
And the game's ending with a
All right.
Sigismar win.
Unfortunate. All right. Well, we'll see what else we got going on here on table on group number one. A lot of games wrapping up.
Yeah,
I can
should
switch over to
be.
the group four real quick, see what they got going on. Just in case. I got both links up here, luckily. I do have the table one actively going on group four if you want to take that look at that. See,
Sure. Give me just one.
see if it's still live. Is a Traced versus a Sigismar. We'll switch over to that here,
I didn't know you were allowed to play those heroes.
right?
We've never
Crazy.
seen them.
I mean, you're not allowed to win with Sigismar anymore, right? I don't think.
That's true. I was talking earlier, we haven't seen much results from Sigismar, at least in terms of winning. And what do you have any theories on what might be the cause of that? I was saying it might be the people are expecting to play into Sigismar, so
Hmm.
they're more prepared for him. And Sigismar doesn't is pretty sort of face up about what he does.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, and it looks like we're potentially getting a 1-1 here. We're going to go to a tiebreaker.
Yep.
Um, if you look back at the Beyond the Gates initial meta, obviously with Waru and everything else going on, when Afanis wasn't as quite as popular, it was even considered like an anti-meta deck with Waru and everything. Sigismar wasn't winning. I mean, granted, it was because a lot of people were playing Waru, but when Afanis doesn't exist, it feels like Sigismar just doesn't do as well. It's like the saying of like you can't have one without the other. Even though Sigismar got a little bit of a nerf when it comes to Baba Yaga, and I'm sure some folks are gonna want to still nerf Sigismar to some aspect, it's it just doesn't seem like it's as hot with the new meta, the different cards that we have coming up, the trace, the bigger setups between the Gold and the Etsadis that feel like once they get online, what is Sigismar gonna do kind of thing. And with that being the case, I honestly just think it's purely as a result of not as many people playing Afanis, if we're being honest here. And yeah, it's a good deck and it can be consistent, but I feel like it just doesn't have as much of a high end without the Afanis doing what Afanis does.
Yeah, and ironically, one of the cards that had strengthened Sigismar also kind of weakened Sigismar. License withdraw, being able to target, Monolith was kind of your um end game plan. Monolith or Grand Endeavor. Grand Endeavor, the rules change kind of saw that fall out of focus. The Monolith could still be used, but license withdrawal hitting it, as well as the rare Grems, which pretty much every trace is running at least one version of the rare Grem, sometimes two, means that if you try to play the Monolith and then just get it removed for three or two, it's hard to recover. You lost so much tempo on that turn; it's hard to recover from that. And even though you're incredibly strong in the early game with your token providing you board state without any commitment, you can have some trouble closing out games to some of these decks that sort of create their own engine.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird things, and it also comes as an effect of like a big card that you're talking about, license withdrawal. As we are just a few cards in setup here, we will see the Jack Frost come out and see they're going to target that Haven Bravos Bastion. They want to give them as little resources as possible. License withdrawal is a thing of it's great into a lot of decks. It's really good into Muna, for example, right? But what is Muna doing these days in the meta other than absolutely but it's just one of those things. We do see a teamwork training, a good old standby for the Sigismar and Ortis as a whole, being able to remove that Axiom salvager there. We'll have to see what else Trace has in store. They do have a lot of resources, or at least more than the Sigismar at this point, including that frozen delivery. And that
Oh,
sabotage will not be able to be happening here for the Gibble because there's nothing in the reserve for the Sigismar at the moment. But we'll see what else they got. Oh,
yeah.
unique. You want to read that one
Ooh.
off?
You may put a card from hand in reserve if gain boost for each card in reserve, in each player's reserve. So that really, you know,
It's big, especially with the sap
that's gonna
sniffer
save it.
too.
That with Vike is gonna
Yeah,
just
there you
put
go.
the traced over the Sigismar to win.
Yeah, it feels like
Oh,
they had a few different
that
setups
was
there.
so close.
Yeah. Congrats to Morco there of the ANT team, Ant. Italian folks, I believe. We're gonna go ahead and switch back here. Coming
So
up close to the end of round
apparently,
6.
Tejo might be one of our top most played heroes today.
Isn't that always the thing? And then as a result, Tasia is also the worst conversion rate in Altered ever.
Yeah. I was surprised that uh she's seeing so much play. You know, that's still a thing.
All right. Looks like we have a few games still ongoing here that we can take a look at. Not
I
very
see
many
table
on
22.
upper tables. Are you in group 4 here?
Yeah. That's
Okay,
the earliest one I'm seeing.
I can take a look at that.
And it looks like it might be finishing up soon anyways.
All right, let's take a
The
look at
Trace
one that
versus Sadi.
that may not be wrapping up as quickly. Is there anyone in table in group 1? Group 1, not
Oh,
really.
I think time was just called.
Okay. A lot of games with a lot of percentage on it too. Interesting. I'm gonna take a look at that right there to see if it's still gonna be playing. Um, Scrolling down the tables here. I want to thank everyone that's joined us thus far. You are watching the EU BGA qualifier. It is EU because it is based off of the time zones, but a lot of people competing regardless. Over 1,200 players joining
Wow.
us. The largest event in Altered, I believe. We even beat out Angers kind of thing. But awesome. I'm glad that we get so many people playing some Altered. I hope to see some more in the NA and the Asia qualifier, and we'll be able to keep on watching here. It looks like some games are ongoing a little bit, and you are on table 4, so I'm gonna I mean, on group 4, so I'm just gonna refresh rate quick, and we can take a look at which games we can watch. Oh, we are in 7 now? We are in 7.
Yeah, we just seven is just starting. Uh, you can see several have not fully locked in yet. The players still need to get there, but they're looks like people are just starting to choose decks right now.
Okay. You said we haven't done a lot of group 1, so I'm gonna go back to group 1 here and see what else we can do on the Swiss round 7. And once again, wanna thank everyone that has joined us thus far. We are going
Ooh,
to the Swiss round 7. What do you
I
got?
found a Waru.
Where at?
A Waru versus Fen. Uh, table. Uh, table 6
On
or
group 1?
table 4 on group 4.
Table 4, group 4. Table 4, group 4, we're gonna go straight to it. Come join the fun. It is 2 German players. What do you know? Go to game. We'll switch on over.
This this will be first time I've seen Waru in a while.
Indeed, Pepperidge Farm remembers Waru back in the day. We're talking about the very beginning of Beyond the Gates, and if you remember anything about Beyond the Gates meta from the very start, it involved this old man down here at the bottom, currently with 2 Ortis attorneys, and have
Particularly in the early meta, the hero we saw going up well against Waru was Fen, mainly because of Cloth Cocoon, which was a staple in the deck. Cloth Cocoon still a good card, but not always seeing the same usage anymore. So, will this Fen be prepared for the Waru?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I do see the Bountiful Meadow there setting up on the permanent landmark setup. I always remember the good old days of Waru on day 1 being able to play the Bountiful Meadow into the Ortis Attorney was always a fun one before people got rid of the Bountiful Meadows in their Waru decks. In the meantime, though, we do have an Aloe Vera currently setting things up for the Finn. Plenty of cards in the reserve. The Will-O'-the-Wisp been a big card for Finn these days, trying to make up for that lack of water terrain that we've seen in Finn quite a lot. But we will see an Amale, Asgarth, and Outcast coming out right away, get some card draw, and getting rid of all 3 cards in reserve. Always been a fun card to see Finn players use.
Yeah, we a double bountiful meadow. Amale had stopped seeing a good amount of play just because no one was playing cards that cost 5 mana. Now that we have a little more option to slow down the game, Amale is great at making it so you get to stay up on your card advantage. You don't have to discard too much to your reserve.
Indeed, we did get to see a fun little Isatok play there with a double Bountiful Meadow exhaust and preventing a double advance by the Finn player. But Finn has a lot of resources to work with at this point, with what it looks like 7 cards in hand.
I was gonna say,
Um,
without Will o' the Wisp, you would think that this was a year ago. They've we've only seen Beyond the Gates cards played so far, except for that Will o' the Wisp.
hey, you're acting like Beyond the Gates is a good set or something that we see a lot of stuff on, including uniques. Hey, look, there's a hypothermia, huh?
All right,
Huh?
I was proven wrong. I was
Huh?
proven wrong. We have not traveled back in time. we are still we're still in set 3.
And the big thing that we can see here with 5 mana left here for the Waru, and it is we should be able to see another Isatok and do a little double stall if the Waru so chooses.
There is an important thing to note about hypothermia is that you do not have to choose a character that is awake uh, as the target. So if our Fen player does decide to play the Anansi or another card or Aloe Vera, great. In that hero expedition, they can choose the Ouroboros Inkcaster as their target for hypothermia, even though it's already asleep, and not have to sleep their other character.
Yeah, big factor that you have to remember there. I remember the initial setup of Trial by Frost and people thinking that you couldn't do
Ooh.
that. But we do see the bureaucrat play with the Ortis Overseer stacking up those recruits, getting that first advance without having to give one up on that hero side. Waru,
That
big plays with that double draw too.
oh, I I forgot what Rare Ortis Overseer did. I was like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna create one. We gotta create one recruit." I'm so on the Ghoul Ring train. I was like, "Yeah, that's a 2/2/2 that perfectly blocks the aloe vera in the grass stat in the forest stat." No, I didn't even think we're getting 4 non-boosted recruits because of that.
Yeah, Overseer is an interesting card. I think a lot of people thought like the idea of using that with Waru could be a thing. Obviously, the Waru meta never really came back as much as we thought it would, but players here, like Dirks, it looks like, are able to make it work, and we are going to see another bureaucrat from the latest set, Whispers from the Maze, Staff Clerk, that has been getting some play here or there, and let's see what it can do in Waru.
I did say in my Whispers from the Maze predictions, I said, "If Waru is gonna have any viability, it will be on the back of Staff Clerk." Staff Clerk is incredibly powerful, especially into decks like Fen, Trace, and now this reserve focus Hojo. Because it says whenever a character plays a card, whenever a player, well, no, whenever an opponent, rather, whenever an opponent plays a card from reserve, uh, put a Order Recruit in my expedition. If only if it was whenever a card leaves your opponent's reserve,
Yeah.
that would just create 4 off of this Amale, but it's not that powerful. Still good, but just not busted.
Yeah, it would also kind of deter some Trace decks and an occasional Sierra deck when cards leave reserve kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
But, yeah.
you would be almost matching the Rapotter Otter cycling with Brass Bugs with your own Ortus Recruits.
We do have a lot of cards at hand for the Finn at this moment, but only 1 mana to work with, whereas the Oru does have 5 mana, which means we could possibly see another Isataka play, because it doesn't look like they're quite winning the hero side yet. They could play that Hypothermia, but likely we would just see a smaller sided character falling asleep for the Finn and leaving themselves enough to advance, but we'll see a
We got a
unique
unique.
Overseer if you wanna read that one off
All
while I,
right.
cover it.
Create an Ortus Recruit. Uh,
Jesus.
oh my god, sorry. Create one Ortus Recruit token in my expedition, pure bureaucrat you control, and then you may sacrifice to charge.
Jesus. You thought the Kokoba that Clay has was good? Wait until you get enough bureaucrats on the field here with
Woo!
this Overseer. The only bad thing about it is that it doesn't have an arrow on that charge. Otherwise, that would be nutso completely, but you know what? 3 mana for that much stats? I'm not complaining.
Yeah, that is Waru back? Do we need to nerf? Do we need to nerf Waru again?
Speaking of which, I gotta get away from this game really quick so I can keep on saying revert Waru, because we need to give back the token. I'll take either, but either way, yeah, Wild Waru indeed. We'll have to see if they can close this one out. As Simon mentioned in the chat, we do it is currently 5-1, so
Wow.
currently looking at a potential 6-1 Waru if they're able to take this game away from the Finn. Finn, a lot of cards at hand, so potentially a lot to work with, and
Yes,
obviously will
that
always have resources.
that Amale has been doing great work. We've seen 2 Amales, I believe. Maybe, yep, we've seen 2 doing great work for fanning card advantage. A lot of times, Fen creates so much card advantage just based off of her ability that you're okay just discarding cards whenever just to get a slight advantage. Amale just lets you say, "Hey, I don't need to like do any flashy plays with my things. I can just discard all my cards in reserve, draw that many cards, and uh keep my card advantage up that way instead of a ton of support abilities, even though there are still a ton of support abilities.
We do
Um,
s we do see this Isetok coming out here for the Waru player. that does have the ability 6 costs from hand, 6 costs from reserve. It gets discarded immediately by the Cloth Cocoon, but we'll read it off real quick. If you control a token, your other expedition and the expedition facing it can't move forward, so typical there. But when another character joins your expeditions, if you control 3 or more characters, draw a card. We've seen a high prevalence of these character joining, draw a card uniques in the Ortis faction. Saw it in Dallas with Darth Fumbles, also known as Colton, on the goal ring, bringing 2 of them, I believe, between the Silas and the Robin Hood.
Wow. Yeah, this is. Oh, wait, did
He got cloth cocooned, but
yeah, but did Fen pass after that?
no, Finn's currently playing Magical Train.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I, for a second, I thought that they were deciding what to discard.
no, you're
It's like
good.
that'd be insane. Did they accidentally hit pass?
I do have
Um,
a yeah,
so the Fen will be able to take one of these expeditions pretty easily.
yeah.
Um,
Benefit of having so many cards in hand at that point is you do have a lot of answers when you see big cards being played like that. Having a cloth cocoon ready for a 6 cost card that is purely a setup unique to get a lot of card draw for the Waru and answer it immediately is a big thing here for the Finn, and hopefully try to get at least one advance out of this to go 1 for 1. Beauty of Altered, back and forth, not a lot of chaining on things, so that way you can just protect a big cost. There is risk and reward when it comes to playing big cards like that.
just to note, the studious disciple in our Fen's reserve says, from hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for each card in each player's reserve. So unfortunately, will not be able to proc that right now. Could sleight of hand it back to hand. So it's a Molly on a studious disciple, but it does also have the support ability. Discard me. The next spell you play this afternoon costs 1 less.
Speaking of uniques, we do have another unique coming out here for the Finn. It is a 2/3 Tinkerbell, 1/2/3 in stats. From reserve, if you control 1 or more landmarks, sabotage, and then from hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for each card in your reserve.
This is, uh, I have an Axiom player at my locals who, when hearing about the conquest mode, was like, "All right, I'm gonna have to try and find 2 other heroes to play." And he said, "I'm just gonna play Fen, but play it as an Axiom hero, and all of my uniques are going to be Anansis." And it seems like this guy has the same thought here.
It that Leal meta really did a number on everyone in the Anansi effect. I don't remember seeing as much as I do now. So if anyone wants to thank anyone for the Anansi effect meta, shout out to Pumpat there on
Yep.
the trace, taking the whole thing with those Anansis in the deck. So all it takes
Oh,
is one person, and we see the marketplace spike up.
yep.
$500 Anansis coming in.
Using sleight of hand to get that uh unique Studious Disciple back in hand to have an Anansi for the following turn.
We do see a 2-0 there by the Finn as well. We thought they would potentially only able to get one, and it was also pretty big that we saw the Waru discard their rare Isatok at the beginning of this for a card draw instead of preventing potentially the Finn from getting a 2-0 because they thought they had what they needed in that unique Isatok. But at the
Yeah.
moment, 2 spots down on the tumult, took a little bit of a risk there, thinking they can get some more set up. And now a little bit behind and Finn with the upper hand after we thought Waru did.
Ben will still have to discard 2 more cards, prioritizing that sleight of hand. Luckily, Lyra Contortionist, that support ability says I do not count towards your reserve limit. Uh, very strong in these Anansi style decks. And just in general. You can keep it there, you don't have to discard it. Save it for a rainy day. Which
Be
is
curious.
ironic because it has no water stat.
I'd be curious to know if these players have played each other before. Obviously, both German players, as we can see on the flag. Not to say that Germany is small enough to that they would absolutely see each other, but it's Europe, you can walk across it, right? That's what I hear as an
Yep.
American. So, I'm gonna figure that out here in October, hopefully, to be able when I go as far as, like, checking things out, and if I can just walk across the entirety of Europe, visit France a little bit, but then just check everything else out. But we will get a play here of the rare Quetzalcoatl for the Waru. That unique Ortus Overseer is looking pretty good with 3 bureaucrats on the board at the moment. We'll have to see if we see any more pop up for the Waru, but they're gonna need a big play here on this day, potentially try to get a 2-0 for themselves.
Something that was very important in the Beyond the Gates meta, and you might have forgotten because it hasn't really come up as much since, is that Quetzalcoatl says whenever an opponent draws a card or resupplies, put a card into or put an Orders Recruit into target expedition. Normally, at the start of a turn, each player draws 2 cards, but that's one instance of draw. So Quetzalcoatl only gets one Orders Recruit. Ben, however, draws 1 card and then at noon resupplies. So it's 2 separate instances. So Quetzalcoatl gets twice as much um, value at the start of day against Fen compared to other heroes.
Indeed, I remember during the Waru meta and having to deal with Finn, always felt particularly good being able to play Quetzalcoatl against them, right? I know despite Finns feeling like they had decent matchup against Waru, always hated to see that big dragon come in, right?
Yep.
Um, but we do see another unique Studious Disciple. I don't believe this was the one that returned that has a From Arrow Anywhere. I gave
Oh
1
yeah.
boost for each card in your reserve, and it is 1 from hand and 2 from reserve. So that can be a big boy in Finn.
License withdraw important that license withdraw discards instead of a lot of removal sends to reserve. Just gets that out of here. Gets rid of both uses of the Studious Disciple.
Indeed, we'll see what the Waru can do with this. We do know there is probably another unique Studious Disciple in hand here for the Finn, the one that we
Yeah,
saw
it
return.
there
So
definitely is because Fen doesn't have a choice of mana, so it was returned to hand, and Fen has no way to. Yep, here it is right now. Has no way to remove cards from their hand, really.
yeah. So we do see that come out here. It is 2 from hand, 1 from reserve, and specifically has the 2 effect the cost from hand as we see the Will o' the Wisp hit the reserve. That's another card that doesn't really feel super good to play from hand, but not as bad as certain things like we're talking as far as the Amelia Earhart earlier. But it will give the Finn plenty of stats in the companion zone at this moment. But we do have 3 mana left here for the Waru, which is prime removal amount of mana if they so choose.
The Will-O-Wisp also sets up a very important line because Will-O-the-Wisp has the support ability discard me, the next card you play costs 1 less, which would let our Fen player play a 2 mana card. I'm looking at mainly that Anansi. The Anansi would come in as a 5/5/5 for 2 after discarding the Will o' the Wisp and also removing itself from reserve.
We do see a little bit of a slow play here for Oru, but intentionally removing the sleep from that Ortus Overseer, just in case they needed a few more stats on the hero side. We'll have to see how Finn responds depending on that line that you were talking about. They're taking their time here. This is an important part of being a Finn player is occasionally you do have to take a minute or 2 to see how many lines that you actually have set up because there are some options, especially with the cost reduction that you have from the Will of the Wisp, from cards like Martingale, and so on and so forth. So we'll have to see what is coming there. Starshine Simon coming in with the stats here in the chat. We do have a 6-0 Rin and a 7 and
Nice.
and 0 it's Sadi at the moment to go along with this 5-1 Waru.
Not too surprised at the Atsadi. Atsadi has seen some success recently. The Rin, however, I'm very excited about that. Uh, Rin, I think, is an amazing hero. I think she struggles a bit. You know, she's kind of the counterpart two Fen and Traced in that she's a card advantage hero. She's all about drawing cards. But the fact that her ability procs right before cleanup can lead to a lot of awkward situations where you draw cards and then you have to immediately discard them because you have too many cards in reserve. You still get to hand filter, which means you draw cards and you get to choose what to get rid of, but you can be hard to get fully maximize value of. Festival Rin, ah, be still my heart. Uh, Festival Rin, or as I like to say, the Renaissance Festival, uh, was a deck I loved in set one, and I actually won one of the tournaments at PAX Unplugged last November with it.
Notably enough mana here for the Waru to be able to play the unique, but not enough stats that it would produce for them to be able to block on the companion zone at this moment. So we will just see a rallying call play here happen, and both players are going to pass. It's a 1-for-1. The Finn is currently adjacent, and unfortunately for the Waru, they are 3 advances away, so they are not quite in the spot to be able to 2-0 or potentially tie here with a 2-1. So we'll have to see what they can do. Important to notice, though, that the Finn had to use a lot of cards from hand at this point to keep up and maintain their advantage after having what, how many cards at hand at one point? Like close to 10, it seemed like.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was eight.
Yeah. So a lot of cards in reserve to choose for at this moment for the Finn, one card to choose for the Waru. They're taking their time on this one because it does matter.
What?
That we're waiting
Wh-
on the
Why did the
discard.
fan choose to discard the Contortionist?
Not quite sure. It's a free card typically, so
Yeah,
now they
didn't
have to
need
get
to
rid of
do
two
that.
more.
Will still need to discard two cards.
Yeah, maybe a
I
misclick.
I was gonna say, yeah, seems like a misclick. I don't know what the benefit would be of that because the contortionist wasn't exhausted, right? If the contortionist is exhausted, then it does count towards
Yeah,
the reserve limit because support abilities become textless when
right.
they are exhausted. But I don't think it was exhausted.
I don't believe it was. I have to go with a potential misclick there. I think BGA was having the Waru pass to the Finn player before Finn could decide, and maybe the Finn player was clicking on the screen on BGA potentially, and may have
Uh,
hit the contortionist. Who knows? I don't. But at the moment, we will go into the next day here. Maybe this is the advantage that the Waru player needs. We do see two cards coming
didn't
from.
even need it.
Yeah,
Another
we,
contortionist comes right back up.
yeah, but they could have had two. Come on.
Yeah, that was overkill. These two contortionists are actually having a rivalry right now,
Oh,
and they
okay.
can't be in the same room.
So
So,
he knew that the other contortionist was coming. Okay.
yeah, it all makes sense now.
Yeah, okay.
Everything's checking out.
We do see a Jack Frost coming out here from hand for the Waru, hitting that sleight of hand, does not want to see cards being returned to hand, probably specifically that Studious Disciple that
Yep.
is going to be a big boy if played from hand at this point. Two cards in hand for the Finn, so we'd have to see if they have another sleight of hand they could use. I don't know if that'll be the case as we see the Lyric Contortionist coming out from the reserve into the companion zone. Big day here for Waru. They're using both Bountiful Meadows. What is gonna come out here? Drum roll. Okay,
Staff clerk.
Staff
Staff
Clerk.
clerk for
Okay,
free.
okay. Free Staff Clerk. I was hoping for something bigger from hand, but what can you do?
Uh yeah, I think we might see the Fen play the Tech Lab unit just to sort of after you
Yeah.
resupply, so get as much information about the cards they'll be able to use this turn, as well as what the opponent's going to play. Um, they are fortunate that Aloe Vera is going in their strong stats, so they already have 4 water. But this is going to be a rough day. Although any card played from reserve is going to be 1/1/1 on that hero expedition.
Have to see what we get going here. We do see an Ouroboros Inkcaster come out here. So not quite the Tech Lab unit yet, but they do have 6 mana left to work with. We do finally get to see that unique Ortis Overseer that had the charge ability from hand come out here just for a bunch of recruits kind of thing. Well, a measly 3 recruits. I remember back in the day when he first played it and we had to keep on trying to have to read it, but there was just too many recruits coming out. Man, those were good days. But now only 3, but a good amount of stats on the board here for the companion zone. We'll have to see how Finn can respond. Still a large amount of mana for both players.
Yeah, yeah. I I luckily, well, depends on who you're asking. Luckily for the Fen, they are still two. Uh, the Waru is still 2 expeditions behind them. So even if Waru does 2-0 this turn, that does not end the game yet.
It does not indeed, and that was a big thing that we had noticed earlier on is the fact that the Finn is adjacent, so technically they could give up the 2-0 here. Obviously, it wouldn't be ideal, but it does kind of force the Waru to use a lot of their resources, similar to how the Finn had to do the previous day to get the advances that they needed and put themselves adjacent. So we may be looking at pretty close to a tiebreaker situation after this day if the Waru is able to pull it out. The stats are quite close though, and still 5 mana left here for the Finn. Don't know what's in hand, and the Tech Lab unit from reserve that can still be used.
There is also the looming threat at any point of we've seen 2 Talks. We still don't know if they're running a third. They might be. Um, but that could be in any sort of end game scenario where they're both neck and neck. The Talk can absolutely flip the tide when played later on in the afternoon.
Indeed, and it is important to note that every time Finn does something at this point, we're producing tokens here for the Waru, whether it be the Quetzalcoatl on the companion side, it looks like, or the staff clerk on the hero side. Not much left, but only 1 card in the deck for the Finn. So we will be able to see what they're going to recycle back in. And I think that'll be pretty important following in the following days because they've used all 3 uniques, I believe, at this point. Maybe 2. No, all 3.
Yep. The interesting thing is, we don't know what their last card in hand is. We don't know the 10 cards that are in mana, but we've only seen 2 Anansis uh in the discard currently. That could mean that Anansi was mana'd or that Anansi is this last card. And Fen just saying, "All right, I'm just gonna try and get as much value. I'll get my sleight of hand back to my hand. You have this day. We'll battle it out the following day."
What a back and forth matchup here. Couldn't be happier with the decision to take a look at this matchup between a Finn and a Waru player. Waru looking to go 6-1 at this point, and what a start that would be for what is realistically still a dead hero. I don't care how well this player is doing.
Yeah, I uh the aloe vera back in hand. Jack Frost in the reserve for Waru, which means Ben will resupply into a card at noon. There's no way that this Jack Frost can't get value. Well, I guess if the
The
Ben
big que-
player can discard the Ortis Inkcaster to play the magical training.
and we do know there's a sleight of hand in
Yes,
hand for them as well. Yeah.
they're
So
going to play it right now.
yeah. Okay.
Interesting choice.
It looks like it's gonna be a game of who can get the last play here as far as
Yeah,
the Finn's concerned. They're prioritizing those low cost cards to potentially set themselves up here and try to win the game without going to a tiebreaker. It doesn't look like Waru has that option, or at least they're afraid of potential interaction with cards in reserve after playing that Quetzalcoatl, or just trying to get the value out of the Quetzalcoatl with those recruits and the resupplies or draws from the Finn. We'll have to see how it turns out for them. They do currently have the board state advantage, but a lot to work with here for the Finn.
Now, Quetz can uh the staff clerk says my expedition, but the Quetz says target expedition.
Right.
So any card played from reserve will create an Ordis recruit in the hero expedition. But our Waru player does have a choice with where the Quetzalcoatl Ordis recruit goes on draw or resupply.
Indeed, and a big thing to pay attention to everyone who's looking in the bottom right portion of the screen here. We are in negative time for the Finn player at the moment, and less than a minute here for the Waru player. So we may come down to a BGA timing setup here with the advantage to the Waru at the moment, but they are dead even. We probably will get through this day, and we could see a winner based off of that as we see the Twinkle Twinkle being played by the Finn, probably one of my favorite cards to use in Bravos that a lot of people don't use, but is beginning to get
Ooh.
some popularity based off of what I saw in Dallas.
Third bountiful meadow. Important to note, this Will o' the Wisp does not matter currently, because a Will o' the Wisp reads, if your opponent is in water, they can only beat me in water. Because our Waru player is in Forest Mountain, the Will o' the Wisp has no effect.
Does look like,
And that will be a 7-1 Waru.
yeah, we do get the pass from the Finn. They just did not get the answers that they were looking for, and Waru with a 2-0 in the win here in round 7. Wow. It was an up and down game there, and the worst part about it here is now that BJ still makes you get rid of cards from your reserve to end the game.
Yeah. You I thought you were gonna say now the worst part is people are gonna say Waru's fine.
I mean, I think we know war is not fine. Come on, folks. That was that's an outlier. You see, it's eh, words, words.
I mean, Waru's 7-1. Maybe we need to nerf him again. That's what I'm hearing. That's
Uh,
what everyone's saying right now.
is that what everyone is saying?
We don't have much still going on. That was a pretty long match.
It was indeed.
We have the ending of table 12, which is Symbiosis, who's on Traced, and I don't know who they're going up against. This is still group 4.
Can jump on
Uh,
that real quick just so we can wrap up
oh,
the
I believe the game just ended.
okay.
Was called on time.
Okay. So we are getting the time here, and we will be getting to round 8 here shortly then.
And I believe soon I will be swapping out.
Yeah, we were about 5 minutes out as well, so we could probably set that up as we wait here for round
Yeah,
8 if you'd like.
I'm
Uh, let
I'm good
me hit
to
up mom here.
continue until it's ready. I would so yeah, we have now a 6-1 Rin, I believe, is what Simon was saying.
So they ended up losing?
Yeah, the festival fan did end up losing, but still in contention. X and ones, I believe, are guaranteed to make it into top cut with a couple X and twos. I believe,
Believe so.
yeah.
Yeah, I believe the 2s still have an option to get in, so we'll have to see how that one turns out. I'm gonna switch over things here.
I, I'm
Yeah,
very curious to see if uh we've seen our number one seeds have rough first rounds of top cut, normally losing the first round of top cut. I'm wondering if that will still continue to be a trend.
definitely could be an option. I'd be curious to see how that set up because it feels like if you go undefeated, you screw yourself. So maybe you just need to take a loss or two.
at Gen Con, I went undefeated in Swiss and then lost top 8, and I was like, "Man, you see, it's happening even at this," because I think 3 or 4 different qualifiers have had that happen to the top seed. It's like, I can't wait for the day where the last round of Swiss, both players are trying to concede first in the undefeated match, just so that they don't go undefeated. Like, no, 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 you go undefeated, you go undefeated.
Yeah, I will have to see how if that's actually something that we have to watch out for these days. Players trying to just get the one loss on their record, but at the moment, if you want, we'll go ahead and get Malmolian in here on the
Sounds
guest
good.
one slot. Thank you for joining us, a guy trying. Been a great
Thank you for
time. We'll
having
see
me.
you tomorrow as well as we get into the top cut for this event here for the World Championship for BGA EU region. And we'll switch over here
Yep.
and we'll get started with the next round.
Peace, everybody. Have fun with the rest of the rounds.
All right, as we wait for Mamelian to show up, we'll give them the go ahead to join, and we will join here shortly for the next round, round number 8. I'm going to switch over Mamelian here on the setup before we get going. I want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far here for this World Championship qualifier for the EU region, but everyone gets to be involved for the setup. I am Blue, also known as Blue Oak TV. I get to do stuff as far as casting for the A.W.O.L setup and was over for some other things. Feel free to check me out on all the social media stuffs that you see below. We're going to get started here quite shortly. It looks like we have Mamolian set up. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Blue. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. I'm going to turn you up a little bit. There. All right, we're gonna switch on over to what we got going. I'm gonna take a look at group one. We haven't gotten to take a lot of group one into effect. A lot of group four, it seems like lately. So we will be going with round eight here shortly. I think round seven is still slightly wrapping up here that we may be able to catch the very end of games. But in the meantime, have you been able to take a look at the event? What are your thoughts thus far?
I've been kind of in and out here. I said my job sprung it out on me, so I got off at about 8 o'clock Central this morning, and my wife was gracious enough to watch the boys and give me like an hour before she had to go to work. So it looks like I'm happy. It seems like BGA was finally able to handle all the traffic that it had today. I was there for that round one. Wouldn't dare say fiasco because it seemed like things got figured out, but glad that I'm sure some players were not happy about that. It seems like maybe round two and so on, it was fine. Um, yeah, and catching the tail bit in the games, like I always say, I don't know what it is about TCGs, man. People just don't like control decks, but it's a valid strategy. The decks you shouldn't like is mill decks. Mill decks, while they are legal, should not be a strategy to win the game. I can deal with control all day long, but mill decks, no, I just not care. I am happy to see that it looks like we have some errata characters that are doing well. You know, we just talked about Waru that was just came here. I think I'd seen maybe a couple of Phonuses that were doing well too. It's a habit in TCGs that once a character is toned down, because most of the time an errata means that a character or a card was overtuned and now it's brought down to, a decent power level. But everybody is just like, oh, it's not broken anymore. It's not worth playing. And that's just not the case. I'm glad we're seeing that on display here today.
Indeed, and we are getting notes here from the back end production of Mr. Starshine Simon. We do have at least two players potentially locking in a top cut spot here for the top 32 between Marco and Vittorio. So congratulations to them. If that is in fact the case, if not, blame Simon and not me. Actually, blame Cole. I'm fine with you blaming Cole. Simon's working really hard, and
I was
Cole
gonna say,
just
yeah, Cole's in the director chair right now, so
yeah.
he's gonna get all the credit and all the blame.
He's not even in the director chair at this point, is he? It's me. I'm streaming.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we'll just make him the straw man. That's
He's yeah, he's taking the break at this as far as this round is going, but, we should be getting started here shortly on round 8, just wrapping up on round 7. Once again, wanna thank everyone that has joined us thus far for this stream. Yeah, mill decks are one of those things, but, mill decks and altered are kinda what some people are trying to do, and it's not even mill realistically, it's just kinda milling yourself to the point of trying to recycle your deck, which turns into a stall deck kinda thing, but, um, yeah,
yeah,
we
we
can always blame Cole. I'm glad a guy trying can help out. I'll pay you later. I'm sorry, the last check bounced. We are wait, waiting here. We have plenty of setup. I don't know if you saw earlier, but we did get a Waru victory, who is currently 7-1, I believe.
yes, yes.
Um,
I
so or 6-1, 7-1, 6-1. There it is. Only
or
7 rounds.
Ortis and Izmir are close to my heart. I myself am a Lindway player, as most of our viewers who tune into A.W.O.L Weekly know I shot from the rooftops. But I have also heralded Sigismar as for potentially being the best control hero in the game. And every set seems like we get more and more tools to make that closer and closer. I said this for a long time, just being able to produce a token, a 1/1/1 token. A lot of times when you have removal, those stats are just enough to win a lane. So I will continue to be Sigismar's, control Sigismar's Silver Surfer, and I will herald him to the day that eventually happens. That control Sigs will be the one to not be the bridesmaid, but finally be able to top an event.
It does look like Group 4 has already started round 8. I'm not quite sure why Group 1 has not. I was going to try to get a game of Group 1, but we may just have to do Group 4 here. So we'll go ahead and go over to Group 4. As mentioned, I'll go ahead and take a look at table number 3. This will be Alterdace's Claydeus versus Stefan here. And
Gotcha.
we'll switch over to that and go to some gameplay. Progressed pretty quickly at this point already, so I'll just take off group 7, switch on to group 8. At the moment, we do have a Sigismar mirror matchup. Talking about Sigismar, I know everyone wanted to see a mirror matchup, and that's why I brought up this Sigismar mirror. You're welcome, folks. Only the best here for Stream Team Chat. But we'll take a look at what we got going on here. Not much, nothing left on the board. Pretty even as far as resources are concerned. And we are going into the 7 mana turn.
Yeah, so we're starting day 5 here, and again, we just mentioned that there's quite a bit of progression here. I do want to highlight this Ortis Accountant. This is a card that I am starting to see now in Sigismar's builds. I think it's one of the best ones. I enjoy a lot of these spend one of my boosts, make an effect happen that we got from Whispers from the Maze. And the Ortis Accountant is very, very good for, once again, being able to just have those low stat characters take a day. Speaking of Jack Frost, another one of those characters that are just constantly exhausting what's in the reserve and making your opponent have an answer in their hand.
Indeed, Jack Frost hitting Jack Frost. Limited resources here for the bottom Sigismar. Has 3 in hand. We'll have to force them to use it at this point. Not necessarily a bad thing to use that Jack Frost on the following turn because it will be the first player turn for the bottom Sigismar, but it will force them to use cards from hand, like you mentioned. But we will see one of those cards that has been quite popular from Whispers from the Maze in the Aegis Templar. Don't often get to see it not in the scout version though. Instead, using the opportunity just to play it and saving a token for the following day potentially.
Yeah, I think that's the play here. In mirror matches, just to borrow from anybody who knows from the test of time, talk about who's the beatdown. When you have two type of control style characters, one of you are going to have to be on the offensive, and sometimes that may change every turn as we've got a unique Ortis Dispatcher coming out on Sitzfan's side here.
Yeah, unique Ortis Dispatcher, 3 from hand, 4 from reserve, 2/1/1 in stats. You may spend 1 counter from a card to control you control in reserve to create an Ortis Recruit token in each of your expeditions. Didn't use that one, but it uses the other effect of if your hero expedition is behind sabotage, and that will be used to hit the cards in reserve for the Sigismar player. And it will also get a token for that Aegis Templar leaving the expedition and an Ordos recruit joining due to its passive ability.
Yeah, it's kind of a setup for the next turn. Six fan, it's a little scary. One thing that I don't like about going against these Sigismars, especially with Jack Frost, is when you have a very limited amount of cards in hand, and you're depending on playing out of reserve, and when they're just exhausting your reserve, again, you just have extremely limited options on what you're playing from hand here. However, being able to get that token on the hero expedition, in addition to the at noon effect, they give us two tokens, two Orders recruits already in the hero expedition to kind of give us some leeway. So if we do somehow get our reserves tapped down, we still got options in our lanes.
Indeed. We will see another boost going up on that unique Ortis Dispatcher that is immediately going to be played from reserve. The Hero Expedition is currently not behind, but is able to use the other effect that we mentioned of spending a counter to create an Ortis Recruit on either side. Doesn't really matter as far as getting that sabotage at this point with only the Jack Frost that's exhausted in reserve. So we'll have to see how Clay on the top Sigismar is able to respond, and it's with another Jack Frost.
Which is absolutely huge because that stops that Templar from being able to come in. Um, then maybe give us some hope because we still have 5 mana left to maybe at least try to win one of the days. So the last thing you want to do is when you're tied in your expeditions is to give up a 2-0 day, which would make a very, very difficult time for you. I'm trying to set up for the next.
Yeah, a big thing here as well is plenty of mana left for Clay to use cards from hand, but there is 3 mana left for the bottom Sigismar or Stefan, and the one cost is essential after you with a bunch of stats is going to be big for the top Sigismar to see if they can at least get a 1-for-1 against the bottom Sigismar, who had a lot of token setup. And sure enough, we do see some removal in the teamwork training hitting the Jack Frost. It does force the bottom Sigismar to use everything that they have, and I don't know if they have any way to replenish the cards with some card draw uniques or something else. But it'll be big here if Clay on the top Sigismar is able to get enough stats to go 1-for-1 and essentially have a little bit of an advantage as far as cards in hand and reserve.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Since we're kind of really going in on hopefully winning both lanes, but it's gonna feel real bad. We've gone down to 0 cards in hand, and if we don't take both of these lanes, we're gonna be at a significant disadvantage as we've got.
Ooh, and there it is. The infamous Kokoba Unique. And if you're not aware of what it is, where have you been living all your life? It's 4 from hand, 4 from reserve, 1/2/2 in stats, but not for long because it boosts itself with a charge effect, essentially, if you have 4 or more characters, and creates 2 Ortus Recruit Soldier tokens in my expedition, pretty much guaranteeing themselves an expedition advance anytime you play it in an expedition and helping out the entire board. Exactly what Clay needed. Has to get rid of 2 cards from reserve to do it, but definitely seems worth it, at least to get the 1 for O at this point and block on the hero side.
Which either way is still a huge win for Claudius here because again we've caused our opponent to pretty much burn all their resources and we still took a lane, which sets us up very well heading into this day with the first player and the card advantage and very good options coming out of the reserve.
Indeed. Interestingly enough, we'll have to see what they decide to do as far as the mana decision here. Um, Top Waru is 1 mana behind. That means the bottom, not Waru, bottom Sigismar can decide not to mana here, and that is a good choice for them. So we'll be dead even between cards in hand and reserve. Top Sigismar gets to decide a Jack Frost play here potentially off the start. Has to be wary of sabotage coming from the bottom Sigismar that can hit that unique. That would be a good target. But only 3 cards left here to play from the bottom Sigismar. 3 cards left to play from the top Sigismar. Could be a big turn.
Yeah. Sorry about that. My
No
kids, I
worries.
told them that after lunch it'll be time for nap, and of course, this is the one time they want more food. So,
No
not
worries.
feeling free.
We do get to see the monolith come out. Probably not the card that bottom Sigismar wanted because this game is so close and the top Sigismar is only 2-0 away. That's why we've seen a lot of permanents disappear from the Sigismar deck list, especially with license withdrawal being a big thing. Interesting that we see this Sigismar still running it though.
Yeah, I think they've switched to, and one that I've switched to myself. I can't even think of the name of it right now. I'm drawing a blank, but it's the 2 cost one. That you get counters for each character at the end of Dusk, and then you can spin those to give a boost to a lane. I can't think of the name right now. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, that is gonna be it though, with
yeah,
that Kokoba unique available, being able to get plenty of stats on the companion expedition and give plenty of stats more to the hero expedition, just lining up perfectly. A bad draw for the bottom Sigismar with that monolith, and we will see Altered Aces Cletus take this victory here in round 8 of the Swiss for this EU BGA qualifier, the very first of its kind. The player that takes this game, or not this game, this event rather, will get a trip to France if they don't already live in France, but they get to participate in the tournament regardless because this is an EU based event. But might see an NA player win. You never know.
who knows? I wouldn't be miss if I said that, in my heart of hearts, that would be the case. That is one thing I love about Altered being an international game. Man, some of these European players I have played against, and let's just say I have learned quite a bit of lessons after getting demolished by some of them. It's definitely made me a better player playing against. It seems like a lot of players in the European region. Very, very good.
We're going to go ahead and switch over to group number one
Okay.
because we haven't seen a lot of those. And I'm going to jump into table number 3, we had a good game with some Fin action, and if I'm going into an LWE game, I'm expecting some Fin action, so we'll see what we have going here. Table 3, Group 1, LWE versus Toastmaster, and we'll switch on over. It looks like it is a Fin versus a Trace matchup. A lot of Trace showing up here for the EU meta, not entirely surprising. But after coming off of Dallas and not seeing a lot of Traced, it's definitely interesting to see the players play this one out. Obviously, a good deck as it won Lille, but we'll have to see if they can do the same here for the EUBGA online qualifier.
Yeah, and again, Trace once again kind of got toned down once they or rather the ability off of Haven kind of be an exhausted commit. Once again, a lot of people was off of the character because it was just like, oh man, that was just a big benefit to it. Once again, great players are going to find a way to still be able to use these cards. Dr. Frankenstein still exists within the deck, and just a lot of these uh, low cost, high static cards out of reserve. The Trace just kind of gets to manipulate putting in reserves. Glad to see the Keylon counter, I think, saw more play because of the Haven being errated. And so once again, we're just seeing an iteration of if you guys want to play your hero and cards got touched by them, you're just going to find a different way to evolve. So you can keep going as we see a magical training played by Finn here. Speaking of Haven,
Indeed. Yeah, there comes the Haven out here for the Trace. It's a pretty good setup for the Trace player. Can activate and get the 5 counters that they need to be able to start getting that Traced engine going at this point with 2 cards that cost 1 and even a hooked at 2 costs and 4 mana total. They can play everything from reserve if they so choose. LWE probably factoring that in as far as their plays are concerned. They do have a 2 tumult advantage at the moment. Probably going to try to maintain that and at least get 1 here and put themselves in a spot to 2-0 to win, but they will have to deal with that Haven boosted Amelia Earhart at the moment and traced only 1 counter away.
yes, and then I also would like to point out too is definitely got to be wary of that hook that's just looming in the reserve, as we've seen played an absolute huge role in today's tournament. Card I'm glad once again that is seeing more play. I can't tell you how often as a Lindway player, how much seeing my maw just absolutely ripped and I'm just overkill on one lane. When I should have had a 2-0 and it just turned into a 1-0 or a 1-1 because of that card.
Yeah, we will see a unique Esmeralda, 2 from hand, 2 from reserve, and 110 in stats. And from anywhere, you may discard a card from reserve. If you do, resupply. When a card leaves your reserve during the afternoon, you may have target character other than me lose fleeting. And from hand, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. So we saw both of those effects on the bottom being activated, where the spell was returned, and being able to activate that second effect to remove fleeting from the Ouroboros Inkcaster, which means the Esmeralda can be returned to hand at the end of this day if that's what Elwiwi wants. Don't know what else they are going to play from hand at the moment if they so choose, and they could just be returning the magical training at this point.
I would say, yeah, just constantly being able to try to create answers because as everybody knows who plays Finn, you don't really get to draw two. One goes to reserve. You quote unquote only draw one. Being able to cantrip, which for those who are not familiar with that game, is just being able to constantly replay a card or ability over and over again, kind of helps to mitigate usually the often hand advantage that Finn lacks.
Right. It will mean at this point that we are likely seeing a 2-0 here for the Trace player, which puts us dead even on the tumult. A lot of resources available for both players at this point. It'll be kind of a knockout, drag out fight on who gets the best card draws at this point for the setup. We do, in fact, get to see the Esmeralda returned for Elwiwi on the Fin and not the magical training because they can just return the card as far as magical training with the Esmeralda's ability if they so choose, if it doesn't get hit by anything as far as interaction. But we don't see a lot of interaction when it comes to Trace these days, more so just trying to boost your cards and stay tempo.
I would say, yeah, Trace is definitely I don't care what you're doing, I'm going to do what my deck wants to do. That's kind of how quote unquote aggro is in our game of altered here. It's just that I don't care what's going on, I'm gonna do my thing here. As we see a very strong reserve from Finn. I know Finn player would probably love to see a liar contortionist right now, just to kind of keep this plethora of options in the reserve here. Uh,
Yeah, still a good amount that they can use though. Those Ouroboros casters can be used for cost reduction, giving the Fen player a little bit more as far as options on lines that they have, essentially having 2 more mana up to 8 mana if that is what they want to play. We do know the Esmeralda can return a card, and we will see the Esmeralda come out. Won't get the secondary effect of being able to remove fleeting, as we do see the arrow effect activating as well to resupply after discarding a magical training and picking up the other magical training. Solid card from LWB there on the Fin, and all for only 2 mana.
yeah, yeah, no, it's definitely a very good effect that's going on here. Very powerful, unique from Finn here. Blue, I'm going to turn my fan on. You let me know if it's too much feedback. We are under heat advisory here in the good old Midwest, and it is hot. My office is a converted attic, so I only
You're
have
good.
like one vent up here.
It's okay. People can deal with it. If not, I'll see. I'll see what we got going on here. We do have a little bit of a filter, so it shouldn't pick up anything crazy. I'll let you know though.
I don't. If not, I can tough it out. My job is being a maintenance man, so I'm usually used to spending hours in rooms where AC aren't working and then not being able to reap the benefits because it's on to the next one after I fix it for folks. So
Indeed. We do see a rare artifaction hooked coming out from the Fen player. Doesn't have the benefit of drawing a card like the rare version of the Axiom one does, but it does allow them to still move the character over and hopefully try to get a one for one here. We do see a lot of slow play coming from both players, one cost cards galore for them, as we do see the Anansi coming from reserve for the Finn player, trying to stack up things on that companion zone. And because a card left the reserve, guess what? That Esmeralda can just remove the fleeting from the Anansi that was just played.
yep, and then again we'll be able to cantrip these Anansis here, which again would have loved to have seen the um, Flower Contortionist or the other landmark that escapes me right now that allows your reserve to increase
Tech
by
Lab.
yeah, yeah. But again, both players here are doing great on time. We've got Trace that's got over 6 minutes of thinking time left. And we over 7.5 minutes left. So I think that these are the times that you want to have important. Those early mana turns, the decisions. I'm not going to say they aren't important, but you don't have as many options. Once you start hitting, six and up, that's those decisions where what you're playing and sequencing really matters. And that's why I think you really want to save your thinking time for. As we see the hooked go ahead and coming out into play, we'll see which character we decide. It's going to be the Esmeralda that's swinging off over there.
Yeah, no danger to them at this point. Esmeralda 0 stats in water and barely anything in forest and mountain. Probably still giving up the 1 for 1. Technically, Elwiwi can still play a 3 cost card at this point with the cost reduction on the Inkcaster, and we will see 1 cost reduction happen. I'm not sure if we'll see the second. We won't. We will just see the Inkcaster being played from reserve. And the important thing here is guess what? Fleeting gets removed again,
Yeah.
and we'll be able to return one of the cards that go down here to reserve for the Finn player. What a unique that's just able to utilize as many resources as possible for the Finn, and when typically when you play something from reserve, you lose it. But guess what? With the Esmeralda unique, that is not the case.
No, no, no. Again, yeah, it's just circumventing one of the unique mechanics of this game. Just constantly be able to kind of one of those where if I see a single copy, it helps eliminate that card variance a bit that we have in all TCGs. Just being able to see, okay, I've seen my answer in hand. Now, as long as there's no interaction, which we talked about earlier with Trace, I can kind of make sure that I sequence right to get my important pieces back into my hand or keep them in reserve always.
Right. We do see the hooked being returned to hand for Elwiwi on the Finn, and interestingly, getting rid of that unique Esmeralda. I thought we might get to see the Esmeralda return to hand with the Inkcaster and potentially return another card with its play again, but it looks like Elwiwi has another line in mind, and you know what? Resupplying into another Anansi isn't a bad thing, especially with a magical training available to put another card in reserve. A good setup here at the moment for Elwiwi. We'll have to see if the Trace player can respond. They do have a lot of resources themselves. They can play the Salvager, they can activate the Trace ability, and see what they have to work with to try to counter the Fen player. But at the moment, just a lot going on here for
Requiem.
Elwiwi on the Fen.
Yep. Requiem comes in, gets rid of the Haven here. That's also something that always concerns me when I've witnessed the power of a player's unique and they have the option to keep it and they discard it. It makes me nervous. Like, what do you have in your hand that you were comfortable with getting rid of this unique that was putting in absolute work for you?
Right. We will see the Daedalus come out here, use the scout effect, gets the 5 in order to boost itself and the Anansi in reserve. Doesn't have to be a card that is set up in play. It can be a card that you can target in reserve. The beauty of Whispers from the Maze being able to boost cards in reserve at this point. Hadn't seen a lot of that, or any of it rather, before. And Daedalus, with the little rules interaction, still able to target itself in the reserve for that ability. A lot of cards here available for Elwiwi. It kind of just seems like they're biding their time, setting themselves up maybe for a 2-0, but it feels like the Trace could possibly get enough stats on the board in order to avoid a 2-0 from the Finn player, and at
Yeah.
least send this to a 1-1 where they're both adjacent. And sure enough, we do see a unique Anansi, one of the cards that has been really popular these days. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for each card in your reserve, and that's from anywhere.
Oh, another unique Athena here.
Yeah, if you want to read that one off.
Yep. It says it does if you control 2 more landmarks, I lose fleeting, and then it has a when played effect. You may activate the when play abilities of a target permanent you control.
So that'll come into effect here pretty importantly for that Keylon cylinder that can just boost things up as needed. Probably would want to use it with the resupply as much as they could, but at the moment, the Keylon cylinder is available. We do see that hooked come out for El at this point, just kind of trying to slow play as much as possible to decide which side they want to win or maybe even counter. We do get the Anansi coming out. Will be a good amount of stats here for the Trace player, deciding what card that they would want to put to reserve. And they are going to throw down the rare hooked. And a unique martingale here for El on the fin has a 2/2 1/1/1 stats. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand to reserve. If you do, I gain one boost for each card in each player's reserve. Guess what? Your Nazi is cool, but check out my martingale that has one cost less, and I get for both sides of the setup here. And he can still play the other Anansi with the cost reduction of the Inkcaster
I
and
have
the Twinkle Twinkle.
never seen a martingale with that many stats before. That is hilarious to me. As now we bust out the Nazi to wrap up the game here should be. Yep.
Not enough mana left here for the Trace player, and sure enough, Elwiwi coming in clutch here. Big plays, bunch of cards in reserve. Martingale unique, getting the 2-0 here in round 8 of the Swiss for the EU BGA online qualifier for the World Championship. Once again, want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far in the chat as I lose chat there for a moment. Hopefully the stream didn't get lost. I think I'm fine. But yeah, congrats to El Wee. What a play there at the end.
Man, yeah, it was just a battle of that last day. I think we seen what, three uniques played, either like three or four uniques. It's just a battle of them going, and both players just incredible uniques. Um, man, I'm just amazed here.
Indeed. And we will go back here to the group one. Why not? Let's take a look at table number one. Looks like we have a good amount of time on it. Should be some good players to take a look at. We'll have to see if we get to see some other matchups. And it is a Sigismar versus a Trace. Again, a lot of Trace here. Trace is only one advance away from taking this one and has played a unique Anansi for themselves that has a 2/1 and an anywhere ability. Gotta love the one cost Anansis that you get a boost just for playing for one.
No, Anansi is just I love one of those. Like I said, just having a boost to say kind of based off of reserve. I do like that because you've got cards, you got characters that feed off of how many characters are in expeditions, how many characters in both expeditions. And Anansi just kind of fills that niche spot of, hey, how much do you have in your reserve? Let's take advantage of it.
That is the case. Plenty of mana left here for the Trace player as well. I think there is some removal waiting for them from the Sigismar, but the fact that they can just play low cost cards themselves probably is going to be the downside here for the Sigismar, especially resupplying into a frozen delivery, just
Yeah.
giving themselves more and more options. Another slow play by Sigismar, but it seems like they're going to have an uphill battle trying to take the stats that they need on the companion zone, probably trying to save removal for that Anansi. But
Ooh,
the rare hooked going to move most of the stats over for the Sigismar. And guess what? That hooked can be played again. So the Sigismar is going to pass, and it will be a victory for the Trace player of ESP OIR.
yep.
Maybe Spanish? No, it's a French player. I don't know.
Yeah, these are two French players. Again, we hopped right in. Rare hooked, man. It was a card that I don't feel was appreciated in the earlier sets, but as we see here, it is um, definitely pulling its weight, probably and then some. Absolutely closing out games. I want to say it's probably been used more to close out games than to like save for another day. Just from what I've caught of stream so far, and then of course being in the booth here as well.
Yeah, the player that just won that Trace after that victory is 8-0 as well. So putting themselves in a good spot to hit the top cut and get things going. I'm going to go all the way down to table 12 here, where we have Maddox faction versus Oni Bibi. And if this is what I assume Maddox is probably playing Sierra, what we saw in Dallas. So it'd be cool to get to see some Sierra gameplay.
Well,
Oh,
we've got
JK.
Gorang, and looks like Gorang has It mass critical with 3 Mescarats out. Or Mescatettes, excuse me. Um, I don't know if we've hit a critical mass to where Goldring is going to start their massive comeback where they just 2-0 every day for like 3 days straight. Um, there is a unique flawed prototype that I haven't seen a unique flawed prototype yet. Um,
Yeah, I've actually had the pleasure of playing up against this one. It is quite a good one as well. 5 from hand, 4 from reserve. From hand, sacrifice another robot or permanent. If you can't, send me to reserve. And then from anywhere, you may sacrifice a permanent. If you do, create 2 grass bugs in target expedition. Otherwise, create just 1. But it is a quite a good brass bug creator.
we've got here. I would say the only thing that worries, I would say, with Goldring, especially I know on Izmir, is it Blizzard or Avalanche? I can't remember. Whichever one it is that sends everything in an expedition
That'd
to
be
the
Blizzard.
reserve. It's also
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely massive play against Goldring. It's usually pretty backbreaking. I don't know if the out of faction is. I think it is Axiom, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if Trace is going to run it, but if there is just like a one of any type of control to run in the deck, that is definitely one that I would always consider. Considering the low cost cards Trace gets to play, I feel like you can get away with a 5 cost card that just says, "Hey, your entire expedition no longer counts."
Yeah. Goring in a pretty good spot here. Down 3 spots are needs 4 to advance and win the game, but has 2 Musketeers, has a unique Athena in the reserve that's 4 costs from hand, 2 costs from reserve. From reserve, if you control 1 or more landmarks, I lose fleeting. And then from anywhere, if you control a token, create 2 Ortis Soldier tokens in my expedition. So you're getting 666 in stats just by throwing that out there, and you can keep on recycling it as much as you want. And with being down as much as they are on the tumult, will have an advantage on to the next day if they go 2-0 here to still have double Mescatet turn and
Yeah,
potentially 2-0 and take the game.
we're getting the equivalent of what you would expect out of a 6 cost character stat wise off of 2 costs. Just to detail just how powerful this unique. Oh, and we got rapid reinforcements coming in here for Ghoul getting some card draw going on there, and getting that Orders recruit. Again, like I said, it's just kind of what Gold set up to do. Once they hit that 8, 9, 10 mana zone, they're just going to, at this point, try to 2-0 you for the rest of the game. And they're pretty well set up to make that happen. It's going to feel like an uphill battle, but Trace, man, they just need one. They just need one lane.
Yeah, but it seems like we have a lot going here for the goal ring. We do have a unique Bravos excavator in the reserve that has a from hand ability that probably doesn't matter too much at the moment. But from reserve, if you control 2 or more landmarks, draw a card, otherwise resupply. So good for card draw for the trace, but not good, so good for dealing with the massive army of tokens being played here for the goal ring. But surprisingly, still 4 mana left per, and Goldring can realistically only play 1 more card, so we'll have to see if that is the case or if they're just gonna pass and see what the Trace can do right now.
I think if Trace has one more card they can play, because we still have the Keylon counter that's active, and they might be able to get that, might be just what they need in order to wrap
Mm.
up the. Oh, did I say something about a Keylon counter still being available?
License Withdrawal is a big card here. It's going to target that Amelia Earhart. Nothing left here for the gold ring to play. Now the question is, does the Trace have enough to stat over that 10-10 in stats? We will see a unique Monolith Rune Scribe from reserve. Target character switches Expedition. So we'll be able to switch over one of the tokens. Just needs one more stat to take the victory here from
Keylon
the gold ring player, and
there.
it should be enough just with what we have in the reserve with the Bravos Excavator.
Yeah, yeah. You can go either or. You can just spin the counter, or you can just go ahead and play that. Yep, and that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, gotta love the rare Keylon cylinder being able to apply the boost at any point rather than on your next character, and it will be just enough for the Trace player. Goldring had a good setup, but just a little bit too far behind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's those stall decks there. Which I'm so happy one of the Ghoul Ring does have viability now. Um, as more sets get released. So Satisfaction taking the dub there. What is their record? Not let me scroll to the side. Let me go back to the main tournament page.
Believe they're 6-2 at this point.
So almost well, I'm not gonna say almost. You have to win out at this point and hope for good tiebreakers.
Yeah,
Uh,
we are in Swiss round 9 for group 4, which we can switch over to. I believe group 1 is still waiting on a few players before we get to 9.
yeah, they are. I am counting one. Looks like they're waiting on one game to finish up here in Group One.
All right,
For the start round 9.
let's take a look at group 4 while we're waiting. We'll get into the Swiss round 9 for this. I will go with table number 3 at this point.
Table 3.
Group 4. It is it's the Waru that we saw earlier. You know what? There's never enough Waru.
All right, Germany versus France. Uh,
Waru versus Itsade, the matchup that everyone wanted to see anyway.
Look at the
Swiss
hand advantage the Waru has.
Swiss round 9. Let's do it.
Oh man, 7 cards in hand for this Waru. We got a unique Isatok on board, a unique Robin Hood in the which I'm happy to see this character again, and blasting out the rallying call here at the end of the. I'm like, well, I can't say at the end of the day. Still have 5 mana left over here for Waru.
We do have this unique Robin Hood that we haven't seen previously in the reserve, where it's 5/5, 2/1/2 in stats. Cards your opponent plays can't cost less than 2. From hand, if you control 3 or more characters, create 2 orders to recruit soldier tokens in each of your expeditions. That's pretty good. And then when an opponent draws 1 or more cards or does resupply, draw a card. So it's like the Quetzalcoatl ability, but you draw a card instead.
Yeah. Yeah, you got Quetz and Robin Hood wrapped in one. Very good unique.
Indeed, we do have Benzatane for the it's Saudi player, where it has a hand ability. If my hand expedition is behind up to 2 target characters, each gain 1 boost. And when a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, if you control 1 or more landmarks, draw a card. So a lot of draw focus when it comes to these uniques. Not too much of a surprise. Drawing cards feels good, and if you can draw multiple, why not do it? But we just do get to see the unique being played purely for the stats, getting a card draw from the Itzade ability, and it being gigantic with the candy bar. Not that it
Right.
matters with the East Talk on the board, but at least it's out there competing on the hero side, right?
Yep. And I'd say, yeah, and plus the East Talk now is going to guarantee that this Orders Attorney is going to draw a card for the Warrior deck here. What's asleep? So we already got a pretty good setup for next turn here. I don't know how much higher outside he has got going there. I don't think there's any 7 costs characters that's like a Scout 3 here for them to draw another card, but um if anything, just outside he maybe just needs more players, and that's kind of the not downfall, but the a side effect of the deck. You want to run so many high cost characters that sometimes outside of course, this Talarian Skater, you don't have like a lot of 3 or 4. So when you start getting in these situations where you need um, characters in lane, and that's kind of where Asadi struggles a bit.
Yeah, probably also struggling with the fact that Waru has a bunch of cards in hand and is only going to get more the more characters they played with that Isutak. That anytime a card joins, as long as they have 3 characters, they will get to draw another card. Cost 6, but I don't think they're complaining too much with still 3 mana left. Still can play at least one or two more cards if they want. It's already taken their time to figure this one out, though. It's going to be important on this next play to at least try to get one advance over the top of this Isatok. But the more cards that Waru keeps playing, the more chances that we're going to see this Waru take another victory.
As I say, yeah, more cards equals potentially more answers. There was a wise sage that once also said, though, more money, more problems. But it looks like our Waru is not having that issue because despite as many cards and decisions in hand, they still have over 10 minutes of thinking time, which means that one just shows a level of comfort and maybe mastery of the deck. To constantly have all these decision points to make, but very clearly not wasting very much time on deciding what the next play is always going to be when their turn comes.
Yeah, important here to note that the Sandman play from the Waru is going to sleep that unique Isatok once again, trying to maintain that board advantage and keep on drawing cards. And because of it, Itzadi really doesn't have an answer, and it will be a one for one. But I'm sure the Itzadi would have much preferred to be able to block the Waru because the Waru is just 1-2-0 away from taking this game. Important to note that the Isatok will still be on the board, so that may not be the scenario for them. It does require a token to be available for the Isatok to activate the ability, and if Warrior doesn't throw it out, they could definitely still get a 2-0 here and win this game and add another win to their total and put themselves in a pretty good spot to get to top cut.
Yeah, for certain. One thing with Bravos is they just don't have. I mean, they have interaction, um, but it's really point and click, and you kind of have to run it. Usually, will cost you like a resource, like a mana orb or something along the lines of that. So it's gonna be tough because getting rid of resources is exciting when you want to go like these big and tall characters would definitely hurt. But man, just staring at a 10, 11, 10, and we haven't even played anything yet, it's got to be daunting for our Saudi player here.
Right. Important with the Quetzalcoatl out, we do see a token on the board for the Waru required at this point, so they can only get one advance unless they find a way to remove the tokens that will be coming out. And it seems like they're fine with it though.
Yeah.
If they can just get a 1-0 here, put themselves set up for the following turn, they do have the time advantage when it comes to BGA as well. So everything's looking up here for the Waru player and adding another victory to their total against the Itzadi, and the Itzadi just has to be careful on what they can play as far as setting this game up. And I don't know what else they can do. Maybe a hunger.
I was gonna say this has to be a hunger play, if at all. Oh, I completely forgot about. Is it Thesis? Thesis, yeah, it is Thesis. Okay.
Yeah,
Completely forgot about him. I don't know if he can lift enough against an already stacked lane. As it doesn't matter because he's just getting sent back home anyway.
yeah. Just using it for the card draw from the Itzadi and the Scout with the Theseus. It's a fun little interaction that you can do with Itzadi, which kind of lends itself to the idea that Itzadi is searching for something in their deck, potentially that hunger that they may have drawn here to be able to play at 8 mana would be a huge play, but with so many cards in hand and reserve for the Waru, they could pretty much just double advance if they had any type of removal for the hunger. But instead, we will see a Swift Gen play here just for the stats, not
Oh,
even scouting it, and it's on the side that they can't advance at the moment. So I'm
that's
thinking that Itzadi's kind of just throwing in the towel.
yeah, yeah. That would be as we see a Templar as well.
Oh,
Uh,
they could be setting themselves for a dual grit play on the East Talk, I guess.
yeah, I suppose. But man, again, they're just gonna lose out on the stat battle at this point. Waru is now has 11 cards in hand. As we talked about between that and the reserve, Waru sure enough has enough answers. I would think to be able to uh, take another lane today.
Theseus comes out again, could do some card return here other than itself.
No,
We'll get the recruit first after the card draw. We'll wait for the Theseus decision as far as what they want to target. feel like it has to be the East Talk if they played the setup as far as uh getting a card over on the companion zone, but it's just gonna return themselves, and they don't have any other cards, so it looks like they're just happy with trying to build up and try to stop the Waru on a following day without the Waru being able to double advance here.
Yeah. Um, Not double advancing though, but Waru is certainly taking advantage of not having to worry about losing the companion side as 13 cards in hand here. Oh,
And there's that unique overseer that we've seen before. You get you get a lot of recruits per bureaucrat, and then you can sacrifice a character to boost everything else from hand, throwing everything out there, and it's gonna sacrifice the Isatok to remove that setup there and
that's
get the double advance that they needed. What a unique to come in clutch here. Plenty of stats on both sides, and the Waru takes the victory once again.
man, just out here looking like the CIS, just a wave of droids is what Orders Recruits remind me of. As we're still drawing cards. Look at the screen.
Yeah, more cards in hand at the moment than in the deck. We can
7
do
cards in hand. Oh my. Oh man, that has to be the most cards I've ever seen in hand for any game. That is fun. Fun. What were we taking it? Man, I love it. I'm loving what I've seen from the Orders, despite I know what people hate, but like for us control players, it's fun to see. Um, I feel like Izmir, the thing that missing there in the faction is just real like cheap one cost or ineffective like one cost options. That I think that's kind of the benefit Ordis has over them. There's no real Ordis Trooper option like in Izmir. I got the Moonlight Jellyfish, but that's more for like card support, not like stats to win a lane.
right. And with that win, the Warrior player in Dirks is currently 8-1 and is just one victory away from guaranteeing themselves a spot in the top cut. We're gonna take a look at go back to group one here and see they should have started the Swiss round 9 at this point. Want to thank everyone that has joined us in the chat. You are watching the European World Championship qualifier here on BGA, first online qualifier of its type, over 1,200 players. Had even more signed up at one point, but we had people drop. I'm sure a lot of stuff going on. But we'll take a look here at Group 1. Swiss Round 9 is what we're still in. We have 10 rounds of Swiss set up for the day.
Uh,
And we'll just jump into a game here and see what we got.
if you haven't picked one, table 5 seems pretty good right now.
All right, we'll take a look at table 5. And it is a Sierra versus Tasia matchup.
All right, I think both of these players are looking for their 8th win in this game. I was trying to scroll quickly, hoping to find, these last couple rounds of Swiss, looking for those. People are looking for 8 or 9 wins there, trying to wrap up a top cut or hoping they, place high enough with tiebreakers. I don't think I've seen the Tasia and Sierra matchup this stream yet, have we?
I haven't seen anyone at this point, at least while I've been streaming, so fun
Yeah.
to at least get to watch a little Sierra.
Which is neat. Sierra's another character that's got a significant amount of glow up with Whisper from the Maze with like Bug Out Bag. And then there was another permanent I can't think of the name of. But Sierra's been kind of getting glow ups with each set because we've got the Withered Tree from the last set, Trials by Frost, and then now it Whispers, the Bug Out Bag, and the Gremlins, of course, which is every Axiom girl loves. Excuse me.
No worries. We do have an advantage currently at the moment for the Sierra. Important to note, we do not see any hives on the board at the moment, and we don't see anything in the reserve as well. So definitely could be something that we could see in the near future for the Sierra, and we'll have to be paying attention to see what the Tasia can do to respond to it.
Yeah, I do want to point out though, I do love this set's brass bug. I think it's probably by far the current best brass bug token around.
Oh, you're talking about the art?
Yeah, the art. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They just remind me almost like the pit droids from Star Wars, or even they just look like some maintenance robots for like a Gundam or something like that. I don't know. They just look super neat this set. I can't wait to see what they look like in the next set with everything taken to the skies here. Talarian Skater here. I'm coming down for Tasia. Are we scouting, or I guess we'll find out here in a moment.
They did in fact not scout, so it
Okay.
is a straight up Tolarian Skater on the board. Only 2 mana left here for the Tasia, 5 mana left here for the Sierra, so not enough to throw down a Hive even if they had it, but a good amount to be able to play something else, and we do see the rare Bug Out Bag getting
Mhm.
played, and with the Sierra Exhaust, so we will see another bug on the board. Just happy with taking one side with the lead on the Tumult and putting themselves adjacent potentially here to take the game.
I would say I'm curious with this Tasia player here, who's hosting out of Brazil, by the way. Love seeing all these countries competing here. I haven't seen very many anchor characters, so to say that they're only two zones away from themselves, I find impressive if they haven't been able to get their anchored game plan going, which is usually kind of Tasia's downfall. If they don't ever get their anchored stuff going, it's just kind of run away from them.
Yeah. Imbruza, definitely a more popular player from the Brazil region, playing a lot of Tasia and Muna as a whole. You haven't seen him on the online games. You probably haven't been watching too much
Mhm.
of those a lot because they tear it up on occasion.
Yeah.
But we do get a one for one this time around, which the Sierra is just happy with being only one advance away and putting the onus on the Tasia player to have to stop them here on the following day in order to take the victory here in the Swiss round 9 of the EU BGA online qualifier. Once again, want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far in the chat. Be sure to join us for the rest of the games. I'm going to switch out here after this game. We'll get Chili in of a Hero's Guide to Asgartha to cast some of these final rounds. Then we'll be doing a wrap up with myself and Cole at the end of the Swiss, probably go over the top cut folks and the like. And then join us tomorrow, same time, to watch the top cut.
Yep, just to a bit of what's going on here. We just got a bug out bag play from Sierra. Before that, Tasia just played Magic Beans. So nothing, too eye popping here. We've got, both players playing low cost cards, trying to, I like to call it the game of chicken, and see who's going to commit the heavier amount of resources first. I am excited now, though, with my work schedule changes. I will now be able to be a part of the European A.W.O.L.
Nice.
On a week base, so I can see some of these players that that I've run across that we were saying that they are regulars during the A.W.O.L play. So definitely excited that I get to kind of be a part of that. Hopefully, hoping to level up my game while I'm also providing commentary as well.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be great to have you for it. We absolutely need some for more folks for Mondays. If
Mhm.
you are in the EU region and you're watching us now, feel free to reach out to me in DMs and we'll get you set up for the AWOL weeklies if you want to do some casting. In the meantime, we do have a unique in the reserve for the Sierra player of a designer drone, one from hand, three from reserve, 102 in stats. And from reserve, if your reserve is empty, you create a brass bug in your other expedition, so not an amazing unique, but enough to help the Sierra when they need it on occasion, as we do get a floor coming out from hand for the Tasia player of Imbruza that immediately gets hooked and a card draw for Sierra.
Yoink and away, just like we are at the Apollo, baby. Again, just putting that super on in Sierra set themselves up to be able to just take either or. Once again, kind of putting our opponent on what we like to call in TCGs on you just got to have it. And say I'm just going to play my stuff and force you. If you got the answers, you got it. Sometimes some people think it's a risky play, but you kind of got an idea of like the flow of the game that's going when you kind of know that you can put the pressure on your opponent and just say, hey, let's see what card variance does for you.
Right. We do get a common bug out bag being played for the Sierra player to throw out another bug. Still 3 mana left here for the Tasia. They can let the Tolarian Skater come out again. if they so choose, to try to prevent that advance from the Sierra player. It is important to note that Imbruza is just a 2-0 away from winning the game themselves. 3 mana left here for the Sierra player. They could play that designer drone that will get the benefit
Uh,
of the brass bug because the reserve is empty, but we also see 3 cards in hand. So an important decision here from Imbruza on the Tasia to decide how they are going to play this at this moment, because this could be the difference between winning the game or losing it here in Swiss round 9, and they'll put a pretty big statted character in the Lyra Thespian.
yeah. Do we have beauties? What's beauty sleeps cost?
It's
Man,
just one cost, but we won't see that from Sierra at the moment. Oh, are you talking about for Tasia?
yeah.
Definitely could be an option. We'll have to see how Sierra responds here. Looks like they will just mechanical training and produce another brass bug, and they could play that mechanical training once again, but Tasia does not have the answer, and it looks like we will get a 1-for-1 with the mechanical training being played again, and the Sierra player is going to take the victory here with Junis.
Yeah. Can we
Barely standing over in Bruiser there on the companion side.
with the brass out bugs there because I thought that we've been going to the Thunderdome, but brass bug or Jesus bug out bag. All the alliteration that Axiom has now. Bug out bag just existing as a permanent, allowing mechanical training to put in work. I always forget that it just says a target permanent you control, not necessarily a landmark. It's caught me off guard a few times, and here it is catching me off guard again in the booth.
Indeed. All right, folks, I am going to hop off here so Chili can join and do some commentary to wrap things up. Once again, be sure to stick around after the last Swiss round 10. We will be doing some review of the event thus far in day 1, and then be sure to tune in tomorrow for day 2, same time as before. I have been Blue Oak TV. Catch me later, and I will switch off of here, and we'll get Chili joining here shortly.
Got you. I think I'm gonna hop at table 6. Whenever you get the chance. So I will just be providing radio commentary at this time until we get set up on the switch here. Let me get the stream pulled up so I know that what I'm looking at here. So this match is a Sigismar versus a Goreng. Actually, it is a pretty close. Never mind. As this day wraps up, Sigismar has just put himself one zone. I'm separating him as Goreng is only 2 away as well, too, sitting at 10 mana orbs. Sigismar is also sitting at 10 mana as well, too. Could go either way. I've got Batgiver from France, who is piloting the Sigismar, and then Red Snabby from Germany, who is piloting this Goreng here. I am on tables 5, I want to say. Group 1s. Or tables, yeah, table 5 or 6. This is the one with Batgiver and Red Snabby. Yeah, still in group 1. We got a unique Heimdall coming out from Goreng here. 4-3-1-3-1. From hand, you may have a target character expedition permanent switch expeditions. And then when another character, I'm sorry, it's a long static, and I've got tokens galore filling the screen for Goreng. As whenever all these effects get done, I will finish it out here. When another character joins my expedition, if you control a token, create an Orders recruit in your other expedition. And then another one played from hand, if you control 2 or more permanent sabotage, which Goreng does have 2 Mescatats. Then otherwise, you can exhaust a target card in reserve. And Goreng also has a unique Rataskier that says you may pay 1 when played from reserve. If you do, create 2 Orders recruits in each of your expeditions. Yeah, we are waiting on the Sigismar currently here. Okay, cool. I was just again to provide commentary while we're getting that rolling here. Sigismar out here trying to decide what to do. Right now is not competing on either lane. Has full 11 mana, but with just Jack Frost and the Ortis Attorney, only 3 cards in hand. It just honestly depends on what's going to be coming from the hand. That's going to potentially really allow them to try to compete, try to do their best to at least win one lane to kind of put them on a either or zigzag in order to try to close out this game next turn. As we've got a Conjuring Seal coming up. Hey, but Joe, tell you your brother it's nap time. That's because I am working doesn't mean nap time doesn't happen. As we see here, we've got an Ortis Attorney coming out for Gorain, another boosted Ortis Recruit coming out. Gorain has taken the day 2-0, and now Gorain is in the driver's seat as they are drawing more cards before the end of the turn. Put themselves on an either or here. Or we could just I sit on here. I'm on my end. As the Gorang has decided to put their unique Heimdall to sleep. So again, keeping that static of when another character joins my expedition, create an Ortis Recruit in your other expedition. Alive for the next turn. And it's going to be rough sledding for Sigismar here. I don't know what their out is going to be heading into what's probably going to be this final day, which will be day 10 here. With this Gorang just absolutely set up. 8 cards in hand. Only has the hypothermia from reserve, but starting with the Heimdall in hand. So as soon as these recruits start coming out, more recruits are going to be getting put elsewhere. Which again, we've already started the recruit train going. So starting the day off with 4/4/4s, the hero campaign, and 5/7/5 for Gorang and Companion. As we start with the Templar coming down, looks like it was scouted just to get another Ortis recruit, which is going to trigger another Heimdall to bring another recruit out. And the rank and file of Ortis absolutely showing their way through here. As we are still trying to get Chile sorted out. Let's see here. We're in the goal rank here. Tons of options as we've got, a unique Snow Maiden. Get our effects resolved. When played, if you have less than 8 mana orbs, I guess that does not apply here. When another character joins my expedition, if you control one or more landmarks, which they do, draw a card. Then we got a unique Cadogan Alchemist from Sigismar in return. When played from hand, if you control 4 more characters, up to 2 target characters gain 2 boost. And when another non-target token character joins your expedition, create an Ortis recruit in your companion expedition. So we're going to try to load up one of these sides here. Desperately trying to get a 2-0, but I don't know if it is going to happen.
How's it going, guys? Can you actually hear me this time?
Hey!
We are finally on. I apologize. I have no idea what went wrong with my computer, but I am looking to get onto the stream. Thank you for having me. This is the first time I'm on with you, Melman. Am I saying it correctly?
Yeah, Malmo.
Mammolian. Oh, that sounds even cooler. Well, welcome. Can you just tell me which one should I join? Which of the 4 groups and which of the tables to join?
We are in group 1, and I want to say it's either table 5 or table 6. It's the one with Batguyver and Red Snabby, but the game might be over by the time you hop in here.
Oh no. Okay, no problem. And that is fine. We'll tell. I've been listening along to the cast throughout the day. Of course, I've got the kids and the family, so it's a little bit here, a little bit there. But it's been entertaining seeing some heroes that I would not have expected. But I guess if it's a free tournament, you might as well test because you have 3 chances at this if you really think about it.
Yep, and it's super competitive. So if there's ever time you felt in your heart and soul that this character is still viable or this is still a good deck, this is your chance to go out here and prove it. Gorang here though has wrapped up the game here. They will, I think this is like their 8th win, I think, to keep themselves alive. It might have been the 9th. I have to check.
Ooh, nice.
There's 9 X and 1 is guaranteeing a spot in Top Cut here, as I am going to see who else we have here in Group 1, if we got anything else left. If not, we're going to hop on over to Group 4 here.
No problem. Thank you very much. I'm just making my way to, so as I switch computers, I've got to do a few little things as
Yep,
we
you
make
are.
our way through table 1, and you let me know which one we want to go into now, and I will be there.
Gotcha. I'm trying to find tables here. What's going on at table 9.
Table 9, okay.
Yeah, we'll go to table 9. See what we've got going on here. Afanis versus Navenka. Got Matt Matu from France and Ngao from Italy.
Perfect.
So here, see John, look and see where we got going on here. It looks like we are at the beginning of day 8 here. Game is tied, one zone, separates them apiece. We've got a Martingale and the Magical Training in the reserve for the Navenka player, and then a Conjuring Seal for Afanis. Well, we've got, looks like, I'm assuming what was an Anchor Spindle Harvester, considering how nothing's been played yet this morning, and a Flamel here as was going on. Chile, no, you're familiar with both of these characters. We're in the late day, we're one zone here. What's Navenka need here to try to make sure they can at least secure a lane against this Afanis player?
I actually think Navenka's got the upper hand substantially here. First of all, they've got 2 additional mana compared to their opponent in Afanis. Second, Afanis doesn't have those tricks that they used to have, been able to play and recycle with just the 1 cost. Now, they can still play 1 cost spells. It just means that those will go away. The fact that Navenka's already got Martingale out means whenever they roll a dice, they're more than likely going to get what they want, whether it's a boost or whether or not it's anchoring. And we're seeing here already the chance to roll the dice, be able to get what you want out of it. I think outside of some craziness coming out with the use of a hunger, because we're starting to see Afanis start to use a hunger slightly more than before. Whether they get that out, I do believe Navenka will be the one that goes through today, but we will see. And we are already seeing off you go, basically get rid of Martingale so that there's more of a chance that a card could actually leave the expedition. Very interesting. Is Navenka going to look for that 1-for-1?
We shall see, because it's very scary to have we already have an issue with our Navenka player is out of time. So they're definitely going to need to try to push to end this game naturally. As we see the Tanuki come out here, it's one of my favorite cards from Beyond the Gate set 1 here.
Such a beautiful art. Both versions of it are great. But you're right, they are out of time. But the way that BGA works, even if you are out of time, if the whole game isn't out of time, then they're not going to get it. Now, if it does go to time, then more than likely, if I can say it properly, Nagaunba, it will be the one that loses with Matu going through.
Yeah.
So they are against the clock, but they still have about 3 minutes of play before we get into that timer mode where it really becomes critical.
Yeah.
I'm really interested as we've seen these Afanis builds today. Sorry, I don't mean to just get you what changes they've made and whether or not people still think it's viable, because as a collective, we saw that there was a very huge reduction in Afanis players into today's tournament. What you're normally seeing them being up the top, 150, which is what we're seeing. I think Kojo and Sigisma around about that. They had a lot less representation, so people have really moved away from Afanis already.
Yeah, and I talked about it earlier in the cast with Blue. It's something that is just TCG's period. Players is just, once the broken thing has been toned down to where it's still very strong, but it's not overtuned, people just drop it. It's just like, oh, it's not as good as it once was. Does not mean that it's a bad character or a bad card, as we have seen Waru and Robin Hood absolutely dominating. I think we got a 9-1. That Waru, I can't remember if it's either undefeated or they're X-1.
Waru, that's awesome.
Yep. And then Vaso had an Afanis doing well as well too after the errata. And then we also had some traits doing well even with after the errata with Haven as well too. So again, just these players that are showing, okay, it's just been toned down. It's still a powerful card or a powerful character. It's just been toned down some, and they're just figuring out now new play patterns, because you used to be stuck into just wanting to cantrip the ones with Afanis, but now you don't have to have that play pattern, which now opens up new avenues
Yeah, there's
to explore.
Yeah, especially for those people that stick with it, then because they're not expecting it. So
Mhm.
you spoke about Waru being X and 1 right now, which is amazing and fantastic to see. Crazy that someone's been able to work it out to make it viable. But because people don't expect it, it also that element of surprise allows you to actually win more games than maybe the average game should if people studied your gameplay. The same thing for here. I think Afanis can also take people by surprise because there are lines that they have not seen and have not played against competitively very often.
Yeah, and that's just the beauty of, again, erratas and suspensions and things like that. Because I, for the longest time, I'm a Izmir player, and I was playing Linway, but I had small step, giant leap, and then they made the changes to how end of day worked, and so I was no longer felt stapled to running two copies of that, and then it just opened up me to run a lot more stuff in there, and my record, the deck just instantly got better just by me bring up two slots and not have to run small step John Leap, as we see the hooked being used
Wow.
on data list here to swing over to the companion zone to wrap it up
Well,
as we
1 for 1.
1 for 1.
Now, I think I heard you as well earlier today. You were saying hooked, of course, hooked in
Yeah,
Axiom is so much better. You'd never play the common. This is my view. Why ever play the common when the rare gives you the draw?
yeah,
But in Lyra, it does not give you that benefit, but it's so good. And we've seen it right here. It's really saving the game for Nevenka by being able to do such a cheap cost of a card, one cost. And he's able to completely change what was looking like a complete loss became a chance to win it or potentially take us through to the final round.
yeah. I
So
would say this is something that we have seen today. And it seems something now that Lyra Heroes, because I've also seen it. We've cast a couple Fin games. They are playing the hooked as well too. This card was very early slept on. Justin, who manages to organize play for North America, he has said a long time ago that even for Axiom and for Lyra, this was a slept on card a few sets back. And then now here we are seeing the fruition of this card, just putting in absolute work. Mainly, we've been seeing it close out games, but in this particular case, we're seeing it being able to win a lane in order to keep the game close, as we're potentially staring down the Thunderdome situation here, as both players are now out of their thinking time. And I don't know how much time we have left in the round.
yes, it looks like we may be going to time. Unfortunately,
Oh,
they and did Ant pass?
I think he was supposed to take an action within 20
Oh
seconds,
no.
so it automatically ended.
Oh my word.
Oh,
No, not the ending we're looking for.
oh, so anticlimactic. As
I
a
know. Matuk does get the win, though. In terms of time management, they were able to control their time much better. P.S. Love that you mentioned Thunderdome right there. A little Mad Max reference. And secondly, Linda Way player. Oh, double amazingness right now. Love Linda Way. Have not got it to work for myself. Trying to get a Kraken to work is very, very difficult. But yeah, very anticlimactic to the end of that game. I will take your lead on where we go next.
all right. I think we might. Okay, we will hop on to Griff Group 4, as I'm getting tongue tied here. Let's see what we got going on here. As we are in the final round, I'm going to try to find people who are looking for their ninth win. See what we've got going on here, because we love those like winning ends. We live for that in any game that's played. We're going to head to table 2, Chile.
Table 2, fantastic. So
Got a
basically,
matchup between
winner
Vittorio.
has a guaranteed spot.
Yes.
Um, Vittorio against Aganman. Oh, Aganman's got a picture from Utah. I wonder if they are local to me. You know, the Archers right there. No, he's a Frenchman. Look,
Yeah.
Aganman, we got to connect. We have to connect after this. I want to know why you've used a picture from Utah. So
All
there you
right.
go.
You're hopping in here. We see Trace is just fleeted out between Bug Out Bags, Amelia Snap Sipper, and Ada Lovelace. We've got the Will-O-Wisp out on the Finn side here. It's the Martingale and an Aloe Vera sitting in reserve. What's going on here? Trace has not been able to get out the starting gate here on the hero side.
Oh, not at all.
Happen.
And
the
we see a
game.
Foundry Engineer unique come out 3-2 for 110. It does have a +4 because of its benefits. So the next permanent you play this afternoon costs 2 less. And you may put a card from your hand in reserve if you do one. I gain 1 boost for each card in each player's reserve. So that's why I got the additional boost there.
Yeah.
Not bad at all to be able to get that side through. I'm actually really happy to be seeing a lot of representation from Fen. For me, I think it is one of the best heroes that has always unrepresented in tournaments, and the ability of getting, I guess, I would call it card advantage is not actually in hand because it's in the reserve, but late game they struggle because they only ever get that single card. They don't have the chance of keeping any cards that mana will continue to go up.
Yeah, and then that's we seen a Fen player who had a unique Esmeralda, which essentially was able to like cantrip at dust and was able to pick up cards, and they were like recycling,
Nice.
picking up, doing the Afanis trick with magical training with Finn with that unique, and was just able to play it over and over and over again. As we see here, Trace busting out the Keylon, or not busting out the Keylon cylinder, putting the Keylon cylinder in reserve as we're going to head to pop the Haven in order to most likely play the Foundry Engineer as we are trying to close the gap. Surprisingly, even though Trace has not gotten out the starting gate on the hero side, still only 2 zones away. So 1-2-0 victory will put them at the same amount of space away as on the other side, this Finn wasn't able to get out the gates on the companion side as well.
Yeah, though there's always this worry though with the way that Fen plays that they play late in the game. Everything happens late. So while you may look like things aren't looking so well right now, it does not mean they're not. Looks like they're fishing though for a card to come out from reserve, or another way of cycling that Anansi back into hand by bringing out the Hathor, which is fantastic. Like that is the best way of playing though for playing Fen is just card recursion as much as you can. I know Afanis got all the hate towards it. Fen does the same. They just haven't had the success as Afanis has had since set 1, basically since day 1, being among the top 2 decks. And we're seeing the card of the day, as far as I've been on cast the last few minutes, Hooked coming out. Of
Look.
course, this Hook, though, was the rare one that does give you the draw.
Yeah, and I will say something else that you brought up, Chile, is very good too. I think the reason that we're seeing some fans have some success is they're stepping away from the Lyra Festival build and have actually been able to have access to a card pool now where they get to have a specific game plan in mind they get to play and not just kind of to play, okay, hope I can pop off the Lyra Festival, because things like the Hunger, Avalanche, or Blizzard kind of just completely can ruin that, even if you have it set up in one side here. Speaking of one side, we are advancing another 1-1 for the day here with a Ink Caster, which is a card that all Lyra players love to see in their reserve. As we're getting the magical training back into hand, starting the new day with 5 cards in hand, 9 mana, and a Nasi and an Ink Caster in the reserve here. Finn in a very nice setup. Heading into day 7 here.
Very, very strong setup here, especially as they have the ability of just bumping up that reserve before the Anansi comes out and will be huge. And all they need to do is win that single side, 1 track away from victory here. One thing I didn't see is the result of these players prior to now. I think you said are they 1 win away from guaranteeing a spot in tomorrow's top cut?
Yep. They're both sitting at 8 wins. As far as I checked the standings for sure before I clicked on here, they're both at 8 wins. So winner locks himself in for tomorrow.
Now, this is the kind of games we like to see, where all is on the line. And not necessarily all, but I mean, you will make it through to a chance to get that ticket to Paris. For
Yes.
some, it will be nice and close, those Frenchmen that are going there, Frenchmen and French ladies. But for Vittorio, the Italian, that might be a nice trip for them if they manage to make it through.
Man, listen, this is why I chose to cast this one, because I am playing in the US one next week. Yeah.
Oh, really? Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to see. Are you going to go Lindaway?
Yes, I am running.
Yes.
That is the hero that I'm most comfortable with. Symbiosis had placed top 4 with Lindway at Dallas.
Yeah, I was there. I was able to see him play, and he was fantastic.
Yeah,
And I'll just say,
his uniques though are way better than mine. So I'm
okay,
trying to find a unique that lets me draw cards, because that is my weakness with my uniques right now. I have a Kawat that's extremely low costed, but it's still just kind of like the sacrifice, but its ability is from the reserve. So if I can find more card draw, so I can run the rare Earsmere Moth Breeder instead of the common one, I think that I can pretty much just about get there.
Okay, well, I'll be rooting for you for sure. I'll probably be on cast again. I don't get the luxury of weekend trips very often, given the family situation. 3 kids under 6 makes it difficult, and at this time, we're seeing a potential Anansi unique come out. It has been put into reserve. Whether or not that comes out, we're going to see maybe
Put
an
in
Anansi versus Anansi.
Grims. We have the rare Grims and the unique Anansi, both in reserve here for Trace. And currently not an answer on Lyra's. Hey, never mind. I speak too soon.
Yeah, but it doesn't this one does not give you the sabotage, but it does give you the Anansi effect. This Sanuki that came out already 10, 11, 8 for just 3 resources. With It is absolutely ludicrous to see what's come out already in terms of cost.
Stats.
My goodness, and we're getting that comeback at them. 11, 13, 12. It's who will win this battle of attrition. Um, and it looks like it is going to be our Fen player, not because they can still play the second Anansi, and we do have Vittorio be out of out of cards in hand, and not be able to match the ridiculousness of the boosts that are coming out.
Here we go.
Wow.
Again, the fan just able to set themselves up with a heavy, a heavy massive turn with the beautiful unique Tanuki here. The Anansi is running, and we're just playing pure value here.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like if you think about what they were able to get from boost, the Tanuki got +8. The first Anansi got +5. The second Anansi got +4. That is just insane for 3, 2, and 2.
We
Just
talk about
absolute insanity.
an
And
economy.
we saw Agan Man make it through from Team DQ. Congratulations.
All right. Looks like group 4 is on and popping here. I'm going to try to find ourselves another winning end game here. Okay. All right. So now we're getting in the exciting part of here. Group 1 has started their final round. We are here. In group 4, trying to find other things here. Where's Frozen Cristo? Where are you at? You're on a winning. Let's see what Clays has got going. Clays is on 7. They would potentially have to win their game there.
Okay.
4 tracks. And a lot of these games are starting to wrap up.
They are.
All right, I guess we will go ahead and hop on over to group 1.
Yep, no problem. I'll screen back out one more so we can get onto group 1 and have a look at what is going on here. We are into that final round where the stress probably is at its highest
All right,
for
so
those people on the bubble.
got in Lopez. Nope, they're wrapped up too. Okay, we'll have to go down to like maybe table 3. Table 3's got 9 wins too. Man, group 1 is absolutely crushing it. The first 4 tables, I think, are just pretty much locked in.
Nice. So we're going to watch table 3 in Rizan against ESPOA. ESPOA.
Maybe let's hop on Chris Key and freelance. We're gonna hop on table 6.
Table 6 it is, no problem. We are watching a Canadians against the Frenchman over here. Nice work to see a Canadian representing to be near those top tables, hoping for that spot in the finals or in tomorrow's top card. We have a Foundry Armor already in play. That is a nice unique, a 4/4 for 2/1/1. And when played from hand, create a Brass Bug, 2/2 robot token in each of your expeditions. Not bad for 4 resources. You're getting basically six stats out of your. Uh,
Hello.
ooh, and we've got another card. This is great.
Okay. So we've got at dusk, it's unique Tomo 133 at 2 costs. Can't be played if you have less than 7 mana, or at dusk you may pay 1. If you do, draw a card. Then it has a reserve ability. The next character you play from your hand this turn activates its reserve abilities if it had been played from the reserve. Just want to point out that these players are both on 7 wins, so they are a must win in order to even give themselves a shot. X and 2 are going to be depending upon good tiebreakers. And I would say if they're at table 6, their tiebreakers are looking awfully good here.
Absolutely. And the benefit of this being played out the way it is right now is that Felronci couldn't play another card, more than likely did not have that one cost resource to come out. And they also didn't want to flood the board, which is why they wanted to keep that single card in hand so they can get another card, which is great for them to be able to play. I really like the Foundry Armor. I think it's a really nice card to play, although even though it costs 4, just to give you so much benefit, and now being able to be played from reserve, and you're also going to be able to get the boost on top of that with
Yes.
Kojo.
Oh, and this is where that first player advantage really helps out with Kojo here, with Chris Key's Kojo, because they'll have Buddha out. They've both got Havens ready to rock into their landmark zones. And then they've got cards to play with, especially with this unique Foundry Armor that can boost 2 target characters to give them 2 boosts. You kind of don't want to play that first, but you don't want to risk it getting sabotaged. I don't know. Chile, what would you do? Would you go ahead and bust this out right away, or would you wait to try to maximize the value out of that reserve ability?
You know what? You can still use it because you can actually target itself and target the Buddha.
True.
So you have to play it out first. They don't have many resources available to them, so you've absolutely got to.
That's what we
Now,
see come to play
yeah,
here.
and also because you're playing Bravos, you're more than likely not going to have much removal. You might have some. It depends. For the mirror match, you're just trying to race in most cases. But we're seeing Order Spy come out with the benefit of the additional Orders Recruit. I know it's a 1/1/1, but already being able to tie that Buddha that had the boosts as well.
Yes.
So
Um,
not sure what is going to happen. I think it's going to be very difficult for um, Prisky, our Canadian friend, to be able to win this because of the card advantage that we have on the other side of the fence.
I've got the boost from the Haven,
Mhm.
and also an additional boost from Tomo.
I don't know if they're going to need the second draw a card. Are they? Yeah, they're playing it fully out, drawing, rolling the dice, getting the additional boost, 2 more boosts. Okay, 11. Can they match that? I think they can definitely match the forest stats, and we are seeing that there. It's whether or not they've got the ability of matching
Wanted the
on water, or are we going to go into another? Oh,
Oh,
spoke too soon. Duel of Grit has come out as the last card.
bye bye to the Foundry Armor.
No, not the Foundry Armor, Kojo.
Oh,
So that
coach.
way, forcing them to be able to say, I will win one side. I don't care if you win the other, but it means I meet my companion and my hero together and we take the round. Fantastic work by Felronci or Felronce. Congratulations.
Yep, putting themselves in a very good spot to try to squeak into that top 32 there. And Group 1 is rolling. Holy cow, a lot of the top tables, their games are pretty much wrapped up.
They go quick. If you know your game plan, and we've seen a lot here, so many people playing Kojo, that those games last half the time of everyone else.
Oh, yeah, for certain. We'll run to um let's go to table 9. We'll get Red Snabby back on stream here. If I remember, he or they were the one that were playing the Trace, I think, or was it the Gold Ring? It's the Gold Ring. The Gold Ring from Germany. So I remembered.
Yeah, so if we're going to see a goal rang, we know it's going to take a little bit longer. So this might be a game we can get our heads into, right?
What is
Although
it?
we are, oh my word, what is going on? Gourang is ahead.
A race by a mile.
Oh my word, the unique that's come out. I'm going to just read it. The Heimdall 4/3 for 1/3/1 in stats has just gone out. It looks like we have the victory already. Gourang just
Trace
absolute
hit 5
racing.
counters. Just hit 5 counters, and it's day 9.
Oh my word. That's insane. Now, I wonder if they were using the bug fix combo and trying to reduce some of their stats down. I've got no idea, but it makes no sense that Gulrang was able to win by so much. But congratulations to Red Snabby getting that win over TFZ, who's one of our best players in the game as well.
Yeah, wow. Okay. They might have to hop on over to Group 4 here. At this point, we might just be having just potential games that we're just looking for. Table 4 here. Are these players wrapped up?
I do appreciate you guys making space for me to join. I always love the casting. And it's a first chance for us two to work together. So I'm really appreciative of that as well.
Table 4, Chile is where we're heading to. These
Perfect.
are players on 7 wins as well, too. Again, absolutely, definitely need to win in order just to give themselves a shot and it's Kojo and Atsari.
Yeah,
They
table
came
4
out-
on which group? Group 1?
yeah, we're still in group 1.
Okay, sorry. I thought you had said group 4. My mistake. I switched over. I'm like, that table looks finished.
Yeah.
Group 1.
We might have to switch over to group 4 because this game is all up as well.
That's all right. We're catching the tail end. We get to see the victory lap, right?
Hey, I love this card so much. The Learning Hydra. Boy, it is absolutely brutal when you see them drop. Uh,
Uh-huh.
especially so late here too.
Yeah, it's such a great card. That while people think it's expensive, it truly isn't. But look at this one for 13, 13, 13. Like, it's absolute insanity. And they're using a Jewel of Grit. Now, will we see a Jewel of Grit back? That's a good question. Will we see something come back on the other side? We will not.
Tracer coming out here enough to give them a 1-1, but I don't think that is going to secure them anything as we've got
a win by Midloner, another Canadian, this time against the Frenchman. We're switching roles here, and we are getting a win for the Canadian side against El Mama.
El Mama with the Hydra coming out there potentially had a chance to the 2-0 there, but that Bravos Tracer, man.
Yeah, it's overstated, but it gets you fleeting. But at end of game, it's clinched it for him. So well done for Midloner on that win with Kojo. We are seeing a lot of Kojo everywhere.
Yes, indeed. Kojo's always been a popular character, just not top cutting a lot. They've always been on the verge, is what we're seeing here. I'm hopping over to Group 4, Chile.
Yes, I will follow along.
Actually, looks like it's all done. Okay, we got. Looks like it's showing 100%, but
all right. I think the only group that still has some life left in it is Group 1. It looks like every other group has gone to 100%. So in Group 1, do we have anything that has got a little bit of time? Give us more than 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, table 7 of Group 4 looks like they're trying to wrap a game up. Actually, it might just be wrapping up here. Yep, it did. Looks like
so. Group 1, table 39 is halfway through their game. They're just over 50% in terms of their progression. I know it's not one of the top tables, but it will allow us to see how these guys are doing, which is Gulrang against Toxin. The players are T4Q3R against A's CC, so AZE1, two Frenchmen or French people that are playing.
All right, and you said Group 1, table 39?
Yes, I believe it's the only one. It's T4Q3R. And we're seeing Isatok. I've heard, at least on the cast, a lot of players starting to play that in their Gulrang builds.
Yes.
I believe more than likely outside of what it can do when played from hand, but from the draw ability when it's in reserve.
I just want to take a moment and shout out our players. We're in round 10 of Swiss. Table 39 means they're still playing, obviously with no shot, but still just either doing it for the love of the game or wanting to get those reps in to kind of figure out what's the last changes they need to make to the deck to hopefully perform better. Hopefully, potentially next week, or not next week, the next one, which is the US time zone friendly one, or North America time zone friendly. Maybe to kind of be able to tweak and hopefully have a better showing in the next week here, or next week. I keep saying next week. Can you tell I'm excited to play?
Yeah, I'm pumped to see. I didn't even know it was next week. I thought it was in a few weeks' time. So
yeah, it's in a few weeks, but
yeah, okay. You just jumping at the bits to get there. Look, any chance to be able to get a chance to get there? Did you weren't in Dallas? Otherwise, I would have met you. And we would have had a chance to hang. But are you going to go to Baltimore for that qualifier as well?
I will not. I have other things I got to plan for. Like my leave is split because I also do a lot of traveling, like GM work and stuff like that. So I'm supposed to be GMing at PAX Unplugged in Philly in November. So I'm real tight on my leave time to be able to use.
So what does GM mean?
It's a game master.
Okay.
So for Edge Studios is what I run games for. They have like the Star Wars tabletop RPG. And a few other things like Twilight Imperium, the role playing game. They have the license for as well too. So and then that's what I do. I travel for them in addition to other things as well too. Usually, I do try to work altered for them. This is how I usually work the in-person events.
Yeah.
Uh, However, usually for PAX Unplugged, I am usually GMing games.
Nice. Well, say hello to him when next time you go out there. For those going to PAX Unplugged, I will be at PAX West on the Saturday, heading up there, and I'll get a chance to meet players in the community who are there and helping out wherever Equinox needs me. Not a paid position, of course, but just like you said, the love of the game, and I love reference to a basketball movie that I absolutely loved as a kid. So awesome. I know basketball, baseball. Now I'm confused.
Field reinforcements coming down here for Goring. I will say something that I have noticed about Goring today is we got the blessed hook coming out.
I know.
uh, Giving Trace today. Hopefully he pulled a card. I mean, they still have the option to use the ability in order to be able to play. However, Goring does have 4 mana left, and we see a Templar sitting in there, so the hook might giving us an option to try to win the lane, but it might not have like sealed anything for us. But these
Mhm.
Gorangs, I've noticed once they have 2 Mescatats out, that's when they seem to be truly dominating the game. Right now, Gorang only has 1. As we see, they are trying to get the stall going so that way they can march along and make this comeback here.
Yeah, we're seeing the hook be used. I honestly feel that in this for this day, we're going to see a double progression for Gulrang. They'll be able to play unless there's another hooked in hand, but even then they'll have to have a hooked and something else, or play the hook twice and basically get rid of everything that's in the hero side. So using the last 3 resources, our Gulrang player T4Q3R to play out the Aegis Templar, which will be great for the next day, as it means that they'll be able to get another character in the field and start closing the gap, which we see so commonly when anyone is playing against Gulrang, that they are so far behind, but you can never count them out. And especially against Traced, who probably does not have removal for um, the for permanence, with that Messick Tet just constantly giving them 2/2/2 worth of value on either side of the board.
From the
And
Kojo game. Okay. Gathering cards told me that they couldn't grind the armor because the cost was 4, which they had no characters with that cost from that Kojo game a few moments ago. Okay, thanks
That's
for mentioning
that's
that.
a good one. Yeah, they could not go for it. That's a good call. It's nice that we're getting some interaction from the players as well, telling us a little bit about how they're progressing and they're going and how they're feeling. 10 hours of gameplay. In many cases, actually, for here it's probably been about 7 hours of gameplay since the start. A long
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I am a miniatures war gamer, so having 10-hour days is light work for me. And at least you get to play tons of games here for like Star Wars Legion. After 10 hours of gaming, I've got maybe 4 games in. Three
Star
games,
Wars.
honestly.
Now, Star Wars Legion is the board game, right? Or is that the video game?
No, it's a miniatures. It's a miniatures
Miniatures one,
board game.
yeah.
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 But
Wow. It looks beautiful when played, but I would expect the setup would take a long, long time. And what
it does. It
now?
does.
Here we go. Traced is online, of course. We have got a great play here, but 666 worth of stats. But you know what? From a Trace perspective, they just need to win one side.
They have to, but unfortunately, their
Oh,
resources are dreadfully low. But
uh-huh. Yeah. I think for at least today, they may not make it through. Um, sorry, by today I mean this day in the game, day 8. Uh, it's a question of, if you're playing the game, do you just hold off your cards and wait? Potentially, unless you want to just use hook to get a draw. I
it's
don't
it,
know if you'd want to play anything.
it's difficult because the last thing you want to see is, I mean, you spin that hook, but if Gorain mess around and drops like a Drac Frost on the next day,
Hmm.
you're really behind in a bad spot. And we see again this 8 to 10 mana range for Gorain is kind of the sweet spot where they're ready to rock. And I think at this point we kind of just maybe prepare for the next day. As this overseer has came and dropped, that's exactly what we're doing here, playing the frozen delivery, seeing what we can get in play. Oh, and we've got an avalanche.
We've got an avalanche, though it's only valuable on one side of the field right now. But you can play the avalanche not now. Now you won't get the benefit of avalanche um, in the way that you would elsewhere. Tough call though. It's a tough call for this player. So
Yeah.
for ACC.
I don't. We at least have gotten a Haven on board. So okay,
Mhm.
we're getting set up to kind of give ourselves a fighting chance on the next turn here. Um, but it's just kind of like a doomsday clock when this goal ring gets set up here. You just double advancing until the game is over. And it just sometimes seems insurmountable just to get just
Mhm.
either lane. Trace, we had this exact situation in stream earlier. The Trace was able to pull it out, I think, with a hooked and was able to get a +1 boost to give them the one enough to be able to win the lane in order to wrap the game up. That Trace is going to be looking for the same. Oh man, teamwork training, which is not necessarily bad here. I mean, it already had a fleeting token, and we weren't winning the lane.
Yeah. Now, you know, one thing I would do in this case is I'd actually play out the Avalanche, and I'd play it out against the Aegis Templar to basically ensure that the token comes out today rather than tomorrow.
Right.
Um, but it looks like they have passed, if I saw that correctly. And you're seeing T4Q3R saying they're cooked. Uh, let's see, they are winning though
I am
at the
glad
moment.
you're here to translate. So, because I had no clue.
That's right. I do speak Spanish, so some of the Spanish and French is a little bit closely aligned, not necessarily exactly the same, but they are choosing to keep the Avalanche for the next day to see can they remove something that is going to allow Traced to be able to just win on a side. So really, can they remove 2 tokens is what they're
I
looking
I
to do.
used to be fluent in Spanish, and then my friend who was a Spanish speaker, moved, and then I never found anybody after that, and it's just kind of has been lost to cobwebs and dust. So
Well, my wife doesn't speak Spanish. It's more my little girls, my 3 little girls. They're
Mhm.
learning Spanish from my parents, so we'll try to keep it up. I'd hope that they are able to keep that dual lingual, be able to speak both languages, just for the sake of it gives you so much opportunities to be able to know more than one language. But
right,
I wish I knew others. Now, I would love to learn French so we could understand the other half of this game or the players, right?
right, yeah. It seems like that'll be a good one to learn with here. Do want to get back fluent with Spanish, and then I am currently also learning Japanese. Uh,
Love it. That's a great card to have come out now, being able to
yes,
use the Grems to
yes,
basically
it is.
finally get rid of the Messick Ted. It is the rare Grems. Now, it's a question of whether or not Gulrang has another one ready and waiting in store. And if they do, it almost feels like it will be game over beyond today. The great thing for this Grems coming out, it depends on where the cards get put, is Avalanche can still
Avalanche.
be played. Yeah, Avalanche will be able to be played. On top of that, you've got Hooked, that you can just keep moving things away from the companion, sorry, from the hero side. Such
Yep.
a late game gem, isn't it? Both the Avalanche and Hooked.
Oh, just clearing out the one side here.
Hmm.
Broken there. Got the mobile armory coming out. We can easily just hook at this point, depending on what 2 cards we have in hand here, and we still have um
Oh,
Elon.
they're choosing to hook straight away. So it's a question of do they have another hooked in hand or something else that's a disruption? Or are they basically relying on Gulrang not having enough resources in hand?
Yeah, I think
Or
we're just putting Golang on either you have it or not. As we see, a
oh,
full
look at
hand cost strength coming out.
oh, and a unique coming out. So this allows, oh, we are even with the +1 boost. It makes it even on water. But
Got this.
because Helon Cylinder, fantastic, coming up clutch, getting that additional resource, allowing Trace to win. I honestly feel it's so unfair that they get that ability of playing it whenever they want, when Bravos basically has to decide before the card is played.
Well, it's on the opposite side too, right? Like, Bravo's got to keep their haven where
That
you
is true. That is true.
serve, and Axiom has to exhaust it in order to play that ability.
Yeah, look, I'm a Sigismar player. I really can't complain. The amount of greatness that we've had over the last few sets, though, they are absolutely losing, I guess, grasp of that number one character, number one hero. I do feel there is a lot that are now vying for that.
All
And
right, so
we managed to see this win. Congratulations to AZCC getting the win against their countryman T4Q3R.
oh, did they wrap up the game before time reached though? Because they had to do anything. No, they did not.
No,
They didn't discard from reserve in time.
no. Are you kidding me? So
No,
T4Q1?
for Q1 because
Oh,
they
you're joking.
did not finish the end of day resolves to get the reserve stuff out. So
You are
T4,
joking. Now, come on, BGA. That is something we'd love to get cleaned up when the game is finished. Wow.
technically it's
Oh,
not finished until those cards are discarded from the reserve. Brutal.
very
Absolutely.
brutal.
Um,
And as we go through, is there any other games that are still going on?
I
Otherwise, we may be getting close to handing the baton back to Blue and Kohlrabi. Okay, I believe there is one other table that is still got some gameplay. Let's see if we can make our way to that final. Oh, it did, and we've just been advised that that table has also ended, which means we have come to the end of day one on the tournament. I know it's been quick for me. It's been fantastic just getting a chance to chat with you and work with you. I hope I get a chance to do one of the US tournaments. Oh, I guess I am sticking around. I've just been advised. Look at that. The whispers coming in from the side. But we will I'll let you say your farewells for the day. I believe you're coming back tomorrow, right?
yes, I will be back to cast top four tomorrow. I do want to pause and say thank you to all our players. I'm still playing. Here we are, group one. I want to say round 10. We had 58 tables. Um, so even despite not being able in contention for top cuts, still racking it out, almost having 120 players still at the end of a 10 round Swiss event. Absolutely massive shout outs to the community just for hanging in there and continue to being able to play this game in this first one of a kind Worlds qualifier here on BGA for the European time zone, European friendly time zone. Again, I am Malmolian, whatever you guys want to call me. That's how we will work here. I know that my nickname is the capital of Sweden, which I think is also super dope too.
That's
Uh,
awesome.
yes, because I found out that many years ago when I first got this nickname, a Swede who was here in America had told me, it's just like, oh, yeah, you know, your nickname is like the capitals. And then it's like, I had no clue. This is very neat. So do tune in back to us. We'll be live, and I'm sure that Blue, I think it's Blue that'll be coming back to
Yep.
join us here.
Blue
So
will be joining us in just a minute.
be
Momentarily, as they say.
everything as they will wrap up what's going on because I am curious. I'm going to hang around after I am off stream here to see who has made top cuts and why are people going to complain that Waru should be nerfed again when he is absolutely fine.
So true. I don't know about that, but we'll see. There are some, you know what? If you're a great pilot of a certain deck, you can top cut regardless of what it is, even if it's Aurak, even if it's, where we're looking at Subash. Some Subash players have done okay today as well. So let's
Yes.
see.
Yep. So I'm looking to add Lindway to the top cut ranks here. Hopefully, in next time here.
Yeah, in a couple of weeks' time, we might have to interview you as one of the top cut champions. That'd be great.
Oh, production. Are we ready to do the handoff here or? All right. I am logging off. I will catch you all tomorrow. I'll be hanging around and chat because I am excited for the top cut announcements, which I'm hoping that we are getting here this evening as well. Until then, however, I will see you all. Thanks for tuning in and get ready for this action that we are going to get on tomorrow. See ya.
Awesome. See you, mate. As we transition, we should be getting Blue just momentarily joining us to be able to recap. And I'll say, from a Blue perspective, I know he's been on from the start of day, being able to see all matches and seeing what's going on. I'm excited to hear his recap as we bring him on in the next few seconds. For me, this is a wild thing. There we go. The famous glasses, the famous headband, the man, the myth, the legend is back. How do you like that intro?
Awesome, I'll take it. You could have thrown more on there, but it's not too bad if we're thinking about it. Just switching some stuff over really quick, um, getting everything sorted. Once again want to thank everyone that has joined us. I think we got a lot of thank yous from Malmo and Chile and everyone that's still in the chat. We appreciate you for joining, and even all the players that have stuck around, even if you didn't necessarily have an option into the top cut. We'll be taking a look here at who are getting into the top cut here as I take a look at the background as far as what we got going. We can take a look at what we have on BGA, but for the meantime, Chile,
Yes.
how's the last rounds been treating you?
You know, really good. Very quick, I must say, as we were getting on, because not everyone was finishing up at the same time, round 9 or even round 8. It was very quick. I found that there was a lot more interaction than I thought was going to be possible. I saw a lot of traced. I saw a lot of Kojo, and I think that's basically what people have been seeing is a huge representation across the 3 heroes in Bravos. Not just that, but I heard a lot, and I want to say I heard a lot about this Waru deck that potentially has made top cut. That's the one that I'm really excited to hear about. Is if that's the case, who's the pilot? What are they doing differently? And I also want to hear, did any Muna decks make it? Because I didn't hear of them being played outside of potentially a Ren. I don't know how they have gone. I am more interested in that. But from my end, got to see some really good dynamics. Gulrang starting to become almost the pillar of Ordis from what feels like nowadays.
Yeah, I believe the Waru player was one that played over in Essen that was a German player. I think his name is Drix or something like that, but we'll have to see how that turns out. For everyone in chat, we will get the top cut here shortly. We can technically look at what the top placements are in each group, but since there's some little bit of adjustments as far as using only 31 players, we want to make sure that we get the right people before we officially announce anything on stream. Simon will be following up with us shortly as far as that is concerned, and we'll get everyone confirmed for the top cut. Other than that, I guess we can take a look at some players that we know definitely have the right record to confirm some top cutting going on.
Hmm.
We've been taking a look at Group 1 a lot, and there are currently 3 9-1 players in Group 1, and those are I'll switch over here real quick so we can take a look at the screen to just do a little bit of confirmation here. And there, gameplay. So group 1, we do have these 3 players that you can see there on the
Hmm.
bottom that have a 9-1 record between ESP or ESPOIR, not sure how to pronounce it, but I believe that was a French player that we got to see a little bit. I believe you got to see play a little bit as well, Chile.
Yeah.
Um, Hat Easy Lopez, a popular player that we get to see a lot of. And then third is Tasia Vu.
With a name
Also,
like Teja Vu, they have to have been on Teja, right?
you would think, but who knows, right? Some people try to trick you on that kind of stuff. And then we can also take a look at group 4 here, see who we have at 9-1s before we confirm any of the 8-2 players that might have hit the top cut. Let's
So
see.
hold on. What you're telling me though is no undefeated players. There was one undefeated player in Group 4.
Group 4 did have an undefeated
Yep.
player. We were just looking at group 1 there.
Okay.
So group 4 have 3 players, 1 is undefeated, 2 are 9-1, so we'll take a look at those as well, to see who got that set up. We'll switch on over to this
Mhm.
before we confirm the other ones. So Ant Marco is the Italian player that did end up going undefeated here in Group 4 and has a
Wow.
guaranteed spot. Then we also have DQ Agamon and BCXA Dirks. That is the Waru player that ended up going 9-1. So we
That's
will see a
awesome.
Waru in the top cut. So congratulations to them. We'll also switch back here. We didn't take a look at group 2 or 3 very much, but we can take a look to see how those went as far as the 9-1 players. And it looks like we are getting some confirmations on BGA. I'm not sure if those will be the ones that we finalize or not as far as single elimination. But for now, we'll just take a look at group 2 and group 3 to see what we have. We have 1 9-1 player and 1 undefeated player here
Yeah.
in group 2? Group 2, actually.
Yeah. SPGA Komozu with undefeated. I think going undefeated in a game like this, 2 players so far, one in Group 4 and one Group 2, running the gauntlet. Fantastic work. Now, I'll also probably put a little bit of a warning. Going undefeated in Swiss does not guarantee that you'll even have an easy game when you're playing in the next round.
Yeah.
We saw that in Dallas. The undefeated player that was playing Afanis was knocked out in the first round of the top cut by Rinku.
Yep.
But so you can never take it lightly because it's got to do with matchups and matchups against the style of deck that you have. So
We also saw it at Gen Con too. A little bit
Mhm.
smaller and obviously not a lot on the line, but we saw a guy trying who was on the cast earlier go undefeated at Gen Con in the Swiss and then just get knocked out right away in the top cut. So it's that undefeated curse maybe. We'll have to see how that one turns out here for the
Mhm.
BGA online qualifier. We have Jolly Rogue Gorge getting the 9-1 as well, so they definitely made it. We'll switch back over here and take a look at group 3 as well just to see who the undefeateds and 9-1s are, and then shortly should be able to confirm the rest of the 8 and 2s to decide who will get the rest of those much desired top cut spots. And it looks like we have one 9-1 and another undefeated player here in group 3 that we can pull up for everybody.
Yeah, T26 and getting the under very, very much. There's a lot of chances still in play. There's so many 8 and 2s available.
Yeah.
Um, so hats off to the team working behind the scenes to work on this. Now, one thing that you mentioned that I think I'd love to get some clarity on for those that aren't aware: why is it only 31 players and not 32 that are going to make the top cut for tomorrow?
Well, it's a good thing that you asked, Chili. Go read the FAQ in the A.W.O.L. I won't explain anything more than
Okay.
that. I'm just kidding.
No,
There it
I
is.
know the reason, but I think it's useful for
No,
others
no,
to know
no,
because we don't
it's
normally
good.
get that.
It's good. So there is one player based off of the recent World Championship qualifier in Essen that got an automatic qualification spot here for the EU BGA online qualifier into the top cut, just based off of certain events that happened at Essen and the top cut and how it got sorted over there. But yeah, they got one of the spots over here for the EU BGA qualifier, and the remaining 31 spots will go to all the players that competed here in the Swiss. And as soon as we have that, we'll get to share that with everyone. And yeah, see who made it, who didn't. It'll be interesting to see the bubble folks that we see
Mhm.
some names that we recognize that may not have quite made it and didn't get the best tiebreakers. I know we've been focusing on Group 1 and Group 4 and seeing a lot of good players in there, but definitely a lot of good players in Groups 2 and 3 as well, as is customary for the EU and just the altered scene as a whole that we saw here recently in Dallas. Over 1,200 players that ended up signing up for this event. Believe that'll be the largest event in altered as well as BGA history at
Yeah,
this
for
point.
sure. They've
So
never held anything over 512, so the fact that we've got double that. Now, my question and my challenge to the world is: can we beat that when we do the next tournament, or is this as high as we're going to go? I hope it continues to grow. I hope people saw that they had a chance and they know how to actually play this game, um, and they're able to do it. But I've got a question for you, Blue, as we're waiting for the results to come in. I don't know if we're going to get them before we go off camera, but what has been the greatest surprise in what you saw as you've been around watching all the games over the last 7 or so hours?
I don't know if I was watching all the games. I was sleeping at the beginning of it. It's the beauty of being on the West Coast and starting in the second half of it. But you know, surprises wise, obviously you can say the Waru player that ended up going 9-1 was a is a big one.
Hmm.
But I'd be curious to see how the Rin and Orchid player that was 7-0 at one point. I think they did end up losing their eighth round, so I'd be curious to see if they were able to pull out the wins that they needed on the last 2 rounds. I feel like is also a hero that we don't hear a lot from in a bad spot as far as just overall use in the meta, but
Hmm.
seeing someone doing well with that would have been even more surprised with an Arjun, as far as
Yeah,
someone, but I don't think that is the case. I did believe Simon posted in the A.W.O.L Discord as far as a hero breakdown that we can take a look at a little bit, courtesy of Tom, creator of 39 Cards. What a guy. Yeah,
I know.
so
Really great guy.
yeah, we do have that. You know what? I'm just gonna save this image so we can pull it up on screen too. Make it beautiful for everyone. Let's see. AOL pie there. and then pull up a quick
Yeah.
thing
As you're looking to
image.
share it and bring it out, I think when you look at it from a top cut representation, more than likely you're going to have a 50% basically conversion rate for Waru, which is insane.
Yeah,
Only 2 Waru coming in that were actually registered for this tournament.
yeah. So we got that there. I'm just gonna It's gonna cover our faces slightly for now, but that's fine.
Mhm.
Uh, Quick update here. So yeah, a good amount of it's Saudi, it looks like. 68 it's Saudi. A lot of Kojo at 148 and a little bit less on the Basira side of things with 63. Overall, though, it looks like there is definitely a larger spread of Bravos as a whole. Higher participating characters are Sigismart, as is customary, and a
Mhm.
large amount of Trace, which I think we saw a lot on stream.
Yeah. Kojo Trace, those Sigismar Kojo Trace. I was really surprised at how much Afanas came down though. I know that the people hadn't had a chance to actually test him in the new format as much as they probably wanted to, but that is you would have normally expected them to be at about the 160 mark if you're looking at compared to Sigismar Kojo. Um, but to only have 32 represented, that's a big drop off. And I think part of it is because they're still learning how to play the new game, and you don't want to run the risk of not having repetition in these tournaments.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we do have the amazing conversion rate for Waru at this point,
Yeah.
50/50, but we did get everything as far as every hero, it looks like. So that's always a benefit, you know. The good thing with having all these players that are joining, we do see every hero participating in this. Surprisingly, 23 Aurak. Not something that I thought that I would see a lot of, or at least
Not at
not
all.
not that much.
Uh-huh.
It's half of what we saw of Navinka. So shout out to all the Aurak players for going through that and probably going 0-10. Um,
Hey, hold on. If there's any 0 and 10, you'd expect it to be Subash, but I don't think that was the case.
I think you think Subash has it worse than Arjun?
Uh, well, you said Aurak though. Yeah, you're right.
I
No,
know, but I'm just
yeah,
saying if we're
okay.
talking about worse heroes or low
Uh,
tier
I
heroes.
look, to be honest, the thing that I think about with Arjun is if you can get the right uniques to come out, you can really just mass anchor forever.
Yeah,
So there's that benefit there. I don't know if there's as many uniques that really follow the Subash mold, and maybe there are. The fact that you're losing a card every time, actually, both Arjun and Subash, why are we arguing about this? In essence, both of them are really difficult to pilot today. Hats off to any of these guys if they did go over 50%. I think that's amazing.
right. Yeah, good for all of them, and I do appreciate the folks that are able to stick around, for the majority of the event, even if you were out of the top cut running. Get some games in and get some good players, makes it good for everyone involved. I know Simon's posting top cut links, but that was from earlier. I'm just waiting on some other things here. Making sure I'm not missing anything as a whole. And yeah, Chili, you're obviously you're staying on. We don't care about Cole. He doesn't need any more screen time.
No, I was going to ask who are you? Who would you have gone with while we're waiting for this? Like if you were playing, because
um,
the
I don't
TikTok,
know.
I
Uh,
think yeah, I've never seen you play. Both times I've played or had a chance to meet you and had a chance to go and do something. You've just sat back and preferred the casting.
yeah, no, I've done casting. I think a lot of times when I'm around at those events, I end up playing more like cubes or drafts or something than actual constructed. Lately, I don't know what I've played. It would probably either been I've actually been preferring Basira lately, as far as my preferred hero. That's been fun. Obviously, I have other decks. I have Sigismar deck. I have Kojo deck. I think I brought 4 decks to Dallas. Thanks for the subscribe, whoever
Oh,
was there.
nice.
I brought 4 decks to Dallas. I have more, but it's not worth it to bring too many cards. But yeah, I brought, I guess technically 5 because I could have reoriented the Bravos decks. But yeah, I had Basira, Kojo, Navinka, and Sigismar, and then I also just randomly made a Trace deck while we were at Common Ground Games
Just for fun. Okay.
that Sunday. Yeah, and got to play that a little bit. So I was saying, being so Bravos minded for a lot of my decks, I got confused when playing Helon Cylinder and Rare and being able to activate certain abilities that you don't have in Bravos. And the same thing with the Haven Bravos
Oh
Bastion.
yeah,
I
thinking
got
you
to
can do it.
exhaust to boost. I can't just get it. Come on.
Yeah, but I'll say the Kilo and Cylinder is such an amazing card. Like for
Yeah,
just one resource that gives you unlimited boost every day,
yeah,
or one boost a day. So good, so good.
indeed.
But
Yeah,
a- a- outside of that, was there any players then that you saw that shined that you believe has a very strong chance for tomorrow outside of all that make top 32?
there's a lot of good players out there, and we will see. I assume that we'll see a good amount from. We'll see the around 8 players from each group, and see how they get sorted out here. Some had better tiebreakers than others. Without officially confirming the top cut, which I think
Hmm.
we probably could do some guesstimations on, but I am still just gonna wait
Okay.
officially from Simon to confirm it before we say it. But, obviously, Tito was a good player that I would expect to do quite well. All of the marbles did quite well as well and was over at Dallas as far as players are concerned for this event. We'll take a look at some of the other groups. We were looking at Group 1 and Group 4 a lot on stream. We did have some Easy Lopez that did really
Hmm.
well, and Bruza, El Wiwi that we could definitely see moving forward here. What else was there? Excited about the Waru player, Group 4. And then group 4, we also had what did we have? We had, Morco from the Ant team, which is a great Italian group that does quite well pretty often. Also in that same group is Vittorio,
Hmm.
also from the Ant team that really familiar with, probably one of the first, Italian players that I got to interview from, Angers, was running Sigismar back in the day and with the Kraken, that
Oh,
was
nice.
this was during Prime Waru meta, and, that was that was his shtick, that, we talked about a lot. And then, what else did I not talk about? Did I not talk about Group 3? I don't think no, I talked about Group 3. I did talk about Group 2.
Hmm.
Group 2, what do we got? Names that immediately jump out to me. Yeah, a lot of team-based, folks. Vic Man's there. Um yeah, Altered Aces players, it's just it's not surprising to see so many players associated with teams do well, getting a lot of practice in and, potentially making it to the top cut and maybe getting a qualifying spot and seeing what they can do.
Yeah, you never know. Like there, I'm just going through the list of each of the teams, and I'm like,
Yeah,
not each of the teams, sorry, each of the four brackets, and there is some amazing players that are just not going to make it through.
yeah,
So we're going to be poorer for not seeing some of these people perform, but very excited to be able to watch what top 32 is tomorrow, and who is going to come out on top. I am like the one that I think has got a very strong Tempet. Is it Tempet de la Neige?
yeah.
I'm interested to see how they will go as well. Bijitak as well on that one. I want to see if any of my own teammates, a part of Team AQZ, have made it through. Um, None that were undefeated, but he's hoping a couple do go through. And
Yeah, I know, Keelan was playing, but under a different name, right?
I don't. I believe so, and I think he's mentioning that he lost. Unfortunately, there was some issues
Mm,
with. This is the thing with when you do things virtually. Sometimes BGA does not help you out in some cases, but you know what? At the same time, it is the best platform we have, and no other game has got a platform similar to this. As much as we may complain, it is amazing to do what we can do because no one else has this.
yeah, indeed. Obviously, there's gonna be some bugs here or there. It is a platform that is gonna it does its best for what it is, and it helps a lot for the online gameplay, especially for those that aren't having such a big in-person scene, whether that be in areas that aren't France, pretty much, to mess with. So it's appreciated from that aspect. And like you mentioned, BGA hasn't done anything close to this before, and that's the reason why we had 4 groups because their regular setup is maximum of 500 and what was it 12 players.
512, yeah.
Yeah, so you had to separate it into those groups, get everything sorted with that, and even then, it's, I'm sure a lot of stress, and I know there was, it takes some time to set up and, get those matchups, especially at the start, so very cool. Excited to see what the next two qualifiers will be doing as well between the North American and the Asian qualifier. Obviously, we still have day two for this event. Be sure to check it out tomorrow. We'll be starting at the same time as we did today and get started straight with the top 32 cut and all the way to the finals to see who is going to take it. Um, Still haven't gotten official confirmation, but I do think we can kind of guesstimate and see what we got here. I'm just going to start on group one and we can
Yeah, I'll open it up on my end as well.
see what we got here. I'll pull it up on stream for everyone. This is the European World Championship qualifier, stage one for the Swiss group one to see who we have in the top here. So, as we mentioned, the top three here are definite uh,
Mhm.
advancements between what we have with their record. I'm gonna actually pull that, and we'll switch it over to the without the Swiss. We'll use the top 32 banner, so that way everyone knows what we're talking about. Round of 32. We have those three, and then following up, so it would be the players from 4 to 8 that potentially have a chance to make it through. The one plan here is that one of those players in one of these groups will not make it based off of the 31 that do, but it looks like that we have Tart Ox Prunes, and after AFTU, Imbruza, Ajite, El Wiwi,
Mhm.
Junis, and potentially Israzan for this group. And
Mhm.
then we'll switch on over to group two, and you can go ahead and read that one off if you like.
No problem. Just making my way to group two.
Yeah, I will make my way over there as well. Making my
So
way downtown. Hold
So
on. Oh,
basically, we'd be looking at the top 8 that are per the list,
yeah,
potentially
that
making through.
yeah,
So as we've said, SP Giacomozu has guaranteed a spot into the top 32 purely because they were undefeated. Beneath them, we had Jolie Roge George, who was 9-1, being the second person through. And then in order per BGA for this bracket, 3 to 8 is AA Velanson, Tozo T, Baronde, ANT Zergel, Bijitak, and last of all, Vicman07 leaving Temped Delanege's ninth. So potentially not being able to make it through, but we will see how this works out because they're looking at your overall record in
yeah.
terms of who you played and their strength of schedule. So there may be a couple of people that go up or down, but we cannot confirm that until all the analysis is done by the brains trust that is
Yeah.
working through it at the moment.
Indeed. Yeah. So, in case anyone was wondering, there was some concerns as far as tiebreakers with BGA prioritizing if opponents' points were equal, prioritizing ELO based setup. So, Simon did announce that we will go based off of opponents' win percentage instead for that second tiebreaker. So, there may be some checks there just to make sure that we're getting the correct folks from each group into the top cut. um, Obviously, a lot to take a look at as we do that. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and take a look at group three as well and see who could potentially make those. All right. So, group three, as we mentioned before, we did have Tito, Akatan, Captain Coma, all of the marbles, Kobe 54, Amari, Regulus Chang, Echo, and then past that we have some players all the way down to I think we'll take a look at I'm gonna scroll down here to see who else went 8 and 2. Just so that way we confirm through this. It went all the way down to JDD Collectival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
So
lot of 8-2 players. That's a lot of strong
yeah.
players for sure.
Yeah, a lot of names that I'm sure everyone recognizes in that setup. So should be interesting to see what they do for Nico Rico, part of the team AQC that you mentioned
Yes.
before. So has a chance to make it still potentially. We'll have to take a look at that as we get confirmation for that. And then we'll go ahead and head over to group four as well if you want to read those off.
Absolutely. So top 4. So Ant Morco, by going undefeated, has guaranteed their spot. Same have the two 9-1 players, Agan Man and Dirks, from Team DQ and Team DCXA. Then we've got if I can say that name properly. That's a hard one. Krizikmak, Krizismak. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I apologize. Followed by Ant Vittorio, Ulrich Duo, KNP Taco, Frozen Cristo or Thaco, not Taco. Look at that. I'm getting hungry already. And then beneath that, we do have some other players that were also 8-2, all the way down to Exalts Iran. But above that, Mugus, FUG, Clays, Carnegie or Carnage, AA Heaven, Lino 25, and I think I already mentioned Frozen Cristo.
Yeah.
And I love how people come up with some of the names. I think it's so great. Mine's pretty simple. It's just where I was born.
Yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of good names there too. A lot of players that we've seen play in previous event. I believe FUG Clays was making it to the finals of the SN qualifier and ended up losing in a mirror matchup there
Oof.
against another Afanis, against, I believe it was Nadir, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Nadir won, but when I know that one, I saw the interview that you did.
Yeah, that was way back when Nadir ended up getting second at
Oh, that
Angers.
was before.
Yeah, yeah, that was way back when, back in the War Room meta days. But yeah, so I'm sure they'd be looking to hopefully try to get that qualification spot. At the moment, they are currently shown as 12th, but we'll have to see how things shape up for this qualifier. I am getting some messages here, and yeah, I do have the official list here from
Fantastic.
Simon. I actually can probably pull it up on the challenge, if we're lucky.
Oh, that'd be great.
There, and I accidentally pulled up Microsoft Edge, so hopefully my computer doesn't blow up. All right, yeah, so we'll pull that up here for everyone. We can take a look at, but yeah, here is our top 32 that we will get to. It's slightly cut off thanks to some ads, but we'll take a look here, and we have. I'm gonna remove the top 32 things so everyone can see it. We do have Ant Morco versus 404 Duty. Uh, After You and Bruza versus all of the marbles.
Nice.
Dirks on against Bijatok, who the Dirks was the Waru player. Hat Easy Lopez versus Ant Zergel. Oakton versus Frozen Cristo, player that you mentioned. Toza versus KMP. We'll say Taco for Chili's sake here. And we got to get rid of the E-Trade advertisement here. I'm gonna just turn that off so people
It's
don't
okay.
have to look at that. And then if you want, I'll read a few more and then you can read it off. And then ESPOR, which we mentioned, got an auto qualify. And Tepentet Elenage did end up getting a spot despite not showing that top 8. Was on the 9th spot in the BGA. So important to know as far as those tiebreakers went that they were able to get the spot. Altered Aces Valentin and Ajite El Wiwi. And if you want, you can go ahead and read the rest.
Okay, no worries. So we've got SP Giacomozu against Junis, Tat O Prunes against ANT Vittorio, DQ Aganman against Amari. Then we've got Teja Vu against Kobe 54, Taitu 6 against DSL Keps, Captain Komarch against Ulrich Duo. I cannot read the other ones
I'm
beneath
just
it,
scrolling down
unfortunately.
there for you right now. You should be good.
Yeah, you're welcome to read those for me. It might
Yeah,
just be the lag on
I'll
the
do.
computer for me.
I'll do it. Jolly Root Gorge, which we mentioned, will play up against Vicman, another player that was shown below the 8th spot that should get a spot based off of our updated tiebreakers. And then Curious Mac versus Fronde in that final 16th table match to decide who is going to get the overall qualification spot for this BGA EU qualifier. You can obviously see how the seedings go based off of what we got going there, but yeah,
6
um,
rounds tomorrow to crown a champion.
yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting one. A lot of good players that are in there, a lot that probably got left out as well. And Duty, as we showed over there, is 404. Was the player that got auto qualified from the SN. If you were wondering, they are in the 32 seed spot.
Ooh,
Um,
they've got a tough one to start with. So get matched up against number 1, but you know what? As I said earlier, each one of these players has an equal chance to make it through.
yeah. We've definitely seen a lot of undefeated players, as we mentioned before, just taken out in the first top quit there. But once again, want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. If you are curious as far as who is in the top cut, I'm sure that will be post in the A.W.O.L setup as far as from Simon. But that was a quick breakdown from Chili and myself. Chili, any final thoughts before we go to shut this thing off and get ready for tomorrow?
You know what? I'm just pumped for tomorrow. I feel for those people that were on the bubble, but hopefully what that does is it gets you inspired to join the US tournament in a few weeks' time and go at it again. Get through and make it even more of a challenge for the rest of the teams as they see that you're already good. Can you become the best?
Indeed. Well, everyone, once again, want to thank you for sticking around as we filled time as we were waiting for the top cut. Simon, I am seeing the chat, so I appreciate that. I was looking back and forth a lot to check DMs to make sure we got it. But thank you to everyone that has joined us. This has been the official Altered TCG World Championship Qualifier, EU time zone, online BGA broadcast, Swiss rounds. I am Blue, also known as Blue Oak TV, hashtag ad. Chili, anything to
And
promote?
I am Chili, one of the co-hosts from A Hero's Guide to Asgartha. Come listen to us if you want to get a chance to talk some fun things about the game. We do interviews, not the way that you do, Blue. I think your interviews are amazing. We are just trying to keep up with your standard.
They just party and have fun. It's a good time.
We do, and we also do a little bit more on the lore side as well in terms of
Yeah, that's true.
telling those stories.
Indeed. And go ahead and check that out. You have I mean, you guys post a lot. I don't know how you and Nick are able to keep it all up, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, thank you for everything. Victor, congrats. I saw you were doing quite well overall. Doesn't Did you end up making it into the top cut? I didn't really see, to be honest. Yeah, you did. You're in table 10. Congrats on making it there. Excited to see if you're able to make it all of the way. My first Italian uh, person that I got to interview and getting a chance to take it all the way here. Excited to see if you can make it, as well as all the other players. Once again, want to thank everyone in the chat. We're going to close things out here shortly, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time.
Yes. Hasta luego.